The Thing About Love by Julie James. Narrated by Karen White. 1. 3 minutes after the plane took off from the runway, FBI Special Agent John Shepard knew he was doomed if he didn't act immediately. Next to John, the guy in the middle seat was in his early 40s and dressed in a suit and lime green shirt. "Man, it's a packed flight tonight." He held out his hand in introduction. "Steve Fox, corporate motivational speaker, leadership consultant, and occasional author. When I can motivate myself to write, that is." He laughed at his own joke. "So, you heading to the Windy City for business or pleasure?" Yep, Steve in the lime green shirt was going to be a talker. Not that sitting next to a chatty passenger was uncommon for John. He accepted the fact that in his line of work, it was an occupational hazard. Occasionally, someone would notice the FBI badge clipped to his pants, specifically placed there in case someone also happened to notice the Glock 22 on his right hip under his suit jacket. And that inevitably led to a few questions. FBI? Cool. Are you watching someone on this plane? Is it the guy in 10C? It's totally the guy in 10C, isn't it? He got snippy when the flight attendant tried to help him with his carry-on. You saw that, right? Ooh, do you think he has drugs in there? Or something worse? Oh my God, it's not a bomb, is it? Phew. So, an FBI agent. What's that like? But tonight, having just completed a rough 8-month undercover investigation, John was hoping to have a few quiet minutes to unwind before the plane landed in Chicago. And also to start thinking about how he was going to get things back on track with his girlfriend, Alicia. "I live in Chicago," he answered Steve. He took earbuds out of his briefcase and plugged them into the armrest, then smiled apologetically. "I'm a bit of a nervous flyer. It helps if I listen to air traffic control." The lie rolled easily off his tongue. As an undercover agent, he was well practiced in the art of bullshit. "You know what else helps for that?" Steve grinned. "Vodka. Lots of it." Moving on to another target, he turned his head and eyed the woman seated on the other side of him. She had her e-reader in hand and gave him an unmistakable, "Don't even think about it, buddy" look. Steve sighed resignedly and pulled out his laptop. The talker now successfully contained, John turned toward the window and watched as the bright lights of Detroit faded in the distance. With any luck, it would be the last time he would see this city for a long time. Hopefully not until he had to testify in court about his investigation. Not that he had anything against Detroit. In fact, for 3 years he'd called it home, having been assigned to work in the Detroit field office after graduating from the FBI Academy at Quantico. Joining the Bureau hadn't been part of John's original career plan. Actually, for a while, he hadn't had much of a career plan. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin, he'd joined the Army, both to help pay off his student loans and to buy some time to figure out what he wanted to do with his life. As it turned out, that had been the best decision he could have made. Army life had suited him. He'd always been an athletic guy, and he'd done well with the physical challenges of being an enlisted soldier. But being in the Army also required mental toughness, determination, and discipline. So he'd pushed himself, more than he ever had, and after basic combat training and advanced individual training, he'd gone on to airborne school, and then had volunteered for the Ranger Assessment and Selection Program. 8 weeks later, he'd proudly joined the elite ranks of the 75th Ranger Regiment, and it was at Fort Benning, where his battalion had been stationed, that he'd first been approached by Sean Pizer, an operator and recruiter for the FBI's hostage rescue team. "We're federal law enforcement's only full-time counter-terrorism unit," Pizer had told him when they'd met at a pub on base. HRT has the ability to respond within 4 hours' notice to hostage situations, major criminal threats, and terrorist incidents anywhere in the U.S. Our motto, Servare Vitas, means to save lives, and that's exactly what we do. We're badasses that way. As John sat dressed in his ACUs across a bar table from the recruiter, his answer, admittedly, had been cocky. "With all due respect, sir, I'm a ranger. If I wanted to put badass on my resume, I think I'm set." Pizer had cocked his head at that. "I hear you're considering a career in law enforcement after you finish your tour this summer." Now it was his turn to sound cocky. "We're the FBI, Shepard. You want to catch bad guys for a living? We're pretty much the cream of the fucking crop, so you might want to listen to what I have to say." An announcement from the cockpit interrupted John's thoughts. "Good evening, folks. On behalf of the flight deck, we'd like to welcome you aboard. Looks like it's going to be a smooth flight into Chicago, with an on-time arrival of 10:20 p.m. John checked his watch. 30 minutes, and they'd be on the ground, which meant he didn't have a lot of time to figure out the logistics of his current mission, Operation Get Out of the Doghouse. It was a working title. Originally, he'd planned to come home tomorrow, since a bunch of agents in the Detroit office were heading out to celebrate wrapping up the investigation with a round of drinks, an investigation that had resulted in the arrest of 27 suspects, including one state senator. But 2 days ago, the last time John had spoken on the phone with Alicia, she'd been distant. Actually, she'd been distant a lot this past month, but more so than usual in their last conversation. So, as a start to getting back in her good graces, he'd decided to catch an earlier flight and surprise her. Obviously, he was aware that Alicia wasn't thrilled with all the traveling he'd been doing as part of his investigation, and he got that. He had been gone a lot as of late. Officially, he now worked in the Chicago field office, having transferred to his hometown over 2 years ago, when his mom had been diagnosed with lung cancer. But he'd been called back to the Detroit FBI office to revive one of his undercover roles, part of a large-scale sting operation into a criminal organization involved in money laundering, narcotics and firearms trafficking, and murder-for-hire schemes. Although technically he had only a part-time undercover role, he'd spent the last 8 months traveling to Detroit anywhere from 2 to 5 days per week. The job itself was interesting. He'd been doing undercover work for 3 years and liked the challenge of taking on new roles, as well as the adrenaline rush that came with knowing that he was getting something over on the bad guys. But from a relationship standpoint, it wasn't an ideal setup. He'd always been honest with Alicia about his lifestyle, and when he'd first taken on the Detroit undercover investigation, she'd been great about the situation. They'd texted several times a day whenever he was out of town, talked on the phone every night, and had hot reunion sex as soon as he walked through the door of the 2-bedroom apartment they shared. But when it became apparent that his travel schedule wasn't easing up anytime soon, Alicia had become less enthralled with having a part-time boyfriend. As she'd put it one night while they were talking on the phone, "It won't be that much longer. Then I'll be home so much you'll be looking for ways to get rid of me," John had joked. He'd been trying to keep the conversation light, despite his frustration that she'd chosen to bring up this subject again at that moment. He'd been about to walk out the door of his rented fake apartment for a key undercover meeting with a guy who not only was selling him illegal firearms, but had also hinted that he was willing to commit murder for a fee. The thugs he was dealing with were armed and undoubtedly dangerous, and seeing how he was lying to them with every word that came out of his mouth, it was pretty important that he have his head in the game. "Whatever. How many times have I heard that this year?" Alicia had asked sarcastically. Honestly, he'd had a couple of tough days and long nights, and he just wanted to call his girlfriend and hear her voice without rehashing the same damn argument. "I can't deal with this right now, Alicia," he'd said brusquely. "Fine. Not that it matters to you, but I probably won't be around much this weekend if you try to call," she'd said. "I've got a work thing on Friday, and then I'm going out with Beth and Mia the next night." In his frustration, John had told her to do whatever she wanted, and that he didn't expect her to sit around and wait by the phone for him. 2 days later, he'd called back, and they'd both apologized and just let the argument go. But things hadn't been quite the same between them ever since. Now that he was back in town, however, that would change. No more long-distance relationship or being a part-time boyfriend. From here on out, he would be in Chicago, and they could get back to the good place they'd been in 8 months ago. Back to the days when they were just a normal couple doing normal couple things, like coming home every night after work and trading work stories, or spending lazy weekends together without it hanging over both their heads that he'd be leaving again on Sunday night. Feeling good about this, after the plane landed at O'Hare, John stopped at a kiosk next to baggage claim and bought fresh flowers as phase 1 of his mission. Operation Sorry I've Been Gone So Long, but you did know the score when we first started dating. Still a working title. Then he got a better idea. In the cab on the way home from the airport, he asked the driver to wait outside Sweet Mandy B's bakery while he ran in and picked up a half-dozen of Alicia's favorite cupcakes. It was after 11 o'clock by the time the cab dropped him off at home, armed with flowers and chocolate. He and Alicia had moved into their apartment a year ago, renting the top unit of a graystone on a quiet residential street. At the time, she'd wanted to buy a place together, but he'd hesitated, thinking it had been too soon in their relationship for that. But now he thought maybe it was time to revisit that idea. It wasn't easy being in a relationship with a guy like him, an undercover agent who always had a go-bag packed and might have to travel to another state or country with no notice. Yet, despite all the ups and downs these past 8 months, Alicia had stuck by him. John unlocked the door to their apartment and saw that all the lights were off. Assuming she'd gone to bed already, he left his suitcase and carry-on by the door and moved quietly as he set the cupcakes and flowers on the kitchen counter, followed by his Glock. He yanked off his tie and walked down the hallway, thinking he'd slip in bed next to her and surprise her. He pictured the two of them naked and tangled up together all night, his mind quickly going to some very dirty places since they hadn't had sex in almost a month. He frowned as the reality of that hit him, and paused just before the bedroom doorway. A month? Had it really been that long since they'd slept together? He began mentally scrolling back in time, wondering if that could be right. That was when he heard Alicia moaning in the bedroom. He froze, recognizing that particular moan, the low, sensuous sounds she made during sex, and for a moment he thought, maybe she's just using her vibrator. But then a deeper male voice joined in, adding his moan to the chorus. Fuck. Pushing past the sharp stab of hurt, John stepped into the bedroom doorway and folded his arms. There was Alicia, in their bed, naked in the moonlight, and riding some guy who had his hands on her hips, guiding her. "Just like that, baby. I'm gonna come so hard in you," the man groaned. "Yes, don't stop on my account, baby," John said dryly. Alicia shrieked in surprise and sprang off her lover. "John! Oh my God! What are you doing here?" Dick swinging, the guy scrambled to cover himself with the blanket. His expression was contrite. "John! Oh, shit!" No. John took a step into the room, his jaw tightening as he stared into the eyes of the man fucking his girlfriend in his bedroom, a man who'd always had a thing for long-legged brunettes like Alicia, a fact John knew well, since up until 2 seconds ago, he'd considered this man a friend. "Rob," he said, on some level still unable to believe it, despite what he'd just seen with his own eyes. He and Rob had known each other for years, ever since they'd lived together their junior and senior years of college, with 2 other guys in an off-campus apartment they'd nicknamed the Poor House because of all the parties they'd thrown there. In fact, he and Rob had just hung out 2 weeks ago, grabbing drinks with their other buddies, when John had breezed back into town for the weekend. Rob had asked how things were going between him and Alicia, and John had admitted that things were a little strained. He'd confided in the guy, never once suspecting there might be an ulterior motive behind the question, not having any clue that the friend he was talking to already knew damn well how things were between him and Alicia, because that friend was screwing her behind his back. "Get out," he said to Rob. Alicia was crying, standing naked between him and Rob. "I'm so sorry." John couldn't even look at her. "We wanted to tell you," Rob said, "but Lucas and Matt said it would be unfair to give you the news while you were in the middle of an undercover assignment, so we decided to wait until you were back." John blinked, his head spinning with this newest information. Lucas and Matt were part of the same circle of friends as him and Rob. They knew that Rob and Alicia were sleeping together, and they'd never said anything to him? The hits just kept right on coming. "I said, get out," he growled. Rob stood there, still with that worthless look of contrition, then nodded. Silently, he grabbed his clothes off the floor, gave Alicia a quick glance, and then walked out of the bedroom. John stayed still, waiting until he heard the front door shut. When he turned around, he saw that Alicia had put on a navy t-shirt and her underwear. It was her favorite t-shirt to sleep in, one he'd seen her wear more times than he could count. Now all he could see was Rob pulling it off her as they fell into bed. "John, I am so sorry. I never meant for this to happen." She reached for him. He flinched. "Don't." She dropped her hand. He looked at her for a long moment, trying to get a grip on the rush of betrayal and disbelief he felt. "How long?" She brushed tears away from her eyes. 2 months. You and I had a fight, and I went out with Beth and Mia the next night. We ran into Rob at the bar, and he and I started talking. First about you and me, and then, I don't know, it just happened. It was supposed to be a one-time thing, but—" She trailed off. Well, he'd been right about one thing. Things really hadn't been the same between him and Alicia since that night. Not having anything else to say, he went into the closet to grab the go bag he always had packed for work. Between that and the suitcase and the carry-on he'd left by the front door, he'd have enough to get by for the next few days. "I'll come by Monday morning for the rest of my stuff." He headed out of the bedroom. "Make sure you're not here." "John, if you would just let me—" "I don't want you here," he shouted, whirling around in the doorway. "I can't even look at—" He stopped, his throat tightening, then shook his head. A silence fell between them. "I'm sorry," Alicia whispered. Right. He'd heard that part already. On his way to a hotel, John decided to make a pit stop. He drove to his friend Wes's place in Lakeview and left his car out front in a tow zone. Let someone try to give him a parking ticket today. He strode up the front steps of the 2-flat building and knocked on Wes's door, aware that midnight was late for an unannounced visit, but not giving a shit about that right then. "Did you know?" he demanded, as soon as Wes opened his front door. Wearing jeans and no shirt as he stood in the doorway, Wes cocked his head. "Know what?" That Alicia's been sleeping with Rob for the last 2 months? Wes's eyes widened. What? You're kidding me. I already know that Matt and Lucas were in on it. After dropping that bait, John studied the other man's face and body language for any signs that he was hiding something. Granted, his FBI training hadn't done him a lot of good in terms of detecting deceit as of late, but of all the guys he hung around with, he considered Wes to be his closest friend. And after everything that had happened tonight, he just really needed to know if that was still the case. Wes held out his hands. John, I swear, I had no clue. After a long moment, John nodded. Then he exhaled and ran a hand over his jaw. Right. Sorry. Wes pushed open the door. Come on in. Claire's upstairs, but I'll tell her. John held up his hand. No, it's fine. I have to go anyway. John, come on. John managed a sheepish smile. Tell Claire I'm sorry for all the drama tonight. He turned and headed down the steps, ignoring Wes as he called his name, and got into his car. He stopped at a convenience store and bought a bottle of 4 Roses bourbon, then checked into the guest house, an extended stay hotel on the city's north side. The room had a full kitchen and a washer and dryer in the unit, which would tide him over until he found an apartment to rent. He dryly wondered what the etiquette was in situations like this, whether he was expected to continue paying half the rent on his and Alicia's place until their lease expired in 3 months. Dear Abby, the other night I came home and found my girlfriend going for a moonlight ride on my friend's dick. After unpacking the few things he had with him, he cracked open the bottle of bourbon. He took a seat out on the balcony that overlooked the downtown skyline and poured himself the first of many shots he had planned for the night. He looked down at the glass and thought about how, just 2 hours ago, he'd been the jerk buying flowers and cupcakes for a woman who was, probably at that very moment, getting naked with her lover, his friend. Bottoms up to that, he muttered. He closed his eyes and tossed back the shot, welcoming the burn of the bourbon. In the morning, he woke up to a wicked hangover and a dozen voicemail messages on his phone, several from Alicia and Rob, which he deleted instantly, 2 from Wes, checking up on him, and 1 each from Matt and Lucas, who apparently had been alerted that he was aware they knew about the situation and were trying to do some damage control. Shep, we gotta talk. I was stuck in the middle between you and Rob. What was I supposed to do? Matt said in his message. Here's an idea, jackass. Maybe choose the side of the guy not fucking someone else's girlfriend. Shep, listen, I know what you must be thinking, Lucas let in. But I told Rob and Alicia that if they didn't tell you everything as soon as your investigation was over, I would tell you myself. I mean, how was I supposed to know that you'd walk in on them? Man, that must have really sucked. You don't say, asshole. John hit delete again, leaving his phone on Do Not Disturb when he headed for the shower. The hot water helped clear his head of the alcohol, but the bitter taste in his mouth lingered. Naturally, he kept thinking about walking in on Alicia and Rob. But there was something else that had kept him up all night, something that unsettled him as much as the shock of finding his girlfriend and friend in bed together. He'd never suspected a thing. He was an FBI agent. He specialized in undercover work. It was his job to notice things the average person overlooked, to be on the alert for suspicious behavior, to be especially aware when someone was hiding something. And yet somehow, despite all that, despite the 21 weeks of training he'd had at Quantico, and the additional 3 weeks of training he'd undertaken to become a certified undercover agent, not to mention over 5 years of on-the-job experience, 4 people, normal, regular people, had managed to pull the wool over his eyes. He channeled his anger and frustration into a 15-mile run along the lake, then spent the rest of the day apartment hunting. On Monday morning, he let himself into the apartment he had shared, with Alicia, and packed up his stuff. She'd left him a note in an envelope on the counter, which he ignored. He used the unopened envelope to write her a note saying that he and Wes would come by to move out his half of the furniture on Friday morning while she was at work. His car loaded with boxes, he parked at the FBI building and nodded at the guards as he passed through the metal detectors. His squad, organized crime, was on the 5th floor, and as he made his way to his cubicle, he was greeted by several of his squad mates who congratulated him on the arrests in Detroit. "Heard you nabbed a state senator. You been moonlighting on the public corruption squad?" joked Ryan, one of his squad mates. "Figured they could use some help," John shot back as he settled into his desk chair. For the rest of the day he caught up on work, being careful not to show any signs that anything was off around his co-workers. He might have been the jackass who'd unsuspectingly walked in on his girlfriend having sex with his friend, but he'd be damned if he'd let his fellow agents know that. He grabbed takeout on the way back to his hotel, cracked open a beer, and channel surfed while eating dinner on the couch. Not finding anything that caught his interest, he turned the television off. The hotel room fell silent. He felt restless, unsettled. That happened sometimes after an agent finished a long-term undercover assignment. It took a few days, or weeks even, before home seemed like home again. Just as he was eyeing the stack of unpacked boxes containing his things, his phone chimed with a new email message. He checked and saw that it was from Sean Pizer, the HRT recruiter who'd visited his Ranger battalion at Fort Benning 6 years ago. They'd stayed in touch, exchanging emails a couple times a year, and he knew that Pizer had been keeping an eye on him ever since John had joined the FBI. Probably 2 eyes, knowing Pizer. "Selection starts in a week. Got an open spot with your name on it, Shepard." Right. It was that time of year again. John had been so wrapped up with the Detroit undercover investigation, he'd forgotten all about it. Every year, the FBI held a 2-week selection program at Quantico for any agents who wanted to try out for the hostage rescue team. Normally, agents had to spend at least 3 years in the field as investigators before they qualified for HRT, but because John had been directly recruited from the Rangers per the Bureau's tactical recruitment program, he'd been eligible after only 2 years. And indeed, that had been his original plan, to get through his time in the field and then try out for HRT as soon as possible. With the tactical experience he'd acquired in the military, that career path practically had been expected of him. But once he'd started handling his own cases, and particularly once he'd begun doing undercover work, he'd found that he really enjoyed the investigative side of the job. So he'd held off on trying out for HRT, thinking it was something he would do the following year. Then 1 year stretched into 2, and then his mom had gotten sick and he'd transferred back to Chicago. He'd met Alicia after that, and things had gotten serious between them, and since being picked for HRT would have required him to relocate to the team's headquarters in Quantico, Virginia, he'd waited some more. But now his situation was different. After losing his girlfriend, his apartment, and 3 of his friends in the span of 3 days, he probably would never be less attached to Chicago than he was right then. Sure, he would miss his father and brother if he had to move to Virginia. But there was a reason Pizer had recruited him and had continued pursuing him these past few years, and that reason was, simply, because he thought John was good enough for the team. Maybe it was time for him to finally prove Pizer right about that. John spent the next 2 days weighing his decision. When he finally wrote back to Pizer, saying he'd be there for tryouts, he felt good, pumped. Life had thrown him a curveball this past week, no doubt. But now he was going to knock that son of a bitch out of the park. 2. 3 weeks later. Special Agent Jessica Harlow waited as the security guard studied her FBI identification card, comparing her face to the photo. "Looks like a match to me," the guard said, with a friendly grin. "Welcome to Chicago, Agent Harlow." Returning the smile, Jessica tucked the billfold that held her ID into her briefcase. "Thank you." She glanced at the ID clipped to the guard's jacket and made a mental note of his name, Roger. "Where can I find the special agent in charge's office?" 12th floor, end of the hallway." After clearing the metal detectors and exiting the guardhouse, Jessica followed a wide, curving sidewalk to the main entrance of the FBI's Chicago headquarters, an impressive glass and steel building located 2 miles from downtown. Fenced off from the public, the 3-building complex, the largest among all the agency's field offices, was surrounded by green parkways and trees. She exhaled as she entered the building, feeling not nervous exactly. Chicago was home after all, and after being in Los Angeles these past 6 years, it felt good to be back in this city. But, professionally speaking, she was the new girl in town. In L.A., she'd considered many of her squad mates to be friends, and she'd had good relationships with both her squad leader and the special agent in charge. Here, however, her fellow agents and supervisors had no idea what to expect from her, nor she from them. In that sense, she was starting all over again. Kind of a theme for her this year. She made her way to the elevator bank, where 2 men were already waiting. Agents, she guessed from their attire. The shorter man, African-American and dressed in a well-tailored suit, gestured animatedly as he spoke. "All I said was, if we'd already registered for the slow flow, medium flow, and fast flow nipples, did we really need the variable flow? Isn't that just a combination of all the other nipples we'd already picked?" The taller man, Caucasian, with dark hair and eyes, grinned. "How'd that question go over with Ray?" "Not well. Because you don't ask questions at Babies R Us," the taller man said. "Take it from someone who knows. You push the cart, you lift the heavy things, and whenever she asks your opinion on something, just cock your head, take a moment, and then point to the yellow one." Jessica fought back a smile as the elevator doors sprung open. Men. The taller man held the elevator door open for her. She nodded in thanks as she stepped inside. "First day?" the shorter man asked her. "It's that obvious," Jessica said good-naturedly, as she pressed the button for the 12th floor. "I heard you talking with Roger as we walked in." The shorter man held out his hand in introduction. "Sam Wilkins, and this is Jack Pallas. We're both in violent crimes." Jessica Harlow. Public corruption. "That's a good squad," Jack said. "Lots of talented agents, like Seth Huxley, for instance." He turned to his partner. "You know Huxley, don't you, Sam?" "We're acquainted." Sam's voice was a touch dry. "Sam and Huxley have a little rivalry going on," Jack explained to Jessica. "I think they both wore the same $1,000 suit to work one day, and everything spiraled from there." "This is what you tell people 10 seconds after I meet them?" Shaking his head in exasperation, Sam turned to Jessica. "Huxley's a good agent. He just likes to talk a lot of smack about how Harvard is the best law school." "Sam here is a Yale man," Jack told Jessica. "Indeed." Sam flashed her a grin that said he was quite proud of this fact. Got it. Jessica considered this. Well, obviously, this Agent Huxley has no idea what he's talking about. Sam nodded, satisfied, as the elevator reached his and Jack's floor. Thank you. See? He said to Jack. And that's coming from an independent source. Clearly a very wise one. He winked at Jessica. Because everyone knows that Stanford is the best law school, she continued. Jack laughed as Sam's mouth fell open. He gripped Sam's shoulder as the elevator doors opened. You walked right into that one, buddy. He nodded at Jessica as he left the elevator. Enjoy your first day. Sam pointed mock-archly at Jessica as he stepped out. To be continued, Agent Harlow. Jessica smiled as the doors closed between them, thinking she rather liked those two. Their friendly ribbing reminded her of the dynamic she'd had with Javier, her partner in Los Angeles. As a female in a profession where over 80% of her colleagues were men, and an even greater percentage of her supervisors, she'd quickly learned that a little good-natured trash talk went a long way in getting others to see her not as a female special agent, but as a special agent who happened to be a woman. Not that she tried to downplay her gender, nor did she have any interest in pretending to be one of the guys. For one thing, she firmly believed that in many situations her gender could be a tactical advantage. People inherently trusted women more than men, something that came in handy when one was an undercover agent. And for another thing, she just really liked wearing cute, high-heeled shoes. On the 12th floor, an assistant greeted Jessica from a desk in front of the corner office at the end of the hallway. Mr. McCall will be with you shortly. She gestured to a small waiting area. Thank you. Jessica took a seat in one of the chairs and put her phone on vibrate to make sure it didn't ring during the meeting. Obviously, she wanted to make a good first impression with the man who was, as of today, her new boss. She'd done her homework and knew that Nick McCall had been appointed 5 years ago to the position of Special Agent in Charge, or SAC, as agents referred to the position around the office. Before that, he'd been on the Public Corruption Squad, specializing in undercover work. That was something they had in common, at least. She set her briefcase next to her feet, watching the bustling office activity as she waited. Being back here reminded her of the many times she'd had to visit this office several years ago, when she'd first applied to the FBI. There'd been the preliminary exam, 3 hours of cognitive, behavioral, and logical reasoning tests, followed by an initial interview, language and writing tests, a 1-hour panel interview, 2 physical fitness tests, and a polygraph and security background check. And throughout the entire process, she'd had a real hard-ass of a recruiter guiding her. But a hard-ass who'd believed in her. Don't give them any reason to doubt you in the academy. You go in there, Harlow, and you'd goddamn better show them what you're made of. The door opened, and a tall, well-built man with dark hair stepped out. His sharp green eyes fell on Jessica, and he walked over. Special Agent Harlow. He held out his hand. Nick McCall. I just got off the phone with your former SAC. If half the things he says about you are true, we're very lucky to have you on board. Jessica smiled, hearing that. Thank you, sir. It's good to be here. She followed him into his office and took a seat at one of the chairs in front of the desk. So you couldn't resist the call of the hometown? Nick led in. That was the reason Jessica had given the SAC in Los Angeles when she'd put in for a transfer to Chicago. And it was true. What was also true, however, was that she'd needed a fresh start and figured Chicago was the best place to get it. My family all lives here. When I heard that this office was looking for agents with undercover certification, it seemed like an opportunity I couldn't pass up. The U.S. Attorney for this district and I have made it one of our top priorities to crack down on government corruption at all levels, and the agents on the Public Corruption Squad have absolutely stepped up to the plate. I try not to go overboard in praising them so that it doesn't go to their heads, but they're a very skilled group of agents, and I'd say that even if they weren't my former squad. Jessica smiled. No matter the office, one thing was always true. Squad loyalty ran strong. Of course. The one challenge is that with the increase in the number of investigations we're handling, the squad is running short on agents who can cover the undercover work, Nick said, which is where you come in. And she was eager to get started. You said there are 2 other agents on the squad who are certified? All special agents in the FBI were qualified to do light undercover work, investigations in which the agent had only a few interactions with the target or targets. Anything more than that required an agent who was undercover certified, meaning he or she had attended the FBI's undercover school at Quantico. The problem was, because of the extra training required, there were only a handful of undercover certified agents in any given field office, mostly on the public corruption and organized crime squads, given the nature of the work. Agents Huxley and Roberts, Nick said. Given their workloads, they were very pleased to hear you're joining the squad. They're probably waiting at your desk with a big welcome banner and a stack of 30 case files to hand over. She chuckled. I'm happy to get started right away. Glad to hear it. In fact, Nick handed her a case file. This one needs your immediate attention. It's an out-of-town investigation, a partial undercover assignment. Apparently, the Public Corruption Squad in our Jacksonville office is looking for 2 shady Chicago business entrepreneurs. Jessica raised an eyebrow. Shady Chicago business entrepreneurs? That's literally how the request was worded. And the best part is, I get requests like this all the time from other offices. I swear people think we're all still running around this city with Tommy guns and hanging out in speakeasies. Nick pointed to the case file. I have to turn down most of the requests because we've been so short on manpower, but this one seemed like it might be worth your while. He winked. Plus, it'll make me look like a team player with the other SACs if I finally say yes to one of these things. Intrigued by that lead-in, Jessica opened the case file. It wasn't uncommon for an FBI office to use out-of-town agents for an undercover assignment. In fact, under certain circumstances, such as investigations that involved a high-profile target, that was the preferred course of action, because it minimized the risk that the agents would be recognized. And that, she saw as she skimmed over the request from the Jacksonville agents, was precisely the case here. High-profile target, suspected of bribery and corruption. Most of the groundwork for the sting operation had been laid. All the Jacksonville team needed now were 2 experienced out-of-town agents to play the lead roles. She felt the spike of adrenaline that came with every new assignment. I'll start working on my undercover legend right away. Going undercover in this kind of case required a lot more than a simple name change and a fake ID. For starters, as an entrepreneur, she would need a fake business that had web presence. She made a mental note to coordinate with Stagehand, the internal prop and tech squad who handled all details related to undercover operations on that front. Then she made a second mental note to ask someone where the heck the Stagehand squad even was in this building. Nick nodded approvingly. Good. I'll call the SAC in Jacksonville and let him know you're on board. They chatted for a few more minutes, mostly about her new neighborhood and how she was settling into the condo she'd bought when her transfer had been approved. She took the Jacksonville case file with her as she started to leave the office, but when she got to the doorway, She realized they'd forgotten to discuss something. The assignment calls for 2 Chicago entrepreneurs. Will I be working with Agent Huxley or Agent Roberts on this? She figured that whoever it was, they could start discussing logistics right away. Actually, neither, Nick said. They're both involved in other undercover investigations right now. You'll be partnered with an agent from the organized crime squad for this. Organized crime? Now, that was unexpected. Not to stereotype. Okay, fine, she totally would. But, generally speaking, the agents from the organized crime squad were considered a little rougher around the edges than those from other squads, and this sting-op in Jacksonville, like many run by the Public Corruption Squad, would require a certain amount of finesse. Nick grinned, seemingly catching the skeptical look on her face. Don't worry, he's a good agent. One of the best in this office. In fact, he just finished up the HRT selection course. Tomorrow will be his first day back. Rough around the edges or not, her soon-to-be partner must have been something of a badass if he'd tried out for the FBI's super-selective hostage rescue team. Because from what Jessica had heard, HRT's selection course was 2 weeks of near torture. Every year, roughly half the class dropped out before completing the tryouts. And even if a candidate was still standing at the end, there was no guarantee he would be picked for the team. He being the operative word, since in the 30-plus years since HRT had been formed, no woman had ever made the cut. Not that she, personally, had any interest. For one thing, there was no way she'd make it through the tryouts. She'd had to work her butt off just to pass the physical tests in the academy. And for another thing, she simply wasn't one of those adrenaline junkies who got all jazzed up over rappelling out of a helicopter or parachuting into shark-infested waters in the middle of a hurricane, or hiding out in a muddy ditch with a sniper rifle while wearing one of those camouflage helmets with a little bush attached to it. Really, that just wouldn't work with her hair. Kidding. Okay, mostly kidding. In her 6 years with the Bureau, Jessica had known only one person who'd planned to try out for HRT, a guy in her training class who'd been recruited for the FBI directly from the Army Rangers. And not to dwell on the past or anything, another good theme for this year, but she and that guy in her training class had, well, one might say they hadn't exactly seen eye to eye. Or one might also say that he'd irritated the hell out of her. Hey, look at me! Watch me fly through this obstacle course with one hand and 2 feet tied behind my back. This is child's play to what we did in the Rangers, bitches. All right, fine. Possibly those hadn't been his exact words, but there was no doubt that he'd relished being the shining star of their training class. Fortunately, that guy was far away now, undoubtedly already headquartered at Quantico with the rest of the hostage rescue team. And as for this other guy she would be partnered up with, the one from the organized crime squad, if her new SAC swore by him, that was good enough for her. As the new girl in town, frankly, she didn't have the luxury of not being a team player with this. She finished her meeting with Nick and agreed she would drop by his office at 10 a.m. the next morning to discuss the Jacksonville assignment in more detail once she'd reviewed the file. The rest of her day flew by in a whirlwind of introductions, a meeting with her new squad leader, and a tour of the entire complex. In Los Angeles, the FBI had shared the Wilshire Federal Building with several other government offices, but here in Chicago, they had the whole place to themselves. By the end of the day, she was exhausted from all the nice-to-meet-you small talk, and she still hadn't had time to review the Jacksonville file. She grabbed it on her way out of the office, and, figuring she would make a working dinner out of it, She picked up a salad from the Green Door Tavern, a pub just around the corner from her place. Salad and briefcase in hand, she walked into the lobby of her high-rise building. Luther, one of the doormen, grinned from behind his desk. "Agent Harlow, how'd the first day go? Catch any serial killers?" When she'd moved into the building last week, she'd made a point of introducing herself to all the doormen. Luther, in his early 60s, had been very interested in her job, so much so that she didn't have the heart to tell him that the life of an FBI agent wasn't quite the same as that depicted on TV and in the movies. "Mostly just paperwork and introductions," she said. "Ah, well, tomorrow is another day." He pushed the button that unlocked the glass door leading to the elevators. Before heading up, Jessica made a pit stop at her mailbox. In addition to the usual junk mail and bills, there was a FedEx envelope inside. She pulled it out and saw that it was from her lawyer's office in California. She tucked the envelope into her briefcase, along with the rest of the mail, and then locked her mailbox and headed for the elevators. After letting herself into her condo, she set the briefcase and salad on top of the breakfast table in her living room that doubled as her dining area and office. In the bedroom, she ditched her work clothes for a t-shirt and jeans. She headed next for the wine chiller in her kitchen and cracked open the most expensive bottle she owned. Because, screw it, she knew exactly what was in that FedEx envelope, and she figured she might as well cap off the end of an era, her last remaining connection to Los Angeles, with a good glass of wine. Settling in at the table, she took the envelope out of her briefcase and opened it. "For your records," said the post-it note from her lawyer. She had called on Friday after the court appearance, so it wasn't as if Jessica hadn't been expecting this. But seeing the words in black and white, and actually holding the papers in her hands, made it that much more official. Judgment for dissolution of marriage. There it was, the court's order, and the signed settlement agreement between her and Alex that had been incorporated into the judgment. As divorces went, especially in L.A., this probably had been the easiest money Jessica's lawyer had ever made. From start to finish, the process had been completely civil. She hadn't wanted any maintenance from Alex, nor had she sought any part of the profits from the films he'd produced during their 3-year marriage. All she'd taken, aside from the stuff that had been hers before they'd gotten married, were the clothes, shoes, and jewelry he'd bought her. And even that wasn't out of spite, more a matter of practicality since Alex obviously had no use for them. "Well, at least I'll be a well-dressed divorcee," she'd tried to joke with her best friend Tara, who'd flown out to L.A. as moral support the weekend after Jessica and Alex's settlement conference. "God, do I actually have to use the word divorcee?" she groaned. "It sounds so Real Housewives-esque." They'd been commiserating over cocktails at Nora, an eclectic American restaurant in West Hollywood. "I don't understand what happened. You guys used to be so crazy about each other," Tara had said. That was the hardest part of this whole thing. In the beginning, she and Alex had been good together. Their whirlwind courtship had been exciting and romantic. They'd met at a restaurant during a private party hosted by a mutual friend, and when Alex had found out that she was an FBI agent, he'd asked for her opinion on the plot of a suspense thriller script he'd been thinking about optioning. They'd spent the rest of the night talking, grabbing a spot at the bar after the party broke up, and staying until the place closed. He'd asked if he could see her again the next day, and then, just like that, they were dating, and she loved the fact that he'd refreshingly played no games. Back then, their differing professional worlds had been a good thing. He liked the fact that she wasn't in the industry, and she, in turn, had found his insider stories about Hollywood to be a fun change of pace from the seriousness she often faced on the job. The problems began about a year into their marriage. At first, it was little things, like the fact that she never particularly warmed to his friends, whom they saw a lot. They were all film producers, and they barely spoke to Jessica, having zero interest in anyone or anything not connected to Hollywood. That she could handle. She'd married Alex, not his friends, and she could deal with a few douchebags for the man she loved. But more troubling was the way Alex changed when he was around them, going from a man who was wry and witty and passionate about films to a guy who was arrogant, concerned with appearances, and far more interested in trading snarky insults about actors, writers, and directors with his friends than actually discussing anything substantive. In the end, however, it was her career, not his, that became the problem. She began handling undercover investigations and had a lot of success on that front. She genuinely enjoyed it, too, the seeds of her desire to work undercover probably having been planted when she was 8 years old and had become obsessed with Wonder Woman reruns, the budding feminist in her loving it every time the bad guys made the sorry mistake of ever underestimating Diana Prince. Now if only the FBI could invent a lasso of truth she could pair with her pantsuits. The one downside to undercover work, of course, was its unpredictability. A lot of her meetings occurred in the evenings and were set up on very short notice. She'd had to cancel dinner plans with Alex on several occasions, and once a vacation they'd planned to Cabo San Lucas. She felt terrible about that, and had tried to reschedule the trip, but shortly afterward, Alex began filming a movie in Toronto, and somehow it just fell by the wayside. The final straw broke 8 months ago. She'd been asked to help out with an investigation into a Los Angeles City Council member who they suspected was taking bribes for his re-election campaign. As part of that, she and a male undercover agent pretended to be a couple while attending several of the council members' fundraisers, so they could observe which donors were getting extra special treatment. From the start, Alex had been against her involvement in the investigation. "Are you sure you're just pretending to be a couple?" he'd asked, right before one of the fundraisers, leaning against the bedroom door and watching as she'd zipped up her dress. Of course it's just pretending. He'd asked the same question before the last fundraiser, and she was trying not to be insulted by whatever he was implying. He made movies, for Pete's sake. His whole business was about playing pretend. Not wanting to have this fight right then, she zipped up the dress and smiled at him, going for a joke. "How do I look? Hopefully not like an undercover agent." His eyes trailed over her. "I didn't buy you that dress so you could wear it with another man," he said coolly. Right. Apparently long gone were the days when he'd liked seeing her get dressed up. She'd stepped out of the dress, leaving it on the bedroom floor, and not saying another word as she changed into something else and then left. Unfortunately, her assignment ran longer than expected, and the timing couldn't have been worse. One of Alex's films opened 2 weeks after the dress fight, and because she was still working undercover in a high-profile investigation, she had to bail on attending the premiere. "There'll be paparazzi everywhere. I can't risk that someone would see my photo and remember me at one of these fundraisers. I'm so sorry, Alex." She was upset, too. Of course she wanted to be with him on such a special occasion. But nothing she said seemed to make any difference. He was so angry he barely spoke to her for 2 days. The night of the premiere, he stayed out late, attending a party for the cast and crew. She waited up for him, wanting to get all the details, but when he got home, he was in a subdued mood, said he didn't feel like talking. After that, they never seemed to be able to get back on track. The tension between them increased until finally, one morning over breakfast, she suggested they go to marriage counseling. "I've already called a divorce lawyer," Alex said, not looking her in the eye. She went quiet for a long moment, her throat tightening with emotion. "Fine. I'll move out this weekend, then." She stood up from the table, carrying her dishes to the sink. "Jess, you don't have to." "Oh, I think I do, Alex," she cut him off sarcastically, wiping the tears off her cheeks as she left the room. Jessica tucked the court order back into the envelope and set it off to the side. Enough of the pity party, Harlow. Her eyes fell on the Jacksonville case file inside her briefcase. This undercover role was exactly what she needed, something she could sink her teeth into, a distraction. After spending the last 6 months wondering how things had gone wrong in her marriage, it would be nice to just turn off that side of her brain for a while. So she cracked open the case file and settled in at the table with her glass of "Screw it, I'm officially a divorcee" wine as she began to take notes. Time to show these boys in the Chicago office what she was made of. 3. When John walked into the office Tuesday morning, he found a small crowd of his squad mates waiting around his cubicle. "Look who's back," Ryan said, doing a slow clap as John approached. "So, was it as bad as they say?" "Worse," John said. And he had the aching muscles to prove it, too. In the shower this morning, he'd cursed up a storm just trying to raise his arms to wash his hair. "Was it nonstop drills?" asked Jin, another one of his squad mates. "Let's just say they set the tone the first morning by waking us up at 4 a.m. for physical fitness tests. Swimming, running, and stair climbing while wearing a 50-pound vest and carrying a 35-pound battering ram, with no breaks in between. And that was the easy day," John said. The hostage rescue team selection process, as John and his fellow selectees had quickly discovered, was designed to break down the candidates both mentally and physically in order to identify the individuals who would perform the best in high-pressure situations. And indeed, the exercises and drills they'd been put through were no joke. During the course of 2 weeks, John had scaled a narrow ladder to a grate 70 feet above the ground and crawled up the outside of a 4-story building with no net to break his fall. He'd walked blindfolded underwater for 75 feet while carrying a 30-pound weight, participated in a simulated hostage rescue in a shoot house while the evaluators observed him from an overhead catwalk, slept in cramped tents and barracks for no more than 1 or 2 hours each night, and been put through the dog run, a training exercise where candidates ran with a large raft to a lake and paddled their asses off toward a target point, while a helicopter flew low over the water to slow them down. In other words, it had been 2 weeks of hell, and John had thrived on it. Still feeling like a fool for not knowing that his girlfriend and friend had been screwing around behind his back, he'd shown up for selection angry and with a lot of energy to burn. But from that very first morning when the HRT evaluators had woken him up at 4 o'clock and told him to strap on a 50-pound vest for a little light exercise, he'd stopped thinking about the shitty state of his personal life. Instead, he'd fallen back on his ranger training, concentrating only on 2 things. 1, surviving, and 2, executing the orders he was given to the best of his ability. He had no idea what the evaluators had thought of him. To further mess with their heads, the candidates, who were known only by the number on their clothes, not by name, weren't given any feedback, positive or negative, during the entire process. But in some sense, it didn't matter. John had set out to prove something to Pizer by showing up for HRT tryouts, but maybe he'd needed to prove something to himself, too. And when he'd stood there at the end of those 2 weeks, sweaty, starving, exhausted, and with his muscles screaming in agony, but still ready to take on any other shit the evaluators wanted to throw at him, he'd felt surprisingly good. Spending 14 days in constant crisis mode tended to put things in perspective, he supposed. "Well, we're glad to have you back." Ryan grabbed John's shoulder in camaraderie. "And I think I speak for all of us when I say—" He feigned a quizzical expression. "Dude, what happened to your hair?" The rest of the group laughed as John grinned and ran a hand through it. "Thought it was time to change up the look." Normally, he wore his hair a little longer, seeing how it was tough to play an organized crime thug if one looked suspiciously like a clean-cut FBI agent. But since having his hair in his face for 2 straight weeks of drills was never a smart idea, and ponytails didn't work with the combat helmets, he'd trimmed off a few inches before leaving for HRT tryouts. Jin pretended to wipe away a tear. "But I didn't even get to say goodbye to the man bun." "Still with that?" John asked dryly. One time he'd made the mistake of wearing his hair tied back in a knot to work, and boy, had his squad mates ever had a field day with that. For 2 damn weeks all he'd heard was, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," every time he'd walked into the office. Fortunately, all color commentary about his hair fell by the wayside when Brandon, a younger agent who'd recently joined their squad, walked over with a grin. "Guess who I just rode the elevator with?" "The director?" Ryan quipped. "The new agent," Brandon said. Immediately, he had the group's full attention. "And are the rumors true?" Jared asked eagerly. "Do we have visual confirmation that she's cute?" Ryan wanted to know. Brandon leaned against the cubicle, clearly enjoying having the inside scoop. "Indeed we do." John was obviously out of the loop. "Who are you guys talking about?" "That's right. You were off yesterday," Brandon said. "A new undercover agent joined the public corruption squad. Rumor is she's a former lawyer. I heard she was giving Sam Wilkins crap about going to Yale. What is it with these former attorneys and their law schools?" Ryan nudged John. "Hey, how many postgraduate degrees does it take for a white-collar crime agent to figure out how to use his pistol?" John feigned surprise. "They let white-collar crime agents carry pistols?" He grinned as the rest of the agents cracked up. Yes, it was an old joke. And in truth, there were a lot of really good agents on the public corruption and other white-collar crime squads. Even the former lawyers, John could acknowledge, despite the fact that some of them seemed to fancy themselves a little more refined and intellectual than everyone else. Not that he was biased against former lawyer types. Okay, maybe he was a little biased. There'd been this one woman he'd met at the academy, a former lawyer who'd worked at one of Chicago's top firms before joining the FBI. She and John were the only 2 trainees in their class from Chicago, and normally, one might have assumed their local connection would foster some camaraderie between them. But in this case, not so much. Because in this case, said former lawyer had been a real pain in the ass. "Ooh, look at me. I'm so smart with my Stanford law degree. I should be teaching these classes instead of sitting here with the rest of you schmucks." All right, maybe she hadn't said those exact words, but that had been the gist of her attitude. She was smart and quick on her feet and a natural at interrogations, and there was no doubt that she'd been the shining star of their training class. And she loved rubbing his face in it every chance she got. Fortunately, That woman was across the country in Los Angeles, undoubtedly impressing the entire office with her wondrous brilliance or whatever. "Any other intel on the new agent?" Ryan asked Brandon. "Like, whether she's single?" "Going straight to that question, are you?" John said to Ryan. "Hey, have pity on those of us who don't already have a gorgeous girlfriend waiting at home," Ryan shot back. "Right." John cleared his throat, adding, "Drop vague hints to co-workers about not seeing Alicia anymore to his mental to-do list." "Did you at least get the new agent's name?" Jin asked. "As a matter of fact, I did. It's—" Brandon trailed off, looking sheepish as their squad leader, Special Agent Reese Gunner, approached the group. "As much as I hate to break up the sewing circle, gentlemen," Gunner said wryly, "Shepard here has a meeting with the SAC to get to." This was news to John. "I do. I just got off the phone with him, and he asked me to send you up." Gunner's gaze settled on John's newly shorn hair, and the corners of his mouth curved. Just when the man bun was starting to grow on me." John looked up at the ceiling, shaking his head. "Seriously, one time." At the end of the hallway on the 12th floor, the assistant to the special agent in charge waved John through from behind her desk. "You can go in. Mr. McCall is expecting you," she said. Nick looked up from his computer when John knocked on the door. "Agent Shepard. Either you made it all the way through selection, in which case, hats off to you, or you flunked out and have been on a very unauthorized vacation these past few days." John took a seat in front of the desk. "If that was a vacation, I really need to find a new travel agent." Nick chuckled. "When do you find out if you made the team?" "A few weeks." During his out briefing, John had learned there were several steps to the decision-making process. If he'd earned the recommendation of the HRT operators, his candidacy would then be passed up the chain for approval by both the Bureau's tactical section and the mid-level leadership selection unit. "And when would you report to NOTS?" NOTS, or New Operator Training School, was the 8-month-long program held every year at Quantico for new HRT recruits. "The Tuesday after Labor Day." Nick nodded. "Then we'll keep you off any long-term investigations until you hear from headquarters. I spoke with Gunner, and he says you have plenty of reports you can catch up with now that you're no longer traveling to Detroit every week." John pictured the huge stack of paperwork waiting on his desk. Probably he'd rather be starved and tortured for another 2 weeks. Nick grinned. "I had a feeling that would be your reaction. So I took the liberty of assigning you to a short-term investigation, assuming you don't mind traveling again." He grabbed a file off his desk and handed it to John. "The Jacksonville office needs 2 Chicago agents to help out with a sting op. This one is a little different from your usual roles." Intrigued by that, John took the file from Nick and opened it. He quickly skimmed the summary provided by the case agents. "A private equity investor? That is a new one for me. I figured we should let you have a little fun, seeing how this could be your last undercover assignment." Last undercover assignment. The words were a little bittersweet. "I see the sting op calls for 2 investors," John said. "You'll be partnered with an agent from the Public Corruption Squad. She's new. Just transferred in yesterday." Nick checked his watch. "She should be here any moment, actually. I asked her to meet us this morning, so we could go over the details of the assignment." Interesting. The new agent. Meaning, presumably, the new cute agent. John could only imagine the looks on his squad mates' faces when they heard about this. "Where'd she transfer from?" he asked conversationally. "Los Angeles, but like you, Chicago is her hometown, which makes you both perfect for this job. Without even faking it, you two can wax poetic about deep dish pizza, why the Cubs are America's team, and how putting ketchup on a hot dog should be a federal offense. Hell yes, it should be. But John was focused on something else his boss had just said. She worked in the L.A. office for the last 6 years. Nick cocked his head. That puts her right around your year, doesn't it? Oh, indeed it did. Which meant this was all either one hell of a coincidence, or John was about to come face to face with the one person who'd not only managed to get under his skin at the academy, but also succeeded in making him look like a total jackass. Purposely. Nick looked over at the doorway and smiled. Ah, perfect timing. We were just talking about you. Agent Harlow, I'd like you to meet Special Agent John Shepard, your fellow shady Chicago business entrepreneur. John closed his eyes momentarily, then stood up and turned around. There she was, standing in the doorway with her tailored gray pantsuit and heels, looking sleek and stylish and so perfectly white-collar crime-esque. Her hair was different, he noticed, still a warm blonde, but instead of the long ponytails she'd favored at the academy, it now fell to her shoulders in a straight, sophisticated cut. "John," she said, her light blue eyes widening in surprise. "Hello, Jessica." Nearly 15,000 special agents in the FBI, spread throughout the United States in 56 field offices, and she had to show up in Chicago for what was quite possibly his last undercover assignment, as his new partner. And here he'd thought HRT tryouts had been hell. 4. John Shepard. Admittedly, Jessica was caught off guard at the sight of him in her new boss's office. For one thing, he was supposed to be in Quantico, already part of the hostage rescue team, and at this very moment engaged in a live-fire close-quarter battle exercise, or scaling a burning 10-story building, probably while inverted and holding onto the bricks only by his pinky toes, just for extra kicks. And for another thing, wow, he looked different from the last time she'd seen him. 6 years ago, John Shepard had shown up at the FBI Academy looking every bit the former Army Ranger, with military short hair, cobalt blue eyes, and 6 feet 4 inches of ripped muscles. He'd had the kind of clean-cut, all-American good looks that belonged on a Wheaties box. But the man standing before her seemed grittier. Gone was the buzz cut. Instead, he wore his deep gold hair in a semi-unkempt, textured style that was a bit longer and choppier. Also gone, apparently, was his razor, at least judging from the week's growth of scruff along his strong jawline. No tie, she noticed, and an open-necked shirt underneath his suit jacket. Technically, both were violations of the FBI dress code. Just saying. "Isn't this a coincidence?" she said, recovering from her surprise and putting on a smile for the benefit of her new boss as she walked into the office. From behind his desk, Nick pointed between her and John. "Do you two know each other?" "Jessica and I were in the same class at the academy," John explained. From the easygoing nature of his tone, he too didn't intend to let the SAC in on their little personality clash. "Funny. Small world, huh?" Nick asked. "It sure is," John said. "You can say that again," Jessica agreed, at the same time. They looked at each other and chuckled, as if this were all just so funny. Ha ha ha, good times. Yeah, it would be a miracle if they made it through this assignment without throttling each other. "So," Nick said, clapping his hands, "since you two are already acquainted, I think we can just dive right in. Jessica, if you've had a chance to review the case file, why don't you bring John up to speed?" "Of course." She refocused her less than equanimous feelings for the person sitting next to her, and got down to the task at hand. She was a professional, after all, and an experienced undercover agent to boot. She could fake playing nice with the best of them, although she noted, for the record, that this dirty, hot, I hang with unsavory types look John had going on hardly screamed private equity investor. And she also noted, for the record, that she was glad there was not, in fact, an actual record of her thinking of John Shepherd as dirty hot. Moving on. The target is Patrick Blair, mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, she began. The son of a high school teacher and a Navy lieutenant, Blair attended law school at the University of Florida, and at age 26 became the youngest city council member in Jacksonville history. The report the case agents sent over didn't include a photograph, so I snagged one off the internet this morning. She handed one over to John. A copy for your convenience, Agent Shepherd. In response to her sweet tone, he threw her a look so dark and scowly she expected to hear an ominous boom of thunder outside. Trust me, big guy, the feeling's mutual. 4 years later, Blair ran for mayor and lost by only 3,000 votes to a retired judge running on a nonpartisan ballot, she continued. He then ran again in the next election with a campaign that emphasized his experience on the council and focused on Jacksonville's economic growth. He won that race, becoming the second youngest mayor of a top 20 U.S. city. His popularity continued to rise, particularly after he sponsored legislation designed to revitalize key neighborhoods through investment by the private sector. And earlier this year, he was re-elected to a second term by a whopping 85% of the vote. By all accounts, he's quite charismatic and is especially popular among female voters. Jessica smiled. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that he's single and was recently included in People magazine's Sexiest Politicians Alive edition. John snorted, flipping through the file on his lap. So what's the catch? The catch is that Jacksonville's golden boy is running a side business, taking bribes in exchange for political favors, she said. The investigation started 18 months ago, after a local lobbyist approached agents in the Jacksonville office with a tip that another lobbyist, Anthony Morano, was arranging bribes for the mayor. The tip turned out to be a good one, and after 2 agents visited Morano at home and had a chat with him about the advantages of cooperating with the FBI when one has been caught conspiring to engage in honest services fraud, he flipped on Blair and agreed to wear a wire. Through that, the Jacksonville agents learned that Blair has several real estate developers lining his pockets. And we're not talking penny ante stuff here. These guys are paying Blair upwards of $50,000 a pop in exchange for his assistance with various zoning and permit issues. It's a nice little arrangement. For the right price, Blair makes a few phone calls to his friends on the city's land use committee and voila. All the red tape and delays the developer would normally face magically disappear. Is there any evidence these other city officials are on the take? John asked, his eyes meeting Jessica's. She paused, flashing back 6 years to the many times she'd seen that focused, determined gleam in his blue eyes, except around her, that look typically had been accompanied by an irritated tightening of his jaw. Ah, yes, there it was. That was one of the questions I asked Agent Levitt in Jacksonville when I called this morning to introduce myself, Jessica said. He says that, to their knowledge, Blair's the only crooked one of the bunch. There's no evidence that the other city officials are aware he's making money off this scheme. From their perspective, they're just helping out the mayor when he asks for a favor, basically being politicians. Do they have an estimate of how much bribe money Blair has raked in so far? Nick asked Jessica. Around $500,000. But the one concern the U.S. Attorney's Office raised as a potential trial issue is the fact that, so far, all the individuals with first-hand knowledge of the bribes, Murano, plus the developers who've paid Blair off, are part of the scheme themselves. Once the arrests are made, we know how this will shake out. These guys will all turn on Blair in exchange for a deal, which, while helpful, also leaves them open to impeachment on cross-examination that they're just saying what the government wants in order to save their own skins. An issue that's far less of a concern if the U.S. Attorney's Office also has testimony against Blair by 2 undercover agents with first-hand knowledge of the scheme, Nick said. Cue the 2 shady Chicago business entrepreneurs, John said. Exactly. The specifics of the assignment are all there, Jessica said, pointing to the file John held. You and I will pose as partners from a successful Chicago-based private equity firm interested in opening a restaurant in Jacksonville. Murano will set up a meeting with the mayor under the guise that we'd like to discuss a few zoning and permitting issues with a property we have our eye on for the project. Then we go from there. Nick rested his forearms on the desk. I've already informed the Jacksonville office of your potential time restrictions, he told John. They've assured me that you and Jessica will be able to wrap this up in a handful of trips. Frankly, either Blair takes the bait or he doesn't. I'll get started on my undercover legend right away, John said. Good, Nick grinned. By the way, when I spoke to the SAC down in Jacksonville, he mentioned that, as part of your cover, they're going to put you up at some swanky hotel on Ponte Vedra Beach. So when you 2 are drinking Mai Tais by the ocean and swapping stories about the good old days at the academy, don't forget who you can thank for this assignment. Jessica and John laughed along as if that were just so darn hilarious. Ha ha, chuckle, chuckle, the good old days at the academy. Yeah, they were so screwed. 5. John left the SAC's office alone, seizing the opportunity to make his escape when Nick held Jessica back to ask how her first day had gone. He headed straight for the elevators and jabbed at the down button a little harder than necessary. Staring at the closed elevator doors, he mimicked her confident voice in his head. That was one of the questions I asked Agent Levitt in Jacksonville when I called this morning to introduce myself. Of course she'd already taken charge and called the Jacksonville agents to introduce herself. And of course she already knew the case backward and forward, despite the fact that she'd worked in the Chicago office for all of about, 5 damn minutes. That was Jessica Harlow doing her Jessica Harlow thing because she put the special in special agent. Sure. Shepard? Speak of the devil. Steeling himself, he turned around and smiled as she approached. Yes, Agent Harlow. How can I be of service? In response to his dry tone, she threw him a glare so cold it could have frozen all 9 circles of Dante's hell. Fittingly, just 9 of the many places he would rather be than stuck working with her on this investigation. Look, I'm not thrilled about this either. Keeping her voice low, she came to a stop next to him at the elevator bank. I thought you were supposed to be on the hostage rescue team already. And I thought you were supposed to be in L.A. There was a quick flash in her eyes before she shrugged off his question. Change of plans. The elevator arrived at their floor, and they both stepped inside. She hit the button for the 7th floor, where the Public Corruption Squad was located. Standing on the opposite side, he pressed the button for floor 5. They faced off as the doors shut. She folded her arms across her chest and studied him with those crystalline blue eyes that could so cleverly mask her emotions, as he knew well. We're going to have to figure this out, she said. We're supposed to be business partners in this. Thank you, yes. Being a professional, he was aware of that. He took a step closer. It's called undercover work, Harlow. If I can pretend to be a gun-buying, murder-for-hire thug, I think I can handle playing some rich investor type who wants to skirt a few measly zoning laws. Even a rich investor type who was apparently masochistic enough to get in bed with the likes of her. Professionally speaking. Measly zoning laws, she repeated. Ooh, now he'd gone and pissed her off. How nice it was, really, that they could pick up like this, right where they'd left off. She drew in closer, tilting her head back to meet his gaze. He was over a foot taller than her, although he noticed that she was heightening a bit with those expensive-looking 3-inch heels she wore. Our target in this investigation is the mayor of the 13th largest city in the United States. That's a pretty big deal in my book. She gestured to his facial scruff and hair, and while I appreciate that this Sons of Anarchy motif you've got going might ingratiate you with the gun-buying, murder-for-hire, organized crime thugs of the world, that's not quite going to fly with this sting operation. 13th largest city in the United States, he scoffed. Just how many hours did you spend reviewing the case files last night? She smiled sweetly as the elevator arrived at her floor. Enough to get the jump on you. Then the doors sprang open, and she gave him a friendly wave, once again stepping into the role of Ms. Congeniality. So glad we got to catch up like this, Agent Shepard. We'll talk again soon. He watched her stride confidently down the hallway as the elevator doors closed between them. Enough to get the jump on you. Not for long, sweetheart. Time for him to get cracking on that case file. The Ponte Vedra Inn and Club? Sounds nice, Tara said from the living room. Do they have a spa? In the bedroom, Jessica looked herself over in the mirror attached to her closet door. They do, but I doubt I'll get to use it. Hey, if you're supposed to be a successful businesswoman, then I say you get to do it up, Tara called back. Tempting, although Jessica doubted the old, but my character needed a warm bamboo massage excuse would fly with the Bureau's bean counters in Pocatello, Idaho, where the finance division responsible for travel reimbursements was located. And now that she was single again and living on a government salary, trips to a 5-star resort spa weren't exactly in her personal budget. She paused while looking into the mirror, suddenly remembering her 29th birthday, when Alex had arranged for her to have a whole day of services at a Beverly Hills day spa. They'd just gotten married and were still very much in the honeymoon phase, and when she'd come home 8 hours later, he'd acted like she'd been gone for 8 weeks instead. With a hungry gleam in his eyes, he'd greeted her at the door with 2 glasses of sparkling wine and then had proceeded to strip off her... Well, anyway, no use crying over spilled Prosecco. Taking a deep breath, she put on a smile and headed into the living room. So, first impressions are key with these undercover ops. With that in mind, does this outfit say private equity director to you? While holding her glass of wine, Tara took in Jessica's tan skirt suit and cream short-sleeve sweater. Honey, that outfit doesn't say much of anything. More like it politely whispers, "Hi, I'm boring." She cocked her head. And possibly a little sexually frustrated? Jessica gave her a look. Ha ha. Although that last part wasn't entirely off the mark. Remember, these are business meetings I'm going to. Yeah, but suits like that are for lawyers and accountants. If you're supposed to be an entrepreneur, you need something that's professional, but with a little more flash. Fair enough. Hold on, I think I know just the thing. Jessica headed back into her bedroom. Probably she was overanalyzing her wardrobe choices for this Jacksonville assignment. It was doubtful, particularly in a group of men, that anyone would notice if her character was dressed more conservatively than was the norm in the private equity world. But when it came to undercover work, she was something of a perfectionist, even with the smallest details. If she knew something was off, it didn't matter whether anyone else noticed. "Lucky you to be assigned such a fun investigation in your first week," Tara said from the living room. "Sounds like the Chicago FBI crew has welcomed you with open arms." An image of John's scowling expression popped into her head. "It's called undercover work, Harlow." "No shit, Sherlock." "Most of them, anyway," she grumbled. As she was belting her jacket, Tara popped her head in the doorway and nodded approvingly at the black, slim-fit suit and fuchsia silk sleeveless top Jessica had changed into. "Now that I like. I got it on sale at Saks." The three-quarter-length sleeves of the jacket and skinny fuchsia belt were too trendy for her to wear to work, but she'd picked it up for social events, since it was one of those rare outfits that covered her pistol and was actually cute. Tara took a seat on the bed. "Why did you say most of the Chicago office has welcomed you? Did something happen?" Jessica yanked the skinny belt out of its loops as she started to undress. Something had happened, all right. Or better yet, someone. "It's not a big deal. Just this guy from my class at the academy who hates me, which is fine, since I'm not his biggest fan either." "A guy from the academy?" Tara cocked her head. "You mean John Shepard?" Jessica pulled back in surprise. "How do you know his name?" Because you talked about him in quite a few emails you sent me while you were training." "Quite a few?" Jessica scoffed, thinking that was definitely an exaggeration. "I mean, I suppose I might have mentioned him offhandedly once or twice." "Former Army Ranger, right? From Chicago, you said? Blonde hair, blue-eyed, built like Thor." "Great, so you're familiar," Jessica cut in brightly, figuring they were getting a little off track here. "The point is, he's back. Well, technically, I'm the one who's back, but regardless, he works in the Chicago office now, and as luck would have it, and by luck, she meant a cruel, evil twist of fate, he's my partner in this undercover assignment." Tara's eyes widened. "Really?" She started laughing. "How's that going to work?" "I'll let you know as soon as I figure it out myself," Jessica muttered, as her cell phone chimed with a new text message. She walked over to the nightstand, picked up her phone, and saw that the message was from her brother, Finn. "You do not want to date a surgeon. Huge egos." Her sister Maya, also included in the group message, responded almost immediately. "Your guy drives a Maserati. Yeah, he's real salt of the earth." Jessica set her phone back down on the nightstand. Her two older siblings had been going back and forth like this all day, and while she normally was happy to join in the fray, on this particular subject she'd been adopting more of a keep quiet and run for cover approach. "Maya and Finn are fighting over which of them gets to set me up on a blind date." Tara took a sip of her wine. "And how do you feel about that?" After 32 years, I'm used to all the bickering between those two. I think it's a twin thing." Tara looked at her over her glass. "I meant, how do you feel about going on a date?" Yes, Jessica got that. She'd just been going for a little humor. A deflection tool, her psychologist mother would say, along with her tendency to get a wee bit sarcastic when feeling defensive. "The divorce is final, so I guess it's time to get back out there." "Slowly get out there," she emphasized in her head, while taking a seat on the bed next to Tara. "But a setup with one of these alleged Mr. Perfects my brother and sister want me to meet seems so official." She jokingly rolled her eyes. "Plus, what if I actually like one of the guys? For the rest of my life, I'd have to live with the acknowledgement that either Finn or Maya was right." "Sweetie," You're deflecting again. I know, Mom. Thanks. You already know what I'm going to tell you, Tara said. The hell with Mr. Perfect. You should be having fun right now with some hot Mr. Wrong that you will shamelessly use for dirty, no-strings-attached rebound sex until you both realize your time together has run its course and part ways on guilt-free, wholly amicable terms. This actually happens? Jessica asked. I've been told in theory this can happen. With a smile, Tara reached over and squeezed Jessica's hand. So we'll take this in baby steps. We'll set you up on Tinder, you'll start with a few coffee dates, maybe drinks, and you'll go from there. It'll be good to get back out there, right? Actually, Jessica was starting to feel a little pumped. Maybe this could be fun. She'd never really played the field much, so this was her chance to live it up, enjoy her new single status, and get back into the proverbial saddle again. Besides, after the last 6 months spent feeling guilty, hurt, and wondering where her marriage had gone wrong, she could use a little fun in her life. Yes, I like this plan, she told Tara. But there's just one thing. I can't be on Tinder while working undercover, or Match, or anything like that. It'd be too risky to have my photo up on one of those sites with my real name. Tara blinked. Right. Of course, she sat back. No online dating, then. Huh. When she said nothing further, looking perplexed, Jessica laughed. Oh, come on. Dating can't have changed that much in the last 4 years. I mean, people do still meet each other without the help of dating websites and social discovery apps, right? Tara nodded slowly. Sure, I've been told that can happen. In theory. So not an encouraging response. After Tara left, Jessica changed into her pajamas and settled in for some fine dining in front of the television. A bowl of Rice Krispies, and the last glass of her screw it, I'm officially a divorcee wine. Remembering that she'd muted her phone with all the text messages flying between her brother and sister. My guy runs marathons. My guy is a wine collector. She switched off the Do Not Disturb and saw that she had a few new emails, including one from Special Agent John Shepard that was all of 4 words. We need a website. Interesting. Seemingly, a certain somebody was working late, reviewing the case file. Correct her if she was wrong, but hadn't that certain somebody just made fun of her this morning for doing the same thing? She immediately wrote him back. I took the liberty of setting up a meeting with the stagehand guys for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Hope that works with your schedule. Radio silence. Shrugging off his failure to respond, she set her phone down, picked up her bowl of Rice Krispies, and tried to relax as she watched TV. But she found herself thinking back to something Tara had asked her earlier. Remind me, why didn't you and John get along at the academy? Tara had frowned, trying to remember. Long story, Jessica had grumbled. A story, one might say, about a valiant underdog heroine fighting to prove herself in the dog-eat-dog world of the FBI Academy, while being continually challenged by a smug, uber-athletic ex-ranger villain who thrived on getting on her nerves every step along the way. At least, that was mostly how she remembered it. 6. She said. 6 years ago, Jessica had arrived at the academy in Quantico feeling proud and excited, but also incredibly nervous. The FBI campus was located on a Marine Corps base, and that first time she'd driven through the double security gates and heard the sounds of gunfire in the distance and spotted a military helicopter flying overhead, there'd been a split second when she'd thought, what have I gotten myself into? Shortly after arriving, She'd learned that she was one of only 2 women in a class of 41 agent trainees. On top of that, because she'd applied immediately after graduating from Stanford Law via the FBI's law entry program, and thus had bypassed the minimum requirement of 3 years' work experience, at 26, she was the youngest member of her class. "You're a woman, you're fresh out of some fancy Ivy League law school with only a year's worth of job experience, and you're short." In their final meeting before she'd left for Quantico, her recruiter, Special Agent Stan Ross, had ticked off these characteristics on his fingers, looking particularly peevish about the last one. "Not to mention, you look like you just stepped out of a shampoo commercial with all this flowy hair." She'd smiled because, in the 11 months she'd known Ross, that might have been the closest thing to a compliment he'd ever said to her. He'd given her one of his trademark, "I am a year from retirement and stopped suffering fools decades ago" looks, and she'd quickly dropped the smile. Right. Thou shalt not preen in the FBI. "There are going to be people who won't want to take you seriously. People who see a pretty young blonde and make assumptions," he'd continued. "So you make them take you seriously. Don't give them any reason to doubt you in the academy. You go in there, Harlow, and you'd goddamn better show them what you're made of. You do that, and you'll be fine. More than fine, actually." Shockingly, then his mouth had curved in a smile. She hadn't been aware those muscles on his face even worked, as he'd held out his hand to shake hers in goodbye. "Welcome to the FBI, Jessica. Now go give 'em hell." That first day at the academy, the trainees gathered in an auditorium-style classroom, all dressed in dark business suits. The instructors told them to introduce themselves, talk about their backgrounds, and describe why they wanted to work for the FBI. It was a chance for the trainees to size one another up, and Jessica had been relieved to see that all of them seemed a little nervous and unsure of what to expect. All of them except one. She'd noticed John right away. Hell, they'd all noticed him right away. Taller and more built than anyone in their class, he was in a league of his own with his broad-shouldered physique and military short haircut. Unlike the rest of them, who were simply praying they didn't get messed with too much on the first day, he looked confident and calm and ready for anything. And for some reason, he kept looking at her. Jessica first noticed it when it was her turn to introduce herself. As she stood before the rest of their class and talked about leaving her job as a lawyer to pursue a career with the FBI, out of the corner of her eye, she could see John watching her closely. Afterward, as they were being led on a tour of the campus, he approached her. "Chicago, huh?" John winked and leaned in closer. "We should team up, Harlow. I say we take down the 3 trainees from New York first." It was a joke. She knew that. And actually, one of the trainees from New York was some blowhard linguistics PhD who'd bragged about how he spoke 15 obscure languages or something, and frankly she wouldn't mind taking him down a notch or 2 in the spirit of healthy competition. But she also remembered what Ross had said. "There are going to be people who won't want to take you seriously." And she was hyper-aware of the fact that, at that very moment, she and John were surrounded by their instructors and classmates, several of whom seemed to be watching them curiously. She didn't want to be rude to John, at least at that point she hadn't, but between the looks and the wink and this teasing whisper in her ear, she felt she needed to get something straight. As one of only 2 women in the class, she had zero interest in starting off her first day by giving people a reason to gossip about the fact that she and the incredibly hot former Ranger trainee appeared to be getting chummy. So she gave John a neutral but polite response, and then she walked away and began chatting up the other female trainee. Safety in numbers, she figured. After that first introductory day, She and the other trainees were tossed into the proverbial fire. The program consisted of over 800 hours of training, divided across 4 areas of concentration: academics, firearms, case exercises, and operational skills. Trainees, who were evaluated throughout the 21 weeks, were required to successfully complete all 4 parts of the program in order to graduate. Awards were given to the trainees who scored the highest in academics, physical fitness, and firearms. No doubt, Jessica's strength was the classroom academics portion. As an attorney, she came into the academy well-versed in the fundamentals of law and ethics, and the advanced trial advocacy workshop she'd taken at Stanford, plus the year she'd spent at her firm, gave her a further leg up in interviewing techniques. As it turned out, she was also pretty darn good at the practical exercises. She felt a rush of adrenaline every time she was handed a new case scenario, mock investigations that she and the other trainees worked from the initial tip all the way through the arrests. Most of the investigations took place at Hogan's Alley, the FBI Academy's mock town that had a hotel, deli, pool hall, post office, several shops, a bank that was robbed twice a week, and a whole cast of professional actors playing criminals, witnesses, and bystanders. Yes, the case scenarios were often stressful, and yes, occasionally trainees got injured, like the time Jessica learned the hard way, after taking a sharp elbow to the ribs, that some of the actors were told to be difficult and resist arrest in order to make the situation even more realistic. But despite all that, there was just something about being in the field and working an investigation that felt natural to her. Not quite as natural to her, on the other hand, was the more physical half of the program, specifically firearms techniques and operational skills. In those 2 areas, she had to work her butt off just to stay in the game. If she had to put her finger on it, she'd say that was where the issues between John and her started, during their physical fitness training. Their PT instructors, aka sadists dressed in khaki pants and black FBI polos, were charged with the task of getting them into fit enough condition to A, pass the physical fitness test required of all trainees, and B, withstand the physical rigors of being a special agent. It was about as much fun as it sounded. While being lectured and yelled at, Jessica and her classmates did sprints, long-distance runs, push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. They also boxed, learned ground fighting techniques, and ran the Yellow Brick Road, a 6-mile Marine Corps obstacle course over hilly, wooded terrain, where trainees climbed walls, scaled rock faces, crawled under barbed wire through the mud, and maneuvered across a cargo net. Prior to showing up at the academy, Jessica had run and practiced yoga regularly, and she'd considered herself to be in good physical condition. But the fitness training at Quantico was on a whole different level from any kind of exercising she'd done before. On top of that, everyone in her class was in good physical shape, or better, which meant, at 5 feet 3 inches, she was at a comparative disadvantage as the shortest and smallest among them. She wouldn't lie. A lot of those days in those first few weeks were hard, really hard. She would go to bed sore, bruised, and frustrated with herself that she'd finished last once again in some race or sprint, or had been taken down easily in yet another ground fight against one of her fellow trainees. Because of that, it got a little irksome sometimes to see how easy it all was for John. Here she was, constantly pushing herself and considering it a victory if she finished only second to last in a physical challenge, while he aced every race, drill, and competition without even breaking a sweat. Which would be all well and good. Hey, more power to him. If the guy hadn't been so irritatingly up in her business about the whole thing. Take, for example, the first time they ran the yellow brick road together. It was only their second week of training, and they'd been assigned to the same 4-person team in a timed competition. So here she was, running up and down rocky terrain, slogging through mud, jumping over fences, and sloshing through cold, dirty creek water, all the while hoping that her stupid tampon wasn't leaking, since for extra fun she'd gotten her period that day. And the entire time, all she could hear was John's deep, rich voice shouting at her, "Let's go, Harlow! Step it up, Harlow! Grab the rope, Harlow! Pick yourself up, Harlow! Now move, move, move!" For Pete's sake, she was perfectly aware that she was bringing up the rear on their team. Did the man really have to keep announcing it to the whole forest? Needless to say, by the time they got to the cargo net, she'd been feeling a little testy. "Maybe you'd rather just tie a rope around my waist and drag me the rest of the way?" Unfortunately, the sting of her sarcasm was lessened by the fact that she was panting so hard she barely got the words out. Not even winded, John shrugged matter-of-factly. "I was going to suggest throwing you over my shoulder, but if bondage is your thing, Harlow, I'm fine with Plan B." Ha ha, wasn't he such a riot? She'd glared at him while climbing onto the cargo net. "Try doing this with cramps, buddy, and then we'll see who's so tough." And then she'd dug even deeper to finish the course as strong as possible. Or take another example. That time in their 4th week, when John had decided to single her out in front of their entire class during a physical fitness training session. Their instructor had been pulled out of the session to take an emergency phone call, so he'd asked John to supervise the sit-ups drill in his place. And man, had John ever eaten that up with a spoon. "Get your back perpendicular to the ground, Harlow, otherwise the repetition doesn't count. And stop moving those hips," he'd barked, walking by her. She'd shot him a dirty look because, really, was that necessary? She already had a whole slew of instructors telling her everything she was doing wrong. She could do without his voice chiming into the chorus. Ultimately, though, it was the firing range where the low, simmering tension between them heated up into a full-fledged boil. She didn't start out completely inexperienced with guns. In preparation for the academy, she'd taken a class at a shooting range outside Chicago, as well as some individual lessons. But she certainly wasn't the best shooter at the beginning of the program. Heck, she probably wasn't even in the top 10. And their instructors made it clear that the firearms portion was where the vast majority of trainees flunked out. No pressure there. Her class was at an outdoor shooting range that day, all of them positioned side by side in a line as they fired at targets 15 yards away. By happenstance, she stood next to John, and for whatever reason, she was having a particularly tough time hitting the target that afternoon. Probably she was exhausted, and on top of that, her increasing frustration wasn't helping her accuracy. As she was reloading her Glock, she heard John's voice from her left. "You're anticipating the blast and flinching when the shot fires. Plus, your stance is wrong," he said matter-of-factly. "Gee, thanks for the tip." She slapped the magazine into place, thinking she'd just ignore him and talk to an instructor after the session, when John suddenly moved in close. Real close. He rested his hand on her shoulder. "Spread your legs and lean into it," he said, standing behind her. When the trainee on her right, the blowhard Ph.D. from New York, snickered at John's words, Jessica blushed. Great. Now this was all she'd needed today. Feeling oddly unsettled by the weight of John's palm on her skin, she jerked away from him. "Hey, easy there, big guy." John pulled back, as if surprised by her tone, and then his expression hardened. "Don't flatter yourself, Harlow," he said. "I was just trying to help. But if you want to keep on sucking at this, hey, that's your prerogative." Jessica blinked. Right. Not wanting to make a further scene, She forced herself to maintain a cool expression as John returned to his spot. Without batting an eye, he fired off 6 rounds that hit the dead center of his target. "Oh, I bet he'd like for you to keep on sucking," the blowhard PhD said, with a smirk. Not at all in the mood, Jessica simply stared until the other trainee cleared his throat and went back to his own business. She looked down at her gun, needing just one moment to shake off John's comment. Then she picked her head up, raised her Glock, and aimed for the target. When she fired, she felt a surge of adrenaline mix with her anger. And in that moment, something changed. Over the last few weeks, she'd felt continually frustrated with herself for her performance in the physical challenges. But now, for the first time since she'd arrived at Quantico, she felt something beyond frustration. She was pissed off. John Shepard thought she sucked, did he? Well, she might not have been built like a Viking god with those stupid big biceps and dumb washboard abs and his pec muscles that looked sculpted out of rock, but she did not suck. She was smart, decisive, and cool-headed in a crisis, and she knew how to work information out of witnesses and suspects so that they never even realized they were being worked. So the hell with John Shepard. She knew she was good, and she also knew how much she wanted this, and she planned to prove just that. From that point forward, she kicked it into high gear and stopped wallowing in her frustrations. Yes, she wasn't where she needed to be with her firearms skills. Fortunately, there was something she could do about that. The FBI Academy had 9 shooting ranges and a whole team of firearms instructors who were more than happy to work with any trainee who wanted to get in extra time on the range. "Just tell me when and I'll be there," her instructor, Agent Bolinsky, had said without hesitation when she dropped by his office to ask about additional practice. "Hell, I'll keep the place open all night if you want." Then he'd cocked his head. "For starters, we should work on your stance. You need to spread your legs and lean into it more." So she kept hearing. For the next several weeks, instead of grabbing a drink with her classmates at the boardroom, the bar on the 2nd floor of the Academy's main building that was essentially a cafeteria that sold beer, she spent most of her evenings on the firing range. She fixed her stance, got comfortable with shotguns and carbines in addition to pistols, and after learning how to shoot off the reset, significantly improved her accuracy. And all the practice paid off. Not to toot her own horn, but by the midpoint of the course, she would dare say she was among the top 5 shooters in her class. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who was best. Determined though she may have been, she was also realistic. There was no way she was ever going to shoot better than John, who'd been training with every kind of firearm under the sun for years. Which meant that if she wanted to kick his ass at something, and oh, did she ever for that "if you want to keep on sucking" comment, she'd have to do it another way. Specifically, in classroom academics and the case exercises. In terms of the case exercises, the real-life scenarios they ran through at Hogan's Alley were primarily about controlling the situation and not letting it escalate into violence. And as it so happened, that was something for which she apparently had a knack. "Shepard, you're supposed to be politely escorting the guy out of the bar to answer a few questions, not going into the damn place with guns blazing like he's Bin Laden holed up in a Pakistani compound," their instructor had shouted, after one such exercise had ended with half the bar's mock patrons lying face down against the pavement, bewildered and with hands cuffed behind their backs, because somebody had apparently gotten a little fresh with John. "Shadow Harlow this next time," the instructor had barked at him. "Watch how she handles the same scenario." Seeing the look on John's face after that instruction very well might have been Jessica's favorite moment of the entire 21 weeks. In the classroom, they studied law, forensic and behavioral sciences, ethics, and advanced interrogation techniques, and learned the skill every special agent most needed to master: report writing. Relatively fresh out of law school, Jessica fell easily back into the classroom routine, and even tutored a handful of her fellow trainees who felt less confident with some of the material. Not that John was any slouch when it came to academics. As much as it killed her to admit it, the guy was smart. He picked up new material quickly, and he obviously put in a good amount of study time. So she, in turn, put in more study time. It wasn't only about competing with John, although this was not an unwelcome side benefit. Rather, it was about proving something to herself and highlighting her strengths to her instructors. Yes, as the weeks progressed, she grew stronger and quicker and improved in the physical challenges, but so did everyone else in her class, which meant, as the shortest and skinniest kid on the block, comparatively speaking, she remained near the bottom of the pack on that front. She needed something to balance that out. There was no award for high marks in operational skills, and John was already a shoo-in for the high mark in firearms, which meant that her only shot at finishing first was in academics. And if John Shepard thought she was going to let him walk away with a trifecta of all high marks in their class, he had another think coming. She would take that man down in the classroom, even if it meant she had to duct tape her eyeballs open at night to keep studying. And so it went for their remaining weeks at the academy. Since neither she nor John wanted to get a reputation of not being team players, they kept their mutual dislike just between them, feigning politeness when others were around, and even working well together when required to do so. On the sly, however, they traded insults and jabs every chance they got, and there were indeed plenty of chances. As part of the same class, she and John ate together, trained together, and even slept in rooms right down the hall from one another. It was like she could never escape the guy. They would be in a classroom or at the shooting range, and there would be 39 other trainees present, and still she'd be just so aware of him. 17 weeks into the academy, it all came to a head. Their class was in the gym, waiting to be paired up for their next fight. At the start of the academy, they'd been informed that each trainee would spar against everyone else at some point. So Jessica had always known that she'd have to face John on the mat eventually, but nevertheless there'd been this teeny-tiny part of her that had hoped the instructors would just overlook that, since John so obviously outmatched her. That hope died a quick death on a sunny Friday afternoon. "Shepard, you're up. And you too, Harlow," their defensive tactics instructor ordered them. Jessica's heart began to pound, and so help her if she didn't nearly lose her lunch right there. Her fighting skills had improved since joining the academy, and she was scrappy enough to have almost beaten a few of the shorter and lighter male trainees. But John Shepard? She'd seen him fight many times, and the raw power and strength behind his punches, combined with the way his hands and feet worked together in graceful fluidity, was truly impressive. And that was despite the fact that he obviously held back in his matches, since in a real-life scenario, the guy could probably kill them all with his bare hands if he wanted to, undoubtedly while inflicting a whole world of hurt along the way. And now she had to face him one-on-one, the person he disliked most in their class. She so was toast. Quietly taking a deep breath, she headed over to the mat where their instructor waited. He reminded her and John of the rules as they strapped on their grappling gloves, headgear, and mouth guards. No hits to the groin area or other dirty moves, and the fight would end as soon as one of them tapped out. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the other trainees gathering around to watch, probably taking bets on how many fleeting seconds it would take for John to get her down to the ground and trapped in a hold. Then the instructor blew his whistle. John came charging straight for her, all 6 feet, 4 inches, and 215 pounds of solid muscle. Oh, shit. And she put up her gloves, thinking that everyone had better start betting in nanoseconds instead. But when John got within arm's reach, he slowed down and started circling around her, moving lightly on his feet. He was fully aware he'd just scared the crap out of her, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners as he waited for her to make the first move. And that was when Jessica realized something. He was toying with her. And just like that, a fire lit inside her. Yes, she had no hope of winning this fight. Between John's training and the fact that he had a full foot and over 100 pounds on her, this was a foregone conclusion. But if he wanted to be cocky and dance around the mat like a cat playing with a mouse before swallowing it whole, perhaps she could work with that. Her eyes met his, and she quickly devised a plan. Game on, John Shepherd. Jessica's phone buzzed with a new email message, abruptly snapping her back to the present. Realizing that she'd been sitting there on the couch with a bowl of now soggy Rice Krispies, she shook off the memory and checked her phone. Another email from John. You can cancel tomorrow's meeting with the stagehand guys. The Jacksonville agents already took care of the website. All they need is a photo from each of us. She frowned, surprised by this information. When did you talk to the Jax agents? His reply came moments later. Just a few minutes ago. I called Agent Levitt on his cell phone, figuring I should introduce myself too. Jessica rolled her eyes. So that was how it was going to be. John getting all huffy any time she tried to take charge in the case. Well, the guy was just going to have to get used to it. This was a public corruption investigation, not organized crime, and as far as she was concerned, that made her the lead undercover. Her phone chimed again, almost immediately. She picked it up and saw another message from John. By the way, I took the liberty of telling Agent Levitt that we're free to fly down to Jacksonville next Wednesday. Hope that works with your schedule, he added, throwing back her earlier words. Yep. It was going to be a long few weeks. 7. Sunday evening, John headed over to his dad's house for dinner, a weekly tradition that started when he'd first moved back to Chicago. It had been a convenient way for him and his younger brother Nate to check in on their mom without looking like they were checking in on their mom, who'd insisted that she didn't want anyone hovering over her as she went through chemotherapy. Because they knew it was what Barbara Shepherd would have expected of them, John, his brother, and their father had carried on with the tradition after she'd died, at least to the extent that John's travel schedule had allowed. Although admittedly, now the Sunday dinners consisted primarily of takeout, of which his mother most definitely would not have approved, and their table, with its empty seat to John's right, was a little quieter. So, when do you find out if you've made the team? John's dad, Eric, asked. The three of them ate a deep-dish pizza John had picked up on the way over. It was the first time he'd seen his family since he'd been back from Quantico, so he'd told them about the tryouts, the parts he was allowed to talk about anyway. Fascinated by the process, Nate had asked a bunch of questions, but their dad had been oddly quiet. A few weeks, John told him. If I make it, I'd have to be in Quantico by Labor Day. In response, his dad merely grunted and took another bite of pizza. Okay, then. John shot a look across the table at his brother, who shrugged. The three of them ate in silence for several moments, until his dad grabbed another piece of garlic bread from the takeout container in the middle of the table. Just seems like this decision is coming out of the blue. I thought you were enjoying undercover work, he said. I waited 6 years to try out for the team, John said. I wouldn't exactly call that a spur-of-the-moment decision. His father tore off a piece of garlic bread and popped it in his mouth. And back to the silent treatment. Frankly, John had been expecting a much different reaction from his dad, who'd been in the Army, just like him, before joining the Chicago Police Department. Many times over the last 6 years, his father had brought up the subject of the hostage rescue team, bragging to his friends and other family members that John had a standing invitation to try out for the team whenever he wanted. But now that John had actually gone and done just that, his dad's reaction was tepid at best. He shot his brother another look across the table. A little help here? I'm going down in flames. Nate nodded. On it. Did you guys see that the Cubs traded Doyle? About time, their dad said. He's been awful this season. The tension at the table eased as the three of them talked sports, and then his dad asked Nate, who managed a popular Irish pub on the north side of the city, how work was going. Seemingly more relaxed after Nate finished regaling them with this week's edition of crazy bar patron stories, of which he had a seemingly infinite supply, Eric turned back to John. How about you? They got you working on anything interesting these days? Actually, they just put me on a new undercover assignment for one of the white-collar crime squads, John said. White-collar? His dad grinned, resting his arms on the table. Aren't you moving up in the world? What kind of assignment? The former homicide detective in him was always eager to hear about John's investigations. Public corruption. A sting operation being run by another office. My partner and I are playing private equity investors trying to buy our way around a few zoning laws. His dad raised an eyebrow. You have a partner for this? While always protected by a team of backup agents, John typically didn't have a partner in his undercover roles. It was difficult enough for one agent to infiltrate an organized crime ring, let alone two. But things worked differently in the white-collar world. The case agents thought it would be more realistic if there were two of us, and John agreed with that assessment. Rarely did these private equity types work alone on an investment project, and in a case like this, they would be particularly inclined to put on a big show with the mayor in order to underscore how important it was that the real estate issues they faced be resolved favorably. So this new partner of yours, what's he like? His dad asked. An image of Jessica popped into John's head, of her in that gray tailored pantsuit she'd been wearing the other day when they'd met in Nick's office. They hadn't seen each other since, both of them opting instead to correspond by email if there was something they needed to discuss about the case. For the most part, however, everything was being handled by the case agents in Jacksonville. As long as both he and Jessica were prepared for their undercover roles, there really wasn't too much they needed to say to one another, which suited him just fine. She is new to the office. She just transferred here from Los Angeles. Most unfortunately, John silently added, taking a sip of his beer. His dad waited for more. And does she have a name? John had a few nicknames for her, all right, but none that would be appropriate to share with his father. Jessica Harlow. Across the table, Nate cocked his head. Jessica Harlow. Why does that name sound familiar? John shifted uncomfortably in his chair. It's probably just one of those names that has a ring to it. Nate didn't look entirely convinced. Maybe. His dad gestured impatiently. Come on, this is a big deal. It's been a while since you've had a partner. Tell us more about her. Really, John would rather not. Having a partner is different in the FBI, Dad. It's not like you and Uncle Don. His Uncle Don had been his father's partner on the Chicago police force for years. They were godfathers to each other's kids, had taken yearly family vacations together, and to this day still hung out every Friday night at the local tavern. In the FBI, however, being partners with someone was a looser, less formalized concept. Young agents new to the office would be paired up with a more senior agent for training purposes, and, obviously, there were times when two agents worked as a team on a particular investigation. But those were typically short-term arrangements, not the kind of extended, almost family-like relationship his father recalled from the good old days when he was on the force. His father waved this off dismissively. "Don't give me the 'it's different in the FBI' line. A partner is a partner. Someone who has your back, someone you trust. Let me tell you something. There are few greater bonds than that between a man and the guy, or girl, who will be standing next to him if the shit hits the fan. You know what I'm saying?" John figured it was best just to be agreeable. "Sure, Dad." He took another sip of his beer, hoping that would be the end of it. His dad nodded, seeming satisfied. "And you said she's from Los Angeles, right? Well, then she probably doesn't know too many people in town. You should bring her by for dinner sometime." He waved his hand, as if that was settled. "You know, as a nice gesture." John nearly choked on his beer. Invite Jessica Harlow to a family dinner? He'd rather eat barbecued shoe. Still, he played it cool, seeing no reason to get into his history with Jessica. "That's a nice idea, but she has family here in town, so I think she's set. And besides, this isn't a long-term arrangement, especially since there's a good chance I won't even be working in Chicago much longer." Immediately, he realized that it was the wrong thing to say. His dad wiped his mouth with a napkin, his tone turning curt again. "Well, I guess you know what's best, right?" Another silence fell around the table. Nate looked between them and then smiled brightly. "So, how about those Blackhawks?" A half-hour later, John and his brother walked to their cars, parked in front of his parents' house. "I think it's safe to say Dad isn't thrilled I tried out for the hostage rescue team." "He'll come around," Nate said. "It's not like I haven't left Chicago before," John felt the need to point out. "Between college, the Army, and Detroit, I've lived in another part of the country for most of my adult life." "Come on, you know it's different now that Mom's gone." Nate held up a hand when John opened his mouth. "I'm not saying you should feel guilty about leaving if you make the team. Of course you should go. How many people get the opportunity to do something like that? And Dad knows that. He just got used to having you around these past 3 years. We both did." John smiled, touched by that. Rare was the occasion that his brother, the jokester of the family, openly expressed sentimentality. Then Nate continued. "Although I don't know why. It's not like you're all that interesting. I mean, clearly these attention-getting stunts like becoming a ranger and joining the FBI and climbing the outside of a 4-story building without a net are an attempt to compensate for the fact that you've been living in the shadow of your much cooler younger brother for years." And there it was. Before he could answer, Nate pointed as if just remembering something. "Speaking of attention-getting stunts, I ran into Lucas and Matt on Friday night. They came into the bar and asked about you. Matt gave me this big speech about how he's just a victim in this, getting caught up in all the drama between you, Rob, and Alicia. And then Lucas said he thinks it's bullshit that you've cut him out of your life, when he wasn't even the one screwing your girlfriend." John's voice was almost a growl. "Is that what he said? The shithead." Nate held up his hands. "Hey, don't shoot the messenger. You know me. I'm a people person. I just listen and take in everything that everyone tells me, even if it's bullshit." He grinned. "And then, in this particular case, after taking it all in, I told them to go fuck themselves and threw them out of my pub." That got a slight smile out of John. Good for you. He almost wished he'd been there to see the looks on Matt's and Lucas's faces when his brother had tossed them out on their asses. Nate's expression turned more serious. Have you talked to Alicia at all? No. And John had no intention of doing so. That was done. Both she and Rob had tried calling him when he'd been in Quantico for HRT tryouts, but he had nothing to say to either of them. He was moving on. Moving forward, in fact. Sure, he'd lost his home, his girlfriend, and 3 of his closest friends in one fell swoop, and on top of that, he was currently renting a small, somewhat crappy loft in Bucktown, since he didn't want to invest in anything permanent until he knew if he was staying in Chicago. And probably, if he thought too hard about all of that, he'd feel pretty shitty about the whole situation. So, he wasn't thinking about it. Simple enough. They got to their cars, but before climbing into his, Nate paused and looked at John, as if musing over something. Why does the name Jessica Harlow sound so familiar? He asked. I told you. It's probably just one of those names that has a ring to it. Still going with that, are you? Nate asked. Damn right he was. John got into the office early on Monday morning, coffee in hand. He had a couple of big days of research ahead, which he kicked off by checking out the fake website that the stagehand squad down in Jacksonville had launched over the weekend. Looking sharp, Ryan said, passing by John's cubicle and checking out the picture on his computer. Where'd they get the photo? It clearly wasn't a recent picture, since John, while clean-shaven in the photo, was currently sporting a 2-week-old beard. Admittedly, some of that was out of laziness. Given the nature of his undercover roles, he'd gotten used to not shaving regularly. But on top of that, seeing how his so-called Sons of Anarchy motif seemed to irk a certain sleek public corruption agent, he figured he'd keep the look as long as possible. I had it taken a few years back, for a sting-up that fell through at the last minute. You look like you should be on the 7th floor, comparing cufflinks with the rest of the white-collar guys and dropping pseudo-self-deprecating references to your Harvard MBA degree, Ryan said. John grinned. Precisely the point. He continued clicking through the website, impressed with what the stagehand squad had put together. Clearly, they'd been working behind the scenes for some time pre-launch, because the website looked professional, clean, and most important, real. It was all there, an About Us section that had fake bios for both him and Jessica, or Dave Rosser and Ashley Evers, as they would be known while in their undercover identities. Bios and photographs for 2 senior associates who also allegedly worked at the firm. Several investment strategy pages dedicated to their firm's current and former projects, a news section with phony press releases the firm had put out regarding some of their biggest projects, and, last but not least, a contact page that included a business address, an email address, and a phone number that, in reality, connected to an administrative assistant in the Chicago FBI office who'd been recruited to play the part of Dave and Ashley's receptionist. Yeah, they were sneaky like that. For the next 2 days, John immersed himself in the world of private equity. He and Ashley ran Lakeshore Capital Partners, a small but lucrative firm that was headquartered in Chicago and focused on the hospitality sector, mostly restaurant and bar investments that fell within the $5 million to $25 million range. According to their website, their motto was to be value creators who set ambitious goals while partnering with great talent in an opportunistic and cooperative approach to investment. And trust him, It would take all of his undercover skills not to literally gag on the words if he ever had to refer to himself as a value creator during this sting operation. Total white-collar speak. The setup of the undercover op was relatively straightforward. He and Jessica would pretend that their firm was considering investing in a couple of restaurants and bars in Jacksonville, which, according to the case agents from the Jack's office, had been gaining national recognition over the last couple years for its booming culinary scene. They wanted to test the market by opening an upscale wine bar and pizzeria in the Riverside neighborhood, and they'd identified the perfect location for the project, a vacant brick building that formerly had been a bank. Unfortunately, there were a few problems with the space. Because the building was located in a historic district, there were several zoning and parking issues. Currently, the space wasn't zoned for outdoor seating in the back courtyard, which Lakeshore Capital Partners felt was a key part of the restaurant's future success. They would also need to obtain a variance for additional signage and landscaping, as well as a permit for short-term street parking dedicated exclusively to the restaurant, since another key part of their business plan was to allow customers to call in takeout pizza orders. With any luck, however, Jacksonville's golden boy mayor would be willing to make all of their zoning and parking problems go away. For the right price, of course. Wednesday morning, John got up before sunrise to pack his suitcase. He took a cab to O'Hare Airport, which, not surprisingly, was crowded despite the early hour. After bypassing the general security lines, one of the privileges of being an FBI agent, he killed some time grabbing coffee at Starbucks and then took the neon-lit moving walkway to United's Concourse C. At the gate, he spotted Jessica already sitting in the waiting area, checking her phone. His eyes held for a moment, watching as she tucked behind her ear a lock of blonde hair that had fallen forward as she looked down at her phone. It was funny, in an irritating kind of way, how he could still remember practically every quip, sarcastic line, and dirty look she'd ever thrown him, despite all the time that had passed. Which was no small feat, considering the plethora of quips, sarcastic lines, and dirty looks there'd been over the course of their 21 weeks together. But now, with a sigh, he braced himself and headed over. When she spotted him approaching, her expression turned wary as he sat down next to her and parked his suitcase. He looked sideways at her, and neither of them spoke for a moment. "Ready for this?" he finally asked. "Probably not," she said. Well, that made two of them. His gaze flickered over the black slim-fit suit and pink silk top she wore, with a skinny pink belt and black high heels that completed the ensemble. "Are all your suits this snazzy?" He wasn't even sure why this made him cranky. He was an FBI agent. He was around women in suits all the time. Just none that looked like Jessica Harlow did in them. Yes, they are all this snazzy. In return, she checked out his jeans and blazer, and then her eyes came to rest on his unshaven jaw. "So this is the look you're going with, then?" Not exactly, but she didn't need to know that yet. "You don't approve?" She was cut off from responding when the airline attendant announced that their flight was about to begin boarding. Jessica tucked her phone into her briefcase. "There are a few remaining details of our backstory we should probably lock down before we meet with the Jack's agents. Maybe we should plan to discuss those during the drive from the airport to the hotel." John stood up, preparing to board. "I was thinking the same thing." Obviously, a public airplane wasn't an appropriate place for two undercover agents to discuss the details of their covert sting operation, so they would have to wait until they were alone. Good. Okay. She took a deep breath, as if relieved to hear it, and stood up. Seeing her reaction, he felt a quick flash of frustration. Did she really think so little of him that she was worried he would be anything other than professional in this? He opened his mouth to say something sarcastic, but then she paused where she was standing, pretty close to him. She cocked her head, and something about the way she was looking at him right then made the curt words die on his lips. "What?" He shifted uncomfortably, his tone suspicious. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her mouth curved at the edges. "Just trying to picture you with a man bun." For Christ's sakes. Apparently, word about that had spread far and wide throughout the office. The remarkably clean-cut John Shepherd I knew 6 years ago never would have gone for that, she continued. "I guess a lot has changed." He leaned in, lowering his voice as they stood close. "Or maybe you only think you knew me 6 years ago, Jessica." Satisfied by the flash of surprise in her eyes, he let her stew on that as he turned around and walked toward the gate, giving her a nice long look at his man buns, since she seemed to be so interested. 8. The flight attendant stopped by their aisle with the beverage cart. "Can I get either of you anything to drink?" With a smile, Jessica gestured to the bottled water she had tucked into the seat pocket in front of her. "I'm good, thanks." John sat next to her on the aisle. "I'm fine, too," he told the flight attendant. "Well, if you change your mind and there's anything you need, just let me know." The flight attendant held John's gaze for an extra long moment. "Anything at all." Observing this from her seat by the window, Jessica resisted the urge to roll her eyes as the flight attendant moved on to the next row. It was possible, she supposed, that the flight attendant, who was aware that both Jessica and John were armed federal agents via a code word on the passenger manifest, was just checking out John out of curiosity. But since Jessica herself had received little more than a passing glance, she suspected it had more to do with the fact that John looked, well, like John Shepherd always looked. He was definitely a man that people noticed, as she'd witnessed firsthand. Before takeoff, he'd stood up to help an older woman lift her carry-on into the overhead compartment, and there'd literally been sighs of appreciation coming from the women in the nearby seats when he'd picked the thing up like it weighed nothing. Yes, fine, he's good-looking, people, and oh so strapping. She got it. Although, for the record, she noted that his facial scruff was quickly approaching that fine line between dirty hot and man lost at sea survives on kelp and rainwater for 3 weeks. Just saying. She checked the clock on her iPad mini, which doubled as her e-reader, and saw that a mere 5 minutes had passed since the last time she'd checked it. Crap. They were only a half hour into the flight, and this lack of conversation between her and John was beginning to grate on her. Granted, she came from a boisterous family, some probably would say loud, in which her lawyer father and psychologist mother had always encouraged her and her brother and sister to express their opinions and feelings. So even under the best of conditions, she didn't do well with awkward silences. In this particular case, however, she was trying to stifle her natural urge to fill the void, seeing how John clearly had zero interest in talking to her. The moment the plane had hit the runway, he'd pulled out of his briefcase a small stack of newspaper articles about Jacksonville's culinary scene, and had barely looked up since. Which was fine. The two of them would just sit here, mere inches from each other, partners, but not talking. Nope, that wasn't weird. Not at all. After Jessica had read the same paragraph on her e-reader 5 times and still had no idea what it said, she gave in and decided she would just have to be the bigger person here. "So, have you been to Jacksonville before?" she asked politely. breaking the silence. She kept her voice down, just as a precautionary measure, even though she and John had the only 2 seats on their side of the aisle, and no one was paying any attention to their conversation. John glanced up from the article he was reading and looked at her like she'd just said she wanted to yank open the emergency exit door and go for an impromptu skydive. "Of course I have. With you, Ashley, when we visited to look at possible locations for the restaurant we want to open. Remember?" Jessica stared at him. Ashley? Oh, for Pete's sake. What was this? Some kind of method acting shit he did to get into undercover roles? She was never, ever working with anyone from organized crime again. "Right. Okay there, Dave," she emphasized dryly, humoring him. "Not sure how I could have forgotten that." She turned back to her e-reader, thinking she and Daniel Day-Lewis here were going to have an even longer couple of days than she'd imagined. After a few moments, she glanced over and saw John covering the side of his mouth with his hand as he read the article. She put down her e-reader. "You're messing with me. You should have seen the look on your face." He stretched out his legs, appearing far more comfortable than any man his size should when stuffed into an economy seat. "And in answer to your question, no. I've never been to Jacksonville before." Jessica waited. When he went back to his reading, she cleared her throat pointedly. "And this would be the part of the conversation when you ask me if I've ever been to Jacksonville," she said sweetly. He looked up. "Oh, all right. Have you ever been to Jacksonville?" "No." Another silence fell between them. "Not much of a conversation starter, is it?" he asked. "Cute." "Fine, since inane pleasantries seem to be beyond them. There was something she would in fact like to address. What did you mean when you said that I only think I knew you 6 years ago?" "Been stewing on that, have you?" "Not stewing, just interested. I found it to be a curious statement, especially since I think I got to know you pretty well 6 years ago." He let out a bark of wry laughter. "Right." Rising to the challenge, she began ticking off the facts. "Born and raised in Chicago. Your father was a homicide detective, which got you interested in a career in law enforcement. You played football, well enough to get a scholarship to the University of Wisconsin, which I assume is where your huge competitive streak started. See? Right there." Cutting her off mid-sentence, he pointed and angled his body to face her. "That's what I'm talking about. You say I'm the competitive one, because in your mind you think that I was the bad guy with everything that happened at the academy." Jessica stared at him, thinking this was self-evident. "Well, yeah." He shook his head. "And here I'd thought maybe, just maybe, you'd gained a little perspective over the last 6 years. But apparently you're still deluding yourself with this revisionist history." Oh my God. Revisionist history? Hell no. She leaned in closer, being careful to keep her voice calm despite her rising temper. "What I remember, and please do correct me if I have any of this wrong, is you spending most of the training program hounding me, correcting me, telling me that I sucked, and then getting pissed off when it turned out that I didn't." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the most incredible thing happened. John Shepherd blushed. "I only said you sucked that one time," he grumbled. "And of course those are the parts you remember." She threw up her hands in exasperation. "What other parts should I remember? If you weren't the problem 6 years ago, then how do you explain all our disagreements?" He gave her a long, pointed look. "Wait, you're saying I was the problem?" she asked incredulously. "Sucks learning that you aren't perfect, doesn't it?" Jessica opened her mouth to fire off a snarky reply, and then thought, no, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. "Okay, Shepard, let's hear it. Lay out all your grievances, because I'd love to know how exactly I was such a bad guy." "As tempting as that might be," John said smoothly, "we only have an hour and a half left in this flight, and that barely gives me enough time to make it through week 1 of the training program. But if you need me to give you a specific example—" He looked her dead in the eyes. "Come on, Jessica. You know what you did." It took her a moment. "Get out. You're not still pissed about that?" "Of course I'm still pissed about that," he said matter-of-factly. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Seriously?" "Yep." She looked at him in disbelief. He smiled charmingly. "Want to ask me a third time, just to be super sure?" Jessica peered up at the airplane ceiling. On second thought, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do a little method acting in preparation for their roles, especially seeing how, in real life, she wanted to throttle her partner. "You know what? Let's not do this, after all. I think dredging up the past will only make things worse, and you and I have got to be in sync these next couple of days." "That's fine with me," he said. "I wasn't the one who started chatting about the good old days in the first place." "Trust me, I won't make that mistake again." She leaned back in her chair and gestured to the stack of newspaper articles on his tray. "Besides, you obviously have some reading you want to do, and I don't want to hold you up." "I appreciate that," he said faux politely. "I'm glad you're appreciative," she said mock nicely, before turning to her e-reader. So much for lessening the tension between them. Sheesh. "You do realize you still make the sassy head movements even when you only think the words, right?" John said. Jessica glared, but remained silent. After a few moments, John cleared his throat and held up the article he was reading. "There's some pretty interesting stuff in here about this riverside neighborhood you and I are going to be driving through today. You're welcome to look at it when I'm done," he added begrudgingly. Jessica smiled. "Actually, I already read that over the weekend. And the second article on your tray has a nice quote from the Financial Times, describing Riverside as the closest thing to Greenwich Village you'll find in Florida. I've been thinking of ways I can drop that into a conversation with you-know-who." She winked. John scowled. Ah, yes. Once again, she was one tiny step ahead of him, as she proudly turned back to her e-reader. Okay, fine. Perhaps she had a bit of a competitive streak, too. John watched out of the corner of his eye as Jessica turned off her e-reader and leaned back in her seat, getting comfortable. When she closed her eyes, he shook his head and turned back to his reading. Unbelievable. The woman was exactly the same as she'd been 6 years ago. Still a pain in the ass, still determined to rub his face in it every time she got the drop on him, and always convinced that she was right. "You're saying I was the bad guy?" The best part was, her surprise was no exaggeration. She genuinely believed that he was the cause of all the problems between them 6 years ago. Welcome to reality, sweetheart. She seemed to forget that he had been there too, and the way he remembered those 21 weeks at the academy, he sure as hell hadn't been the villain of their story. Far from it. 9. He said. 6 years ago, after finishing up his tour with the Army, John found himself in the middle of the toughest summer of his life. He was in Chicago, single, and living with his parents at age 27, and waiting for FBI training to start in August. And he was bored out of his ever-loving mind. Admittedly, some of this had been expected as he readjusted to civilian life, being a bat boy, a soldier assigned to one of the 3 battalions of the 75th Ranger Regiment, definitely had kept him on his toes. Like the rest of his squad, he'd rotated through several combat deployments, and in between deployments, he'd trained, constantly. The physical rigors of being a ranger were no joke, so he'd continually pushed himself, beyond the point where common sense would tell others to stop. In addition to the PT, there'd been parachute jumps, battle drills, and shoot-house exercises, and days when his squad would load up their vehicles, head out to the range, and spend hours shooting their way through all the ammo they'd brought. Even the down moments at the garrison had been spent doing some form of physical activity, platoon football games, ultimate frisbee, and planning assaults on other squads, just for the heck of it. Not that it was all fun and games. In fact, a good chunk of those 4 years had straight out sucked. But he'd say this: he'd grown up fast, living in that kind of high-pressure environment, and it had instilled in him a strong work ethic. He'd always known exactly when he had to report for duty, but he'd never had any clue what time he would finish. Simply put, Rangers worked until the job was done. After finishing his tour, he had a 4-week break before heading off to Quantico. He'd decided to stay at his parents' house because he thought it would be nice to be somewhere familiar, and it sure as hell beat bunking on a friend's or his brother's couch for an entire month. He'd been excited when the plane touched down at O'Hare Airport, picturing the break as being one long vacation of catching up on some much-needed sleep, refueling on his mother's cooking, and hanging out with friends and family. And it was like that, for all of about 3 days. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was just how much time he would have on his hands. Apparently programmed after 4 years of military life, he would find himself waking up at the crack of dawn despite all his attempts to sleep in. Used to doing PT first thing, he'd then go for a long run along the lakefront, get back home just in time to see his dad heading out the door for his shift, and have a leisurely breakfast of pancakes, eggs, and bacon with his mom. Then he'd check his watch and wonder what the heck he was going to do with himself for the next 12 hours. He was used to going nonstop from dawn to dusk and having virtually every moment of his life scheduled. Also, he was used to being around people, lots of them. But in Chicago, his brother and his friends all had jobs, so none of them were around during the day. And his parents' house seemed much quieter than he'd remembered. On the 5th night of his break, he got an email from one of the guys in his platoon who'd also just finished up his tour. Who knew the suck could be so much fun? Yeah, he could relate. Never one to wallow, John decided to take charge of the situation. After quickly blowing through the list of household tasks his mom asked him to do, he began inventing projects on his own. He cleaned out his parents' garage, then he cleaned out their attic, and then he even organized his and Nate's old rooms. "Dude, it is way too early for a visit," his brother groaned when he answered the door to his apartment, blinking at the daylight and with his hair sticking up in every direction. "It's noon," John said, stepping past his brother to unload the 2 boxes he was carrying. "When you work until 4 a.m., noon is too early." Nate was bartending in the evenings while taking business courses during the day, with the goal of getting into restaurant management. "What is that, anyway?" He pointed to the boxes John set down on the kitchen counter. "I cleaned out your old room. Mom was telling me how she's been taking a few art classes, so I thought she could use the space for painting or whatever," John said. "What's wrong with using your room? Aside from the fact that I'm currently sleeping in it, I'm turning it into an office for Dad." Granted, in 27 years, John had never seen his father do anything particularly office-like, but hey, at least now he would have the space should inspiration strike. Nate seemed to be fighting back a grin. "Don't take this the wrong way, John, because these are all very nice projects you're working on, but I'm thinking we need to get you a hobby. Quickly." "No kidding. It's only 3 weeks. I'll be fine." Actually, there were 2 weeks, 6 days, and 21 hours left until he had to report to Quantico for his first day of FBI Academy. But who was counting? Despite his edginess, John was careful to keep his feelings to himself. His college friends had all settled into big city life, working hard at their careers, and then playing hard in the evenings, going to a different swanky bar every night, where someone knew somebody who could get them in. They would toast John's homecoming over glasses of ridiculously overpriced bourbon, and ask about the things he'd seen and done as a ranger. And he would tell them the exciting parts, because really that was what they wanted to hear. But they would never truly understand what he'd been through, or was still going through. How everything at home simultaneously felt so familiar and also completely foreign, or how wound up he felt a lot of the time, like he needed to be doing more. And so, consequently, he did more. He volunteered to power wash and stain his aunt's back deck, added a second run to his daily exercise routine, dropped groceries off for his grandmother at her retirement home, and mowed his parents' lawn every other day, and 6 of the neighbors' lawns, too. "Mrs. Murray down the block called. She asked if you do gardening, too," his mother said, as they finished up with the dishes one evening after dinner. As she handed John a casserole dish to dry, he caught her eyes twinkling with amusement. So perhaps he'd overdone it today? "Depends on what she's paying," he kidded. Knowing Mrs. Murray, probably a glass of heavily sugared lemonade and a plate of stale wafer cookies. Tempting. His mom smiled as she went back to her washing. A few moments later, she looked over. "I imagine it's a big adjustment, being home. Any regrets that you didn't sign up for another tour?" She kept her tone casual, but there were worry lines around her eyes. Apparently he hadn't been doing as good a job disguising his edginess around his parents as he'd thought. Not wanting her to worry about him, seeing how she'd already had enough of that while he'd been in the army, he gave his mom a reassuring smile. "No regrets. I never saw myself as a lifer." And that was true. He'd given 100% every day he'd been a soldier, but he'd always planned to return to civilian life after those 4 years were over. Now he just needed to get to the FBI Academy so he could actually start that life. Needless to say, that day in August when he finally arrived at Quantico Marine Corps Base to the sounds of gunfire in the distance and saw a military helicopter flying overhead, he grinned and felt a rush of adrenaline kick in. Yes, now these were his people. After too many days of so little to do, so much time, he was pumped and ready to be sweaty and tired and challenged, to have people barking orders at him and telling him to get his ass moving and to be back on the shooting range. Hell, he was so stoked. He was even looking forward to being in a classroom again. That first day, when his class had to introduce themselves and talk about their backgrounds, John discovered 2 interesting pieces of information. First, that the group was more highly educated than he'd assumed going in. A full 31 out of 41 of the trainees in his class had a postgraduate degree. Several of those were lawyers, but they also had, among others, a biomedical engineer with a doctoral degree in pathogenesis, a guy with a PhD in linguistics, a college professor with a doctorate in forestry, and a guy with degrees in both chemistry and chemical engineering who'd left behind a lucrative job in Silicon Valley to come to the academy. Then there was the second bit of interesting information he gleaned upon walking into that classroom. One of his fellow trainees was hot. Admittedly, this was a new experience for him. There'd been no women in his ranger regiment, so he wasn't used to looking around a group of people with whom he'd be eating, sleeping, sweating, shooting, and fighting over the course of several months, and seeing one with long blonde hair and light blue eyes that could stop a man dead in his tracks. Her name was Jessica Harlow, he learned when it was her turn to stand and introduce herself, and in a funny coincidence, she was from Chicago, too. When she mentioned she was a trial lawyer, John wasn't surprised. Unlike some of the other trainees who'd seemed anxious about this first day, even fumbling their words as they introduced themselves, Jessica appeared perfectly at ease as she described how she'd become interested in the law as a kid, listening to her father, a successful civil litigation attorney, talk about his cases at the dinner table. He had all these great courtroom stories, she said, speaking dynamically, with words that sounded very impressive and dramatic to an 8-year-old, like motion to quash and cause of action and res judicata. But when my father had finished the story, obviously quite proud of himself, I'd sit there, waiting on pins and needles until I'd finally ask, "Yeah, but where's the good part? When somebody gets thrown in jail?" She smiled as that got a laugh out of everyone, easing some of the tension in the room, as she then shifted gears and spoke in earnestness of her desire to work in a profession where she could serve her country and community and make a positive difference in people's lives. It was an eloquent speech, and one that well articulated sentiments shared by everyone in that room. The class clapped when she was finished, more enthusiastically than they had after anyone else's speech, and John watched as she took her seat. If these introductions were the trainees' first test, and he suspected they were, given the fact that several of their instructors had taken seats in the back of the room to listen in, then Jessica Harlow had just thrown down the gauntlet. Interesting. Given their shared hometown, he decided to walk over when the speeches were finished and personally introduce himself. "Chicago, huh? We should team up, Harlow. I say we take down the 3 trainees from New York first." He winked to let her know he was kidding. She'd been funny in her speech, so he figured he'd open with a joke, too. In return, she merely gave him a polite smile. "They're probably plotting the same thing against us." Then she moved along to talk to the other female trainee, leaving him standing there. That hadn't gone the way he'd imagined. He shrugged off the interaction at the time. Maybe she was a little on edge, like a lot of the trainees seemed to be, after the assistant director's announcement that the class would have a PT test the next day. It would be the first of 3 PT tests they'd be given over the course of the academy, and all trainees had to pass at least once in order to graduate. For several of the trainees, that first test served as a wake-up call. 13 of you failed, the assistant director said in a sober tone when they gathered the following day in the classroom. "That's not acceptable. We expect more of you. Your country expects more of you. Push yourself, be demanding of yourself, because believe me, we are going to demand a lot from you over these next 21 weeks. John wouldn't lie. When it came to the PT part of the program, the things they asked him to do were, well, pretty easy. He wasn't trying to show off, but given his background, doing sit-ups and pull-ups and running a 6-mile obstacle course was not going to be a problem for him. Heck, as rangers, they would do that kind of thing wearing full combat gear and carrying loaded packs. That said, he was aware the PT wasn't a breeze for everyone. In fact, some people were flat-out struggling, including Jessica. He could see how frustrated she was, always finishing near the bottom of the pack or bringing up the rear. But he'd say this: the woman had determination. She'd be covered in mud and sweat while running the yellow brick road, looking like she might drop from exhaustion any moment, and yet she'd find a way to dig deep and keep going. He could relate to that feeling. Granted, the physical demands had been on a different level, but there'd been a couple of times in the Army when he'd been pushed so hard he'd been on the brink of crashing and burning, and what had always gotten him through was a little tough love from his drill sergeants or from the other guys on his squad. So that, in turn, was what he gave Jessica, any time they were partnered up or grouped together and she appeared to be struggling. "Let's go, Harlow! Step it up, Harlow! Grab the rope, Harlow! Pick yourself up, Harlow! Now move, move, move!" Of course, since this wasn't the Army, and he was not in fact her drill sergeant, she had quite a few saucy things to say in response. Actually, he kind of liked that part. "Since you're obviously in need of something to do, instead of shouting at me through this whole drill, isn't there some tree you could fell with your bare hands, or a boulder somewhere that needs tossing?" she'd asked in a sweet tone during their point run, a 7-mile run around Quantico base during which they'd stopped every half-mile to do calisthenics. "A tree I could fell? How ungreen of you, Harlow," he'd shot back, before they both took off at a run again. They fell into a routine those first few weeks, lots of back-and-forth quips that he assumed at the time were all in good fun. And in the meantime, he had his own issues to worry about. Sure, he was rocking the PT and firearms half of the program, but on the academic side, he was very much in the middle of the pack. That did not sit well with him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been just average. He'd done well at the University of Wisconsin, and not just well for a football player. He'd graduated with honors, and worn the fancy stole with all the other smarty pantses at the commencement ceremony and everything. But the other trainees in his class were smart too, real smart. Every year, the FBI received nearly 100,000 special agent applications, but less than 1,000 of those applicants would be chosen for the academy, which meant, as John was quickly learning, that everyone had been the best in their fields before coming to Quantico, and while he certainly wouldn't complain about being the top marksman or fighter in his class, out in the real world, FBI special agents rarely discharged their firearms or got into street fights. The academics side of the program was where he would learn the skills that he would use every day as an agent. Kind of important, that. One of the things they particularly focused on in the classroom was interviewing and interrogation techniques. For the practice exercises, the academy hired professional actors and actresses to play witnesses and suspects, and the agent trainees would be given an objective, for example, to get as much information as possible out of the witness in 30 minutes. The practice exercises were videotaped, so the trainees could review their performances, and their interview and interrogations instructor would often show the trainees' videos and critique them for the entire class. John got a nice wake-up call of his own the first time he reviewed his videotape. It wasn't that he was terrible, but he'd never interrogated, cross-examined, or deposed anyone before, and it showed. He'd spent too much time letting the witness talk about non-relevant information, and he must have said, "okay," about 50 times during the interview. By contrast, the lawyers in the class, and some of the guys who'd come from law enforcement backgrounds, looked polished and comfortable working with the witnesses, established a good rapport, knew how to get the most important information faster, and didn't have any verbal tics or nervous habits. And when the class moved on to more advanced situations, like trying to get a confession, The lawyers and law enforcement officers already seemed to have a cache of tricks for dealing with an adversarial witness. Jessica, in particular, was a standout, and John would know, because throughout those weeks, their interrogations instructor played almost every single one of her videos as a good example of what to do in whatever scenario they'd been given that day. John, on the other hand, had yet to find his groove. Given his military training, his natural inclination was to be a little tough and demonstrate who was in charge, but all that did was get the witness hollering about Miranda rights and demanding to see a lawyer. "I said take charge of the situation, Shepard, not scare the crap out of the guy," their interrogations instructor said after John had completed an exercise with an actor who'd pretended to be a defense contractor, suspected of stealing a blueprint he planned to sell to a foreign intelligence agent. John held out his hands innocently. "You said we should move in at this point in the questioning and invade the guy's comfort zone. That's what I was doing." The instructor, a short, bald man in his early 50s, gestured to John. "Yes, but when you do that, it comes off particularly intimidating." John grinned. Well, yes, that was Ranger blood running through his veins, and the good citizens of the United States weren't spending their hard-earned tax dollars to teach the most elite battalion in the Army to be a bunch of wusses. "That wasn't a compliment, Shepard." "Right." He nixed the grin, stat. The instructor stood there for a moment, scrutinizing John. "Is there any way you can make yourself seem smaller?" Needless to say, John's video was not one of the good examples shown to the class that day. Later that afternoon, his class headed off to PT. They were sparring again, and when John found out whom he was paired against, he braced himself for the onslaught of douchebaggery. Not that he was worried about the fight. Candidly, he wasn't worried about any of the fights, but there was an unspoken etiquette to these matches. No one wanted to get seriously injured and be forced to drop out of the program. So with the exception of the bull in the ring day, the day they were specifically told to fight as hard as possible by the instructors, who wanted them to know they could take a punch and keep going, the trainees typically didn't go all out Rocky style. The purpose of the exercises was to learn the techniques and know how to control an opponent in a hand-to-hand confrontation, not to beat the crap out of one another. But of course, there was always one jackass in the class who pulled no punches, literally, and went for the throat every time. Cue the guy with the PhD in linguistics. Now, normally, John tried to be generous while sparring, and not take advantage of the fact that he had considerably more training and experience than his opponent. But when their defensive tactics instructor blew the whistle, and linguistics PhD came charging at him, fists flying and trash-talking John in some foreign language as an attempt to psych him out, John had no choice but to, A, take a moment to try his hardest not to laugh, and B, take the guy immediately down to the ground and get him into a handcuffing position. After the PT session, John got caught up talking to his instructor, and he was late getting back to the locker room. Just before he rounded the row where his locker was located, he overheard linguistics PhD talking. "It's bullshit that they pair us against him," he ranted. "Everyone knows Shepard's only here because they recruited him for HRT. The guy's a fucking grunt. You think he would have made the cut otherwise, with a bachelor's degree from Wisconsin?" As John stood on the other side of the lockers, his jaw tightened. While the idea of storming over and handling this situation grunt style was very tempting, he kept his cool as he walked around the corner. Linguistics PhD instantly fell quiet, and pretended to be looking at something in his locker. His sidekick, the Silicon Valley guy with double degrees, went pale and suddenly became very interested in tying his shoes. John opened his locker and stripped out of his shirt. He tossed it into his gym bag, holding Linguistics PhD's gaze. "Is there something we need to discuss?" The guy went red in the face and looked away. "Just blowing off steam, Shepard." "Maybe blow it off a little quieter next time." Apparently having nothing to say to that, Linguistics PhD hastily got dressed and made a passive-aggressive show of slamming his locker as he left. His sidekick from Silicon Valley managed a nervous smile at John before following him out. Moments later, one of the other trainees in their class, a detective from San Francisco, came out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist. "Can we just give the guy a good ass-kicking and be done with it?" John half chuckled, appreciating the camaraderie. In the Army, guys with attitude problems like Linguistics PhD quickly found themselves zip-tied, covered in shaving cream, and stuffed in an empty locker. "Unfortunately, I think they expect us to be gentlemen here. So we'll put on suits and ties before we kick his ass." The homicide detective nodded at John as he headed to his locker. "Don't pay any attention to that bullshit he was saying, Shepard. The guy's just being a sore loser." That was John's take on it, too. Mostly. For the rest of the evening, there was a small part of him that wondered whether other people in his class felt the same way, that he, with a mere BA from the University of Wisconsin, wasn't intellectually on the same level as many of them, that he was a jock who'd been recruited not because the FBI believed he would make a good special agent, but because they thought he'd be handy to have in a gunfight. He got his answer to that question the very next day. During firearms training, John was lined up next to Jessica at the outdoor shooting range. He noticed that she was having a hard time hitting the target and getting more and more frustrated with every shot. Their instructor was currently working with someone else down the line, so John figured he'd help her out. "You're anticipating the blast and flinching when the shot fires," he offered. "Plus, your stance is wrong." She glared at him, slapped the magazine into place, and got into position again. The wrong position. John fought back a smile, so stubborn, and moved in closer to demonstrate. "Spread your legs and lean into it," he said, resting a hand on her shoulder. She jerked away from him. "Hey, easy there, big guy." The look on her face completely took him by surprise. "Back off," it said, in no uncertain terms. In that moment, John realized that he'd been very wrong in his interpretation of the dynamic between him and Jessica. These past few weeks, he'd thought they'd had a fun, playful vibe going with the quips and the teasing, possibly a way to cover up some sexual tension they both knew they couldn't act on, given the fact that they were in the academy and would be sent off to different field offices after graduation. But nope. Apparently, Jessica Harlow just thought he was a dick. Feeling like an idiot, he snapped, "Don't flatter yourself, Harlow. I was just trying to help. But if you want to keep on sucking at this, hey, that's your prerogative." Yes, it was a shitty thing to say. But in his defense, what the hell? He'd been trying to help by offering her shooting advice. These past weeks, all he'd done was try to help her. And if she'd had some problem with his approach, or didn't like the way he acted around her, she easily could have pulled him aside and talked to him in private. Yet instead, she chose to call him out in front of the whole class, as if he was, what, hitting on her? Psh, he had better things to do with his time. They didn't speak a word to each other for the rest of the firearms class, but later, when he got back to the dorm-style suite he shared with 3 other guys in his class, He thought more about his interactions with Jessica, and now he saw them in an entirely different light. "Easy there, big guy. Maybe you'd rather just tie a rope around my waist and drag me the rest of the way. Isn't there some tree you could fell with your bare hands, or a boulder somewhere that needs tossing?" Sure, because he was the grunt who relied on brute strength, right? With that in mind, he set a new goal for himself. He might not have had a postgraduate degree, and he might not have come to the academy with legal or law enforcement experience, but he was a damn fast learner, and anyone who thought he was all brawn and no brains was about to get a serious reality check. He was going to get that high mark in academics. To execute his plan, he stopped by their interrogations instructor's office the following day to ask how he could improve his interviewing technique. The instructor seemed surprised by the question. "You're doing fine, Shepard." Jaw set determinedly. John stood military straight in the doorway. "With all due respect, sir, fine isn't good enough." The instructor looked him over for a moment. "All right." He gestured to the chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat." The following evening, they walked through some of John's videotapes. It reminded him of the post-game review they used to do when he played football, except instead of focusing on ways he could run a route better, or his tendency to transfer his weight to his back foot before taking off from the line of scrimmage, they worked on refining his neutral, non-aggressive approach to interviewing. "Try making more small talk," the instructor advised. "You military guys are used to coming in hard and fast. You get in, do the job, and get out. Here, you need to slow down. Establish common ground with the witness. Ask about his job or hobbies, or if the interview is at the witness's home or office, ask about any pictures of his family that might be sitting around. Start soft, and most important, let the witness talk. Agents can get hung up on getting a confession, but that's not always going to happen, and a really detailed lie is the next best thing." The extra practice paid off. Over the next few weeks, John fixed his okay problem and became much more comfortable going with the ebb and flow of the interview, instead of being fixated on following a set list of questions. And with that, he finally found his groove. He'd originally assumed, given his build and background, that he'd be more of a bad cop type in interrogations, but he discovered that playing against type and creating a bond with the witness could be much more effective. "You seem stressed, Karen. Tell me what's going on," he said in a sympathetic tone to the suspect the next time their class was given an interrogation exercise. In the evenings, while the rest of the trainees were grabbing beers at the boardroom, he'd been doing extra research into the interviewing techniques they learned in class, like emotional labeling, a technique used by FBI crisis negotiators, statement analysis, and how a person's body language, or even certain linguistic markers, could indicate deceit or suspicious behavior. Fascinated by the subject, he soaked up as much information as he could get his hands on, and in turn, he became good at the practice exercises. The only problem was, Jessica kept getting better too. No matter what he did or how much he studied, he couldn't shake the damn woman, and the instructors loved her, loved how much she'd improved her shooting, how instinctive she was at Hogan's Alley, how she did such a great job keeping the practice exercises from escalating into violence, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Sure, under different circumstances, he might have found her skills and determination admirable, along with the fact that she somehow magically managed to look cute even when sweaty and wearing nylon gym shorts. But his views on Jessica had changed ever since that day at the shooting range. Now that he properly understood their situation, that she considered him public enemy number one, he too had taken off the proverbial gloves. So if Jessica Harlow wanted that high mark in academics, she was going to have to get through him first, and this grunt wasn't going down without a fight. 17 weeks into the program, that mantra took a rather literal turn. "Shepard, you're up. And you too, Harlow," their defensive tactics instructor called out as the trainees lined up in the gym to be paired up for their next sparring match. As John put on his gear, he caught sight of Jessica on the opposite side of the mat. She adjusted her ponytail as she got ready for the fight, then took a deep breath, as if nervous. Seeing that, he felt a mixture of things. Annoyance, for one. Yes, they didn't get along. No doubt she was a burr up his ass. But did she really think there was a chance he would actually hurt her? Christ, he hadn't thought her opinion of him was that low. And second, knowing she was nervous made him feel uncomfortable or something. Jessica Harlow was sassy and sarcastic and confident. She didn't get nervous, so she needed to snap out of it, because by now she should have thrown at least 2 dirty looks at him and whispered one snarky comment, and the fact that she hadn't was starting to seriously weird him out. As they faced each other across the mat, he knew what to do. When the instructor blew the whistle to start the match, John charged straight for Jessica, as if he planned to take her down hard. Her eyes widened as she put up her gloves, but she held her ground. Stopping just short of her, John changed course and gave her a cocky smile as he began circling her on the mat. A spark of attitude and anger flashed in her eyes when she realized that he'd been messing with her. Now that was the Jessica Harlow he knew. Game on. Throughout their training, the instructors had emphasized that there was no distinction between the genders, and that the men should fight the female trainees the same as anyone else. Nevertheless, chivalry was not dead. So instead of ending the match in 2 seconds, as John obviously had the ability to do, when Jessica made her move, he let her get in a few punches so she could demonstrate that she'd learned the proper techniques. Of course, his generosity only seemed to aggravate her more. Big surprise there. "Stop dancing around, Shepard." Her speech was slightly slurred from the mouth guard, but her irritated tone came through loud and clear. "Wait, you mean this is supposed to be a fight? And here I'd been brushing up on my tango." He heard a few chuckles from the class, but he remained focused on Jessica as he closed in, ducked her punch, and grabbed her. She shifted her weight into a strong stance and shoved him off, but instead of retreating, as he'd expected, she lunged and struck the base of his throat with her forearm, channeling all her strength against that one vulnerable spot. He stumbled back, coughing, and had to catch his balance. Now it was her turn to smile. "Looks like your tango needs some work," she said, as they circled each other. I've got a few moves you haven't seen yet." "That's what they all say, Shepard." The class chuckled again, obviously enjoying the show. John feigned looking in their direction, knowing that Jessica would try to take advantage of his momentary distraction. She stepped forward to strike his solar plexus, another weak spot, but he deflected the hit and got her in a hold. She tried to escape, so to maintain control he took her down to the mat in a mount, straddling her and pinning her on her back. Their eyes met, and for the briefest moment, it occurred to John that he had a very beautiful woman trapped beneath him, between his legs. Granted, one wearing a mouthpiece and headgear. He smiled, just slightly, because it was pretty cute how determined she was to try to beat him, and her eyes narrowed. Using the self-defense techniques they'd gone over in class, she bridged her hips, trying to throw him off, and managed to get on her side. She hooked his foot, pulling it over her leg while simultaneously elbowing his knee in an attempt to scoot out from underneath him. It was a good move, and indeed, against a lesser man, that maneuver very well might have worked. But not against this man. John grappled with her, getting her onto her stomach and into an arm bar hold, ending the fight in a way that inflicted no damage, except, perhaps, to her pride. Pinned beneath him, her cheek pressed against the mat, Jessica swore under her breath and tapped out. And his work here was done. John sprang up and pulled off his gloves. He resisted the urge to strut, but out of his many sparring victories, this particular one, while obviously expected, had a certain sweetness to it. Jessica had given him a run for his money in so many ways these past 4 months, but the fighting ring was his turf, and Ms. Easy There, Big Guy was still on the mat. He stopped the moment he noticed that, watching as Jessica slowly rose onto one knee. Breathing hard, she slid off her gloves and removed her mouthpiece, as if needing more air. Then she winced and touched the side of her ribcage, right on the spot where he'd pinned her with his knees. She was hurt. Feeling something soften inside him, he went over to her. He leaned down, reaching out a hand to help. "Jessica, I'm so—" He never got a chance to finish that sentence. She grabbed his wrist with one hand and ground the blade of her opposite forearm into his triceps, using it as a fulcrum to knock him off balance as she turned her body and pulled him down on a diagonal. He hit the mat face first. He blinked, stunned, and then clenched his jaw when Jessica dug one knee into his shoulder blade. She used the other knee as a lock against his outstretched arm, getting him into a straight arm bar hold. "Now, remind me, Shepard, from this position, would I handcuff the suspect before or after I read him his rights?" she asked, feigning innocence. The entire gymnasium had fallen dead silent. Presumably, like John, everyone needed a moment to process what had just happened. Then their instructor let out a bark of laughter. The entire gym erupted, an enthusiastic mix of clapping and cheers. Wisely not pushing her luck, there was, after all, a lot John could do with one free arm and 2 legs. Jessica let go of him and stood up. Ignoring all the clapping, John hopped to his feet and spat out his mouth guard. Then he looked around for his gloves, which had gone flying through the air when she'd yanked him to the ground. He turned around and saw Jessica holding them. Eyes sparkling with amusement, she walked over and handed him the gloves. His hands brushed against hers as their eyes held. "I didn't tap out," he said. Her lips curved in a smile. "It doesn't matter." She turned and was greeted by a round of high fives as she joined the rest of their classmates. A month later, it undoubtedly came as a surprise to no one when Jessica got the high mark in academics, officially decreeing her cleverest of them all. And John, too, became something of a legend at the academy. The badass Army Ranger who not only got high marks in firearms and PT, and finished second in his class in academics, but also was pinned only once throughout the entire fighting program, by a 5'3" lawyer. 10. Jessica glanced over and saw John's jaw twitching once again. He'd been silent for nearly the last hour of their flight, obviously brooding. Fighting back a smile, she had a feeling she knew exactly what had him all worked up. "It was a joke, Shepard." He acted nonchalant. "What was?" "Please. I can practically see the steam coming out of your ears. I know you're thinking about our fight." They were interrupted by an announcement from the cockpit. letting them know that they were entering their final descent and would be on the ground shortly. John moved closer to her, his deep voice lowered in a heated whisper. "Spare me the innocent act. We both know it wasn't just a joke. You wanted to prove a point, and you did. But don't try to say now that you weren't every bit as competitive as I was during those 21 weeks, because you never saw me fake an injury and faceplant another trainee in front of the entire class." Of course not. The mighty John Shepherd didn't have to rely on those kinds of tricks. Still, Jessica shifted in her seat, feeling a little uncomfortable when he put it that way. Having made his point, John turned back to his reading. An awkward silence fell between them. "Don't engage him," she told herself. "There's no point." But his words continued to nag at her, until she finally gave in and angled her body in his direction. "Believe it or not, my objective that day wasn't to embarrass you." Like him, she kept her voice down so no one could overhear. "What I wanted was to show the instructors that I could think on my feet, even when incredibly outmatched, that I wouldn't give up, that despite my size, my future partners and squad mates could count on me to stay level-headed and strong in a physical confrontation. So yes, I saw an opportunity and I took it. And if you ever find yourself fighting a 7-foot 5-inch giant who's double your weight, I would expect you to do the same." John said nothing for a long moment, just kept shooting her pissy glares, as if trying to think up some retort and coming up empty-handed. When he finally spoke, his tone was begrudging. "Fine, but I still say you didn't have to be so damn sassy about it." He imitated her voice. "Remind me, Shepherd, from this position, would I handcuff the suspect before or after I read him his rights?" Jessica grinned, not remembering that part. "That's what I said? Ooh, that was sassy." When he scowled, she pooh-poohed it with a wave. "Oh, please, you had it coming for telling me I sucked in front of our whole class." His jaw went taut, and just as Jessica braced herself for his retort, the plane suddenly dipped to the right. She grabbed the armrest, which happened to be occupied by John's forearm, and felt his strong, solid muscles beneath her fingertips. She blushed and let go. "Sorry." Oddly flustered by the memory of just how good a body John Shepherd had under those street clothes, she covered by watching out the window as they approached the airport. There was a long silence between them until he spoke. "I wasn't hounding you during the PT," he said quietly. Jessica turned around. "I was trying to motivate you," he continued, speaking intently despite his hushed tone. "And if you hadn't been so stubborn and defensive and quick to decide that I was the enemy, maybe you would have realized that." "Gee, thanks." "I'm glad we cleared the air on that," she said dryly. "And as an aside, the whole big guy thing? Kind of lame. How about I start calling you Little Lady during this assignment, and we see how that goes over?" She raised an eyebrow. "Not well, exactly. But regardless," he paused, as if needing a moment. "That day at the shooting range, I never should have said you sucked. Especially since it was so far from the truth." He looked her in the eyes. "That was rude and uncalled for, and I apologize." Jessica blinked. "Oh." When she fell quiet with surprise, both from the apology itself and because John Shepherd had given her an actual compliment, he nodded, as if glad that was done, and put away the newspaper articles he'd been reading in his briefcase. As if by mutual agreement, for the remainder of the flight, neither of them brought up the subject of the academy again. After deboarding the plane, they followed the signs to baggage claim. There, a woman in her mid-30s, with long brown hair and dressed in a navy pantsuit, held a sign with the names Evers, Rosser, written on it. She shook both John's and Jessica's hands when they approached. "Mr. Rosser, Ms. Evers, nice to meet you. I'm Sandra from Sunshine Limousine. Do either of you need to collect any bags?" Jessica gestured to her and John's carry-on suitcases. "Nope, we're all set." In actuality, Sandra wasn't the woman's name, nor was she a driver for a car service. Rather, she was Special Agent Jasmine Chopra from the stagehand squad of the Jacksonville FBI office, whose job was to make sure John and Jessica had all props, personal items, and credentials needed for their undercover roles. Wheeling their suitcases, they followed Agent Chopra through a door marked Prearranged Ground Transportation. Outside, a black town car waited for them. After packing their suitcases into the trunk, Jessica and John settled into the back seat, where a duffel bag waited for each of them. Jessica's bag contained a burner cell phone, as well as several personal items, a wallet, complete with a driver's license, credit cards, and insurance cards, all in the name Ashley Evers, a watch, purse, and sunglasses. As a wealthy private equity investor, Ashley would be expected to sport expensive versions of such items, and, as with all parts of an undercover assignment, the FBI was a stickler for details. "Your own purse will work fine, if you prefer to use that," Agent Chopra said as she drove. She glanced at Jessica in the rearview mirror and smiled. "I wasn't expecting you to show up with a Miu Miu bag." John looked at Jessica curiously, and she blushed. Yes, typically, government-salaried special agents didn't carry $1,800 purses, but she'd kept the bag as part of her divorce settlement and saw no point in letting it sit on the shelf, collecting dust, especially since it was a really awesome purse. "It was a gift," she said to John, simply. Changing the subject, she gestured to the new Dave watch that he was putting on his wrist. Like her, his accessories had been upgraded for the job. Nice Rolex. She leaned closer, peeking in his duffel bag. "Any chance there's a beard trimmer in there?" She feigned innocence when he gave her a dirty look. "No judgment, just asking." A few minutes later, they turned onto an access road that led to a small, abandoned airfield. Parked next to a nondescript white building was a sleek gray Mercedes Roadster. After the three of them got out of the town car, Agent Chopra handed Jessica a set of keys to the convertible. "The car is in both Ashley's and Dave's names. Everything's been taken care of. Just drop it off in the rental parking lot at the airport when you head back to Chicago." She spent a few minutes talking with them about the undercover assignment, then shook both their hands in goodbye. "If you think of anything else you need while you're here, don't hesitate to ask." As she drove off in the town car, Jessica and John walked over to the Mercedes. "I'll say this, Harlow. You white-collar crime agents do have nice toys," he said. She smiled at that. Damn straight they did. During the 40-minute drive to their hotel, Jessica and John locked down the remaining details of their cover story. According to the profiles put together by the Jacksonville agents, Lakeshore Capital Partners was a complementary relationship, with each of them bringing different strengths to the table. Dave had a background in construction and was the more hands-on guy. Once a project had been greenlit, he handled all the real estate logistics and worked with contractors and subcontractors on any construction or remodeling of the space. Ashley, on the other hand, focused on the big picture. With an MBA from Stanford, a detail Jessica appreciated, since she could talk with familiarity about the university, she came up with the concept and vision for a new project, knew the economics of the city and neighborhood in which they were looking to buy, and was in charge of pitching to investors and getting them on board. After agreeing on a story explaining how Dave and Ashley had met and why they'd decided to go into business together, John brought up one last topic they needed to cover. "How about Ashley's personal life?" he asked, as they exited the interstate and turned onto the highway that led to the beach. "Is she single? Married? Any kids?" In the driver's seat, Jessica stepped on the gas, thinking she could definitely get used to having this kind of horsepower at her command. Single. Unless otherwise required by the assignment, she always said she was single while working undercover. No sense faking a family and having to worry that someone might ask to see pictures of them on her phone. "You?" "The same. It's easier that way." Apparently, there was at least one thing on which they could agree. With the time change, it was nearly noon when they reached the hotel. Chosen by the Jacksonville agents, the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club was an upscale beachfront resort located just outside the city. According to Jessica's online research, the hotel had a picturesque lagoon, private golf course, and spa, and seemed to be the perfect place for two wealthy investors in town on business, or, in this case, two supposed wealthy investors. She drove along the lush green grounds to the main building, where several valets waited attentively. Instantly, any lingering tension between her and John was put on the back burner. From this point forward, when in public, Jessica Harlow and John Shepard didn't exist, nor did their disagreements or problems. Now, they were Ashley Evers and Dave Rosser, two savvy, shrewd business people with one agenda for this trip: to do a little schmoozing with Jacksonville's mayor. "You ready for this?" John asked, with a sudden gleam in his eye. It was the same question he'd asked her at the airport, but this time there was no sarcasm in her response. Absolutely. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, dozens of undercover assignments, and still, this never got old. She brought the car to a stop and smiled at the valet as she stepped out. "Checking in?" he asked, holding the car door open for her. "Yes, thank you." Side by side, she and John walked into the hotel, wheeling their suitcases behind them. The lobby had an old money feel to it, with marble floors, dark mahogany crown molding, and paintings of beach scenes on the walls. After checking in under her pseudonym, Jessica confirmed the time she and John would meet in the lobby and headed off to her room. Given their time constraints, she grabbed a sandwich and coffee from the hotel's gourmet shop along the way. Not wanting to push it with the bureau's bean counters, she'd booked herself the cheapest room available, one with a mere partial ocean view. After setting her suitcase on top of the king-sized poster bed, she took a quick moment to step out onto the balcony. To her left stretched a white sand beach interspersed with lounge chairs and umbrellas, and beyond that, the waves of the sparkling blue Atlantic Ocean crashed peacefully against the shore. She took in a deep breath of the warm seaside air. Now this was her kind of assignment. Feeling a little nostalgic for California, she went back into the room to unpack her suitcase. With 15 minutes to spare, she then changed into one of Ashley's outfits, a gray pencil skirt, short-sleeved, ruffled white blouse, and gray heels. For a little flair, she added a chunky necklace and put her hair into a loose bun with a few wisps framing her face. Satisfied that she looked the part of a sophisticated entrepreneur, she locked her Glock in the room safe, grabbed her purse, and headed out. Being only on the second floor, she took the stairs down and followed a walkway that led to the main building, where she'd arranged to meet John. Standing in the lobby next to a table with a sculpture of a sailboat, he had his back to her as she approached. He turned around, presumably at the sound of her heels on the marble floor, and she nearly did a double take at the sight of him. Holy smokes! Gone was the dirty, hot, organized crime agent with his scruffy facial hair and jeans, replaced by a clean-cut and exceedingly handsome businessman in a well-tailored suit. He was clean-shaven now, accentuating the angular lines of his strong jaw, and had tamed his thick, deep gold hair into a brushed-back, groomed style that somehow made his eyes seem even more strikingly blue. Recovering quickly, Jessica came to a stop in front of him, determined to act nonchalant. "I take it you approve of the new look?" he said. So much for nonchalance. "All right, so you clean up well. Let's not make a whole thing of it." Ignoring his sly expression, she took her sunglasses out of her purse and walked out the door into the bright Florida sunshine. Time for Ashley and Dave to get to work. 11. Because out-of-town undercover agents generally avoided the local field offices, on the remote chance they might be spotted coming in or out of the building, John and Jessica drove to a generic-looking office in downtown Jacksonville that was covertly owned by the FBI and used for a variety of undercover purposes. After taking the stairs to the second floor, they were greeted by the two agents in charge of the Blair investigation, Special Agents Levitt and Todd, both of whom were part of the Public Corruption Squad. Todd, in his mid-40s, gave off a reserved, all-business air, while Levitt, the younger of the two agents, had an athletic build and easygoing demeanor. "Whose idea was it to give Ashley an MBA from Stanford?" Jessica asked, as the Jax agents led the way to a small conference room. "That was a nice touch." "I thought you might appreciate that. Although being a Duke man myself, a little part of me died inside putting that in," Levitt joked. John glanced at his watch. Impressive. 3 minutes in, and the guy had already managed to sneak in a comment about his alma mater. Now all they needed to complete the white-collar package was the pseudo-self-deprecating reference to his post-grad degree. "Did you go to Duke for business school?" Jessica asked. "Actually, I did the joint MBA JD program there," Levitt said, "because apparently 3 years of grad school student loans just wasn't enough." Bingo. After the four of them settled in at the conference table, Levitt started off the meeting by thanking Jessica and John for their assistance, then gave them a brief overview of the investigation, most of which Jessica and John already knew from the case files. Once that was out of the way, they dove right into the details of tomorrow's sting operation. "What's the plan for backup?" John asked. Because the mayor was considered a low-risk target, everyone agreed that the security detail could be kept to a minimum. No SWAT team or special operations group, just Levitt and Todd in a car parked a few blocks from the restaurant, using radio channels to listen in via the minuscule microphones John and Jessica would be wearing. "I assume neither of you will be carrying tomorrow?" Todd asked Jessica and John. Jessica looked at John. "I don't see any reason to take the risk that Blair would notice." Typically, John was armed during his undercover assignments, one of the perks of playing organized crime thugs. But Dave the value creator was hardly the type to bring a pistol to a business dinner. "I agree. Any issues with the restaurant we need to be aware of?" he asked Levitt. "You'll be dining at Bistro X," Levitt said. "It's one of the mayor's favorite places. He gets the same table every time, a booth in the back of the restaurant that affords him some privacy. The acoustics are lousy, but no worse than any other restaurant. The upside is that Blair should feel comfortable speaking openly, without worrying about being overheard." They spent the next 20 minutes covering other logistics until Agent Todd got a phone call. "That's Morano," he said. referring to the lobbyist who'd been flipped by the FBI. I told him to call when he arrived. After Todd stepped out, Jessica looked at Levitt. Morano's been prepped on the cover story, she confirmed. Levitt nodded. We went over it so many times he could tell it in his sleep. The plan, if Mayor Blair asked how Morano knew Ashley and Dave, was to say that the three of them had a mutual acquaintance, Morano's old college friend who now lived in Chicago. When that friend heard that Ashley and Dave were looking to invest in restaurants in Jacksonville, he told them to reach out to Morano, who knew everyone and anyone in Northeast Florida. He did seem a little revved up when Todd and I met with him yesterday, Levitt continued. I'm sure it's just pre-game jitters. Morano's been very cooperative throughout the investigation. John refrained from commenting, but the cynic in him noted that if Morano had not been cooperative, he'd be looking at 10 to 20 behind bars for his role in a major political corruption scandal. Funny how people tended to play nice with the FBI under those circumstances. He'd read the report on Morano, which painted a picture of a down-on-his-luck man who'd made the foolish decision to find an easy, meaning illegal, way out of his problems. After making a series of bad investments and subsequently going through a contentious divorce, Morano was emotionally and financially in a bad place 4 years ago, when a local restaurant developer approached him about a problem with a liquor license that had been held up by the city council. In a panic, with the restaurant's opening scheduled for the following week, the developer suggested to Morano, who'd been a close advisor to Mayor Blair for several years, that perhaps they could find some mutually beneficial arrangement if the mayor would be willing to use his clout to lean on the city council and push the liquor license through. And thus the seeds of bribery and political corruption were planted. While publicly viewed as a charming, charismatic golden boy, Jacksonville's mayor was quite a different man behind closed doors, a man who was greedy, power-hungry, and narcissistic. After agreeing to push that first liquor license through the city council, and scoring a quick 10 grand in the process, Blair realized there was an opportunity to make some real money just by schmoozing and making a few phone calls. If these people had money they wanted to throw his way, he rationalized, who did that hurt, really? He and Morano agreed they had to be careful. They worked out a scheme. Morano, using all the right buzzwords and subtle innuendos, would suss out other deep-pocket types who also might be interested in a mutually beneficial arrangement that would make certain bureaucratic problems go away. Once an interest had been established, they would agree upon a price, and after the cash had changed hands, the lucky deep pocket would suddenly find himself free of that pesky red tape in which he'd been so annoyingly enmeshed. Morano took 20% of the cut, his finder's fee, as he called it, and within 3 years, both he and Blair had amassed healthy little nest eggs. It all seemed so easy. That is, until Agents Levitt and Todd showed up on Morano's doorstep one evening with an arrest warrant. According to the agent's report, Morano literally sobbed when they confronted him about the corruption scheme and instantly confessed, much to the dismay of his lawyer. Fortunately for Morano, however, the FBI had its eye on the bigger fish, Mayor Blair. And so a deal was struck. Eager to make amends, Morano told Levitt and Todd everything he knew about Blair and agreed to wear a wire. Over the course of the next year, the FBI quietly built its case, gathering evidence of a corruption ring that involved not just the mayor, but several of the city's most successful businessmen and women. All that was left now was the coup de grace, this last sting operation, and the FBI would move in and make the arrests. Obviously, John had nowhere near the time and effort invested in the case that Levitt and Todd did, but nevertheless, this was an important assignment for him, too. If he made HRT, he'd be in Quantico by September, and the stint with Jessica in Jacksonville would be his last job as an undercover agent, and he had zero intention of going out on a loss. When Marano arrived, escorted to the conference room by Agent Todd, John's first impression was that the lobbyist seemed wired and jittery, like he'd had too much coffee. A short, stocky man in his late 40s with thinning brown hair, he had beads of perspiration scattered across his forehead as Todd made the introductions. "Anthony Marano, semi-professional snitch at your service," he said to Jessica. His voice booming through the room, he spoke with a southern drawl. "We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow, huh?" He chuckled, then turned to shake John's hand. Eyes widening, he took in the 10-inch height difference between them. "Damn, glad I'm on your side." When the five of them were seated around the conference table, Levitt began to walk through tomorrow's plan. Marano had made arrangements to meet Mayor Blair at his office, and the two of them would drive together. John and Jessica would get to the restaurant early, giving them time to confirm that everything was working properly with their microphones. Marano interrupted Levitt here. "I'm glad y'all are taking care of the mics this time," he said to Jessica and John. "Every time I had to wear one of those things to a dinner, I'd worry that I'd rub my shirt the wrong way and plop, the damn thing would fall onto my steak. Try explaining that one, right?" He slapped Agent Todd on the back, laughing, and then leaned in. "By the way, I've been thinking, maybe we need a code phrase, just in case something goes wrong tomorrow, something innocuous that Blair would never pick up on, like," he paused dramatically, "Cherry's Jubilee." John caught Jessica's eye as they both fought back a smile. Civilians. For the next half hour, Marano continued to interject with questions and ideas, obviously both nervous and really, really excited to be working with undercover agents. Referring to himself, Jessica, and John as the A-team, he wanted to know everything from who would sit where in the booth, didn't matter, to whether a backup squad should establish a perimeter around the restaurant. Somebody clearly had seen too many episodes of 24, to how to react if someone recognized him or the mayor and came over to the table to say hello. Just say hello back. Levitt looked embarrassed by all the interruptions. Todd seemed annoyed, but Jessica never so much as batted an eye. Patiently answering all of Marano's questions, she was polite and professional, and managed to diplomatically steer the conversation away from his numerous suggestions without ever causing offense. Watching from the sidelines as she did her Jessica Harlow thing, John found himself reluctantly impressed. "I see you're still working that good cop routine," he said, walking to their car after he and Jessica had finished the meeting with Marano. The next item on their agenda was to check out the property Dave and Ashley supposedly wanted to buy. Jessica's smile was both coy and confident. "When the occasion calls for it." Sunglasses on, she held out her hand as they approached their rented Mercedes. John dug into his pants pocket for the keys. "We're really going to do this? Alternate driving every time?" Her fingers brushed against his as she took the keys. "If you prefer, Agent Shepard, I'm happy to take all the times." She turned and walked around to the driver's side of the car. John's eyes lingered, taking in her high heels and the way that slim-fit skirt hugged her hips. "Get your mind out of the gutter, asshole. She's your partner. And do you really need a reminder of what happened the last time you thought?" Oh, no, indeed. He did not need a reminder. The disdainful look on Jessica's face when he'd touched her that day at the shooting range was a memory that remained quite clear in his head. Because of that, he planned to pay no attention whatsoever to the way she looked in her Ashley attire. She climbed into the car, giving him a glimpse of several more inches of sleek, bare leg. Starting now. The drive was short, less than 15 minutes, taking them over the St. Johns River and into the historic Riverside neighborhood. From the passenger seat of the Mercedes, John checked out the scene. An eclectic mix of funky coffee shops, trendy boutiques, antique stores, and nightclubs. Jessica headed to King Street, the center of the restaurant and bar scene, and found street parking a couple doors down from the vacant brick building that Ashley and Dave were hoping to make the future home of their wine bar and pizzeria. Unbeknownst to anyone outside the bureau, in actuality, the FBI owned the building via a dummy corporation, having snagged it for the sting operation for a very reasonable price given its zoning and permitting issues. Since they obviously didn't want to deal with the hassle of faking that the property was on the market, the story was that Ashley and Dave had heard through a developer friend that the owner of the building wanted to sell and would cut them a deal if they could work it out among themselves and save the real estate agent commissions. Frankly, John doubted Mayor Blair would even ask about the specifics, but as with all aspects of an undercover investigation, the FBI was exceedingly thorough in making sure that everything appeared legit. Using the key Levitt had given them, Jessica unlocked the front door, and John followed behind. The space looked, not unexpectedly, like a vacated bank. Empty teller windows were framed by bulletproof glass, and along one wall was a row of abandoned cubicles, some of which still had desks. "Doesn't exactly scream trendy wine bar and pizzeria, does it?" Jessica asked. "Depends how you look at it." John walked through the place. "Here's what I'm thinking. You put a big open bar in the center with lots of seating. On this side of the restaurant, we'll have banquettes along retractable windows, which can open in nice weather, and 4 or 5 high boys here that'll be an extension of the bar area. Then on this side," he crossed the space, "we do a row of half booths along the wall and create a section of tables here, behind the bar, that could be used for private events." He pointed toward the back. "Open kitchen, with a massive stone pizza oven as the focal point, restrooms over there, and in this corner we build a glass-enclosed wine cellar. Design-wise, I'm thinking arches and lots of oak to give it a Tuscan wine cellar feel, but with red leather on the banquettes and bar stools for a touch of sexiness." Jessica stared at him. For once, she appeared to be speechless. "I'll take that as a sign you agree," he teased. "How the heck did you come up with all that?" she demanded. He shrugged, feigning innocence. "Just doing my job, Ashley. I am the design guy on the team, remember?" Raising an eyebrow, she waited. All right, fine, he'd spill his secrets. "There was a blueprint of the building in the case file. I showed it to my brother, who works in restaurant management, and asked him what he would do with the space." "Oh." She shifted her weight, her tone begrudging. "That was actually quite resourceful." He winked. "Not my first rodeo." After checking out the courtyard, presently just a paved lot the bank had used for parking, they locked up and walked around the neighborhood to get a better feel for it. By the time they got back into the car, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Dying in the 96-degree heat, John took off his jacket as he walked to the driver's side of the Mercedes. After hanging the jacket in the back seat, he climbed into the car and caught Jessica watching as he rolled up his sleeves. Assuming her look was one of disapproval, he cut her off at the pass. "I realize this probably breaks Section 2, Clause C of the special white-collar dress code, But let's see you try wearing long sleeves and a jacket in Florida in July. It's Clause D, actually. Clause C says that all our suits must meet the required level of snazziness. Cute. He started the car and headed back toward the hotel. Any thoughts, now that you've seen the neighborhood? He asked, turning back to business. I think the question we most need to be prepared for with Blair is, why Jacksonville? Jessica said. Meaning, why does a lucrative private equity firm from Chicago want to invest in this particular area? And oh my God, I'm going to melt if this air conditioning doesn't kick in. She cranked up the fan full throttle and adjusted the passenger side vents so they were all pointed straight at her. Ah, much better, she sighed. With her eyes closed and a blissful look on her face, she looked more relaxed than John had ever seen her. Aware that he was staring, he turned his attention back to the road. You don't think we can sell our cover story? That the neighborhood has a booming culinary scene and we want in on the action? I think we can sell it, but a few of the details Levitt and Todd came up with feel a little thin. Such as? Well, supposedly, Ashley and Dave want to invest in several restaurant projects in Jacksonville, not just this one. I get that. We want Blair to think we're willing to sink a lot of money into his city if this first project goes well. According to the story Levitt and Todd came up with, if Blair asks what other restaurant concepts we're interested in, which I think is likely, we're supposed to say that we're also thinking about opening a gastropub in the area. John looked over. And that's a problem? Don't get me wrong. I like a quality burger and glass of wine as much as the next girl, but I counted while we were walking around, and there are already 3 gastropubs within a 6-block radius. If I'm a successful investor looking to break into a hot culinary scene, I'm looking for fresh, new concepts to bring to the market, not something that's been done several times over. He considered this. All right. What restaurant concept would you suggest instead? That I don't know. Yet, she was quick to add. I'll do some research this evening into the newest restaurant trends and cross-check that against what Jacksonville doesn't have a lot of right now. Maybe vegan or farm-to-table, she mused. Anyway, I'll dig around and email you my thoughts on a better concept by the end of the night. Not his way of doing things. If there's research that needs to be done, count me in. I'm not going to chill at the hotel bar drinking a beer while you get stuck with all the work. Aw, that's nice of you. Although I feel like I should mention that this falls within Ashley's territory. She is the big-picture girl, after all. We're partners now, Jessica. We work as a team, he said in no uncertain terms. Her lips curved in amusement. Oh, I was just pointing out that I should probably be in charge tonight, since this is my character's side of the business. She paused cheekily. Partner? John shook his head. Here he was, trying to do a nice thing, and bam, he got smacked upside the head with the sauciness anyway. Just to clarify, are you trying to get under my skin as much as possible? Or is it simply an inherent talent of yours? Probably a little of both. He grunted, having suspected as much, and focused on the road as he changed lanes. A few moments later, he glanced over and saw her smiling as she looked out the window. Aware that his eyes were lingering again, he turned back to the road. So, about this research. To save time, why don't we make a working dinner of it? She checked her watch. Actually, I was going to suggest the same thing. She shot him a sideways glance. We'd have to order room service, obviously. Yes, that had been implicit in his suggestion. After all, 2 undercover agents involved in a covert investigation into the city's mayor could hardly pull out their laptops in the middle of a restaurant and start talking shop, which left John with only one question. Your room or mine? 12. Having changed into a casual top and jeans, Jessica scurried around the hotel room, putting away all personal items. She shoved her suitcase into the closet, along with the fuzzy purple slippers she always traveled with, because she didn't like walking around barefoot in hotels. Then she canvassed the room one more time, just to be sure. All clear. She checked her watch and saw that she had 2 minutes. Good. Just enough time to catch her breath, get her game face on, and calm the butterflies that had been fluttering around her stomach every time she thought of John being in her hotel room. Your room or mine? It was ridiculous that she was even thinking about this. She was an undercover agent. He was an undercover agent, and in that line of work, one quickly got used to meeting behind closed doors. Given the disparity in gender among special agents, she almost always worked with men, and not once had she ever thought twice about being alone with a male agent in a situation that, under different circumstances, could be construed as intimate. Then again, none of those male agents had been John. It was the same problem she'd had at the academy. She just kept noticing things about him, like the fact that he was actually a pretty darn good partner, quick-thinking and decisive, but never overbearing or dismissive of her ideas, or the controlled, smooth way he walked with just the right amount of swagger, or how confident and prepared he was, despite the fact that this sting operation was a far cry from his usual fare on the organized crime squad, or the fact that he also happened to be stupidly hot. That tailored suit he was wearing hardly helped the situation. Seeing him all buttoned up and businesslike was oddly quite provocative. Having witnessed John firsthand in a sweaty t-shirt and gym shorts at the academy, she knew exactly what he had going on underneath that suit and tie, and it was nothing short of hard, sculpted perfection. There'd been a moment earlier in the car when he'd rolled up his shirt sleeves, and the mere sight of his forearms had her nearly blushing. Seriously, his forearms. Thankfully, he hadn't seemed to notice that she was noticing these things, and she had every intention of keeping it that way. She had a job to do here, and ogling her partner's bare body parts wasn't part of the assignment her boss had given her. Most unfortunately. A knock on her hotel room door interrupted her thoughts. Feeling better now that she'd resolved these things in her mind, she glimpsed through the peephole and then opened the door. John stood there, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt that stretched tight across his toned chest and broad shoulders and showed off what had to be the sexiest biceps she'd ever seen. Okay. She took it back. He could put the suit and tie back on, or perhaps a baggy, shapeless hoodie, maybe some sort of head-to-toe rain slicker, because now there was more tanned skin and more muscles, and suddenly her inner pragmatic voice, the one that had previously been telling her not to notice these things, was holding up its hands in surrender. Yeah, even I've got nothing in response to that. His eyes moved over her, his voice low enough so only she could hear. You're wearing jeans. Those sophisticates on your squad would have your badge if they saw this. Good. He was annoying her already. Just like that, they were back on course. I'll have to trust you to keep my secret, she said dryly, stepping back so he could come inside. She closed the door behind him and handed him the room service menu. Let me know what you want, and I'll call in the order. Once that was out of the way, they got down to business. Her room came with a small kitchenette, and next to that was a table and chairs where they could work. Being only a 2-person table, it was a tight fit, with the backs of their laptops touching each other. I spoke to Levitt about sending us the real estate listings for other properties that Dave and Ashley might have considered as potential locations for their restaurant, John said. He said he'd email those to us within the hour. Jessica nodded. This was another detail in the cover story that she and John had agreed felt thin. On the off chance Blair inquired about other possible locations they'd looked at for their restaurant, they wanted to know what else was on the market. Good, thanks. Getting comfortable in front of her laptop, she tucked her legs underneath her. So, hot restaurant trends. After running a Google search, she scrolled through the results while absent-mindedly chewing on the end of her pen. Here's something interesting. Peering up from her laptop, she trailed off when she noticed that John was staring at her, or, more specifically, at her mouth. Blushing, she stopped chewing the pen and put it down. Bad habit, she knew. This article says that upscale family dining is on the rise. Maybe that's something we can work with. Continuing on with her research, she jotted down some notes on the hotel notepad she'd swiped from her nightstand. She was reading an article by some supposed food expert who proclaimed that scrambled eggs were one of this year's hottest trends, as opposed to last year, when they were so passé, and was about to make a joke about that, when John's voice cut across the table. "Do you have to do that with the pen? It's distracting," he said, with an edge to his voice. Oops, she hadn't even realized she'd had the tip in her mouth again. Sorry, I have a slight oral fixation. Or so her mother, the psychologist, was always telling her. Sweetie, it's a stress reliever. Try uncovering the source of the stress, instead of gnawing away at your problems. An oral fixation, John repeated. His jaw twitched. She shrugged, matter-of-factly. That's what it's called. He looked at her for another moment, then turned back to his laptop and began typing furiously. Okay, somebody seemed to be in a bit of a mood. Their food arrived a half-hour later. While eating dinner, they decided on a concept that Ashley and Dave were considering for their second Jacksonville restaurant project. A neighborhood farm-to-table American bistro that served locally sourced produce and meats and featured a weekend brunch that offered a rotating daily special of, wait for it, gourmet scrambled eggs. You're so proud of that detail, John said, before taking a bite of his blackened fish tacos. Jessica smiled as she spread more mayo on her club sandwich. Actually, yes, she was. I hear they're all the rage these days. As she uncrossed her legs to sit more upright, her right leg brushed alongside John's underneath the table. A flash of heat spread low across her stomach. Sorry. She adjusted her position in the chair to put more space between them. No problem. He continued eating, suddenly seeming very interested in whatever he was reading on his laptop. For Pete's sake, she was acting like she'd never been around an attractive man before. Her ex-husband, quite cute in his own right, was a film producer. She'd been to numerous parties and events with some of the most famous, best-looking actors in the business. Spend any length of time in Hollywood, and hotness became as much a part of the scenery as palm trees. But one accidental touch of John Shepard's leg, and she was as flustered as a preteen at a Justin Bieber concert. Get it together, Harlow. Focus on the assignment. Fortunately, Levitt's email arrived while they were eating, keeping them busy with several real estate listings they needed to review. While perusing the photos of one of the properties, Jessica pulled out the bobby pins she'd used to secure her hair. The darn things had been digging into her scalp all day. I realize that Chicago is a pretty expensive city to live in, but can you believe how cheap? John paused as Jessica's hair fell around her shoulders, wavy and wild from being in the bun all day. He cleared his throat and continued, "How cheap some of these properties are." "I know. You can buy a building big enough to fit an entire restaurant for less than I paid for my one-bedroom condo." She was running her fingers through her hair, trying to tame it, when her cell phone chimed with a new text message. Her personal phone, not the burner she'd been given for the assignment. A few seconds later, it chimed a second time. "Excuse me." She got up from the table and went to the nightstand where her cell phone lay. As she picked it up, it chimed with yet another message. "My guy says you haven't texted him yet," her brother wrote. "Did I mention the Maserati?" Jessica sighed as she scrolled through the messages. "Not this again." "Only 6 times," was the quick retort from her sister. "Jess, just come to the gym with me. Once you see my guy in his workout clothes, you won't give a crap about some stupid car," says the woman whose wife drives an Audi R8, Finn quipped. Before Jessica could even jump into the fray, her phone vibrated with a smug reply from Maya. "And looks damn good in it." Shaking her head, Jessica typed her reply. She loved her brother and sister, and knew they were just feeling protective and looking out for her post-divorce, a fact she found a bit amusing since she carried a Glock and could drop-kick them both to the floor should the mood ever arise. But sometimes it was exhausting being the +1 to the conversation while they did their twin thing. "In the middle of something right now," she wrote. Naturally, her sister was all over that. "Ooh, something risque?" "Please don't answer that," her brother texted immediately. Jessica stole a quick glance at John. His perfect biceps tightened gloriously as he took a sip from the bottled beer he'd ordered through room service. She swallowed, her mouth suddenly having gone dry. "It's a work thing," she told her brother and sister. "Now stop texting me before you blow my cover and get me shot." Her phone went dead silent. She smiled. After waiting a few moments, she decided to put them out of their misery. Just a little FBI humor, guys. Their responses came fast and furious. "You suck. I was freaking out." "What he said," with lots of sad face emojis. Jessica chuckled as she walked across the room and retook her seat at the table. It served them right. Now maybe they'd back off with their plans to set her up on a date. Not that she wouldn't be interested down the road, but right now she needed to settle into single life at her own pace. Heck, the ink was barely dry on her divorce papers. John raised an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" "Hmm?" She gestured to the phone. "Oh, yeah, everything's fine." "Boyfriend checking up on you?" he asked lightly. "Boyfriend? Ha, that was a good one. No, just my brother and sister." He nodded, then took another sip of his beer. "So, is there a boyfriend?" He leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. "You weren't wearing a ring around the office, so I'm guessing there's no husband." That hit a little close to home. Not that she blamed John for asking. They were partners now. Frankly, it would be weird if they didn't talk occasionally about their personal lives. "No boyfriend." She paused. "There was a husband, but he and I finalized our divorce a week ago." "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry." She smiled slightly at that. "Yes, you did." His lips curved in acknowledgement, and then his expression turned more serious. "Is that why you left Los Angeles?" She shrugged, taking a sip of wine and setting the glass on the table next to her laptop. "It seems like a good time for a fresh start." Not a fan of being in the hot seat, she used humor to deflect and turn the conversation around to him. "What about you? Girlfriend, wife, kids? Perhaps a gaggle of tow-headed, extra-large boys who already excel at sports and know how to make fire with the ass end of a lightning bug?" He laughed at that, a genuine laugh this time, as opposed to the wry, mock chuckles she was used to hearing. Guess I missed the day they taught us that at Ranger School. He toyed with his beer bottle. Nah, no wife or kids. There was a girlfriend, but she and I broke up a few weeks ago. Judging from his tense body language, Jessica sensed there was a story. That's when you tried out for HRT. I guess it seemed like a good time for a fresh start. She half smiled at that. Fair enough. Neither of them spoke for a moment, their personal revelations seeming to hang in the air between them. To cover, Jessica took another sip of wine and then turned back to work. So, where are we with the property listings Levitt sent us? Checking the email the agent had sent her and John earlier, she set the wineglass down on the edge of the table. Apparently too close to the edge, the glass tipped and fell, shattering as it hit the tiled floor of the kitchenette area. Red wine splattered across the floor and the cabinets. Shit! She sprang out of her chair, as did John. Embarrassed by her boneheaded move, and probably moving too hastily, she picked up one of the larger shards of glass and sliced her finger. She swore under her breath as blood flowed from the cut. Crouched next to her on the floor, John looked over and frowned. "You're hurt." "It's fine." Not wanting to get blood everywhere, she went to the kitchenette sink and ran some cold water over the wound. John was on his feet, coming over to examine her finger. "Let me see." "Really, it's fine." "Let me see," he repeated, more firmly. Without further discussion, he took her hand out of the water, holding it in his palm so he could get a better look. After the chill of the water, his hand, slightly rough, wrapped like a warm blanket around hers. "You don't think I'll need stitches, do you?" Their heads nearly touched as they examined the cut. Jessica peered up and realized her mouth was just inches from his. God damn if his lips weren't as perfect as the rest of him. She blinked, snapping out of it when John moved her hand back into the cold water. "Let's see how quickly it stops bleeding." He grabbed some paper towels from the kitchenette counter and folded them over. After shutting off the water, he took her hand again and covered the wound with the paper towels, using his other hand to apply pressure. Jessica glanced up, something softening inside her as she watched him work. "Does that hurt?" he asked. Her own voice was husky. "Not much." "The illustrious Jessica Harlow, taken down by a wineglass." He pointed, and his tone turned firm again. "Hold the paper towels exactly like that, until I say otherwise." "Yes, sir." She smiled sweetly when he gave her a look. Then her smile turned to a frown of protest when he grabbed more paper towels and started cleaning up the mess on the floor. "John, you don't have to do that." "I think it's best if my partner has all her fingers for our sting-up tomorrow." Ha ha. She stood there, feeling useless, as he picked up the remaining glass and wiped up the wine that had splashed across the floor and cabinets. He came over to the sink to dampen a few paper towels. "Besides, it's fun seeing you squirm." She pulled back, not sure what that meant. "Why would I be squirming?" "Because you can't stand accepting help. At least not from me." "That's ridiculous," she scoffed. "When have I had any problem accepting help from you? And don't tell me—" She paused when he pointed to her hand, indicating that she should apply more pressure to the cut. "That you're counting all the times you tried to motivate me by yelling at me throughout the PT drills. We can agree to disagree on the supposed helpfulness of that technique." He ignored her wry tone. "Actually, I was talking about the day on the shooting range." "Oh, that." "You're anticipating the blast and flinching when the shot fires. Plus, your stance is wrong." She fell quiet, shifting uncomfortably at the memory. As she'd learned from her firearms instructor the following day, John had been completely correct in his assessment. Yes, he'd surprised her when he'd touched her shoulder, and certainly the whole problem would have been alleviated if he'd just asked if she wanted help. But nevertheless, in hindsight, perhaps her "easy there, big guy" comment had been a teensy bit harsh. "Careful with the glass," she warned as he knelt on the floor to finish cleaning. "The little pieces are hard to see." He looked amused, although it was tough to say whether this stemmed more from her suggestion that the mighty John Shepherd could be hurt by mere glass, or from his awareness that she dodged the subject of their argument at the shooting range. After throwing away the last of the paper towels, he came over to the sink to inspect her hand. "Do you have any Band-Aids?" "There's a small first-aid kit in my makeup bag." "Where's that?" "On the bathroom counter. Just bring the bag out here, and I'll grab the kit," she added, when he headed toward the bathroom. After he returned with the makeup bag and set it on the counter, she unzipped it with her free hand and pulled out the first-aid kit. Without further ado, he set about the business of dressing the cut. As she watched him, something compelled her to explain. "Maybe I was a little defensive that day at the shooting range," she acknowledged. "Before I left for the academy, my recruiter gave me this speech about not doing anything that would give people an excuse not to take me seriously. It's bullshit, but the reality is, there's a double standard about these things. We all know that. As one of only 2 women in the class, I had to be careful not to do anything that, rightfully or wrongfully, could have been viewed as unprofessional." She paused. "Like flirt with the best-looking guy in the class." His head shot up, his eyes wide with surprise. She scoffed. "Oh, please, it's hardly a state secret that you're hot." And for a moment, the mighty John Shepherd actually seemed speechless. Then, with a coy curve to his lips, he went back to his ministrations and wrapped a large Band-Aid over the gauze. "How much did that pain you to say?" "Even more than nearly slicing my finger off," she muttered. With a smile, he finished up with the Band-Aid. "There." Holding her hand, he inspected his handiwork. "Keep the gauze dry," he lectured, "and don't go peeking at the wound until the morning. You might make it start to bleed again." She was about to say, "Yes, sir," again, just to needle him, but then stopped herself. Just once, maybe they could do without the sarcasm and quips. "Thank you," she said genuinely. His eyes met hers. "You're welcome." Perhaps it was the low, sexy tone of his voice, or maybe the warm look in his blue eyes, but suddenly Jessica realized just how close she and John stood, only inches apart, and he still held her hand. He seemed to notice this at the same moment she did. She stepped back, and he instantly let go of her. "Well, we should probably get back to work," she said brightly, trying to calm the flush rising to her cheeks. Scooping up the Band-Aid wrapper and tossing it in the trash, she took a seat at the table in front of her laptop. She felt John's eyes on her, but ignored it as he sat down in the chair across the table. "Looks like there's only 2 listings left for us to review." When John remained silent, she peered up from her computer. Under his scrutinizing gaze, she kept her tone deliberately light and nonchalant, per their usual. "Don't fade on me now, Shepherd. We're almost at the finish line." He cocked his head, as if about to say something, and then seemed to change his mind. "Right." He cleared his throat, turning to his own computer. "So, where were we?" 13. Game day. Not having anything on the agenda until that evening, John slept in, and then headed to the hotel gym. After an hour of lifting weights, he still had time and an abundance of energy to burn, so he went for a run along the beach. As his feet pounded against the wet sand, he ran through the plan for tonight's meeting with Mayor Blair. Probably this was unnecessary. Nothing had changed in the last 12 hours, and he already knew the plan backward and forward. But focusing on work kept his mind off other matters. After he'd sweated up a storm in the mid-morning heat, the wide blue expanse of the Atlantic Ocean beckoned him. Stripping off his shoes and T-shirt, he dove into the water and swam lazily along the shore, letting the waves do most of the work. Then he stretched out on one of the hotel's beach chairs and closed his eyes as the warmth of the sun drained all the remaining tension out of him. There could certainly be worse undercover assignments. A half-hour later, having dozed off to the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, he threw on his T-shirt and running shoes and began walking back to the hotel's main building. A short distance ahead of him was a class of about 10 people, all women, doing yoga on the beach. His eyes landed on a familiar 5'3" blonde who stretched barefoot on the mat. Jessica. And just like that, all the tension poured right back into him. Just keep moving. Pay no attention to the limber woman in the tight black stretchy pants and purple tank top. While not noticing Jessica was in fact a futile endeavor, he'd at least become something of an expert in faking it, especially after last night. First, there'd been the rubbing of their legs underneath the table. Then she'd done that sexy move with her hair, taking out the pins one at a time and letting it fall wild around her shoulders. If he'd ever wondered what Jessica Harlow looked like with tousled, I've just been sexed up hair, that question had been officially laid to rest last night. Fucking hot. And then there was the thing with the pen. He couldn't even with the pen. As if it hadn't been titillating enough to watch her slide the damn thing over, along, and between her lips, she'd had to go and declare that she had an oral fixation. Sure. Like that hadn't had his mind going in all sorts of prurient directions. The problem was, prurient were not the kind of thoughts a special agent should be having about his partner, and they definitely weren't the kind of thoughts a man should be having about a woman who'd once gotten extremely pissed off just because he'd touched her shoulder. He and Jessica were actually semi-getting along now, sarcastic comments and dry quips notwithstanding, and he planned to keep it that way. He had a job to do here in Jacksonville, possibly his last undercover assignment, which meant he needed to stay focused on work and... Christ. Now she was doing some yoga pose that had her bent over, doggy style, with her cute, round ass sticking straight in the air. She had to be kidding him with this shit. Using her hands to push off the ground in a graceful move, she rolled to a standing position, arms rotating outward and extending to the sky. Opening her eyes, she went still when she saw him approaching in his jogging shorts and T-shirt. Playing it cool, he threw her a nod, "Sup," and kept walking, forcing his eyes not to linger on the sweet round ass of torture or any of the other parts of Jessica Harlow that were on display in that tight outfit. Then he headed straight to his room, took a cold shower, and spent the rest of the afternoon in front of his laptop, catching up on some reports he'd fallen behind on in his other investigations. It was the least sexy thing he could think of. With rustic brick walls, a curved copper chef's bar, and large accent mirrors, Bistro X had a high-energy bistro in a big city feel to it. The noise level wasn't optimum for the microphones John and Jessica had hidden on them, but since John had yet to find any restaurant that was optimum for an undercover agent surreptitiously recording his dinner companions via a small recording device adhered to the back of one of his shirt buttons, they would deal with it. Right on schedule, at 7 o'clock, Morano walked into the restaurant, accompanied by the Honorable Patrick Blair. Following the mayor were 2 police officers from the sheriff's department, his protective detail, who gave the mayor a nod before taking seats at the bar. They likely would remain there for the rest of the evening, available if necessary, but otherwise staying out of the way. From his vantage point in the booth he shared with Jessica near the back of the restaurant, John watched as the mayor went straight into politician mode, schmoozing it up and gripping the restaurant host's shoulder as if they were old friends. And perhaps they were. Agent Levitt had mentioned that this was one of the mayor's favorite restaurants. At first blush, it wasn't hard to see why voters, and apparently People magazine, found Blair appealing. With a charming smile, perfectly styled sandy brown hair, and a lean build, he appeared to be channeling a young Southern John F. Kennedy, albeit without the Ivy League education and wealthy family. John had a sneaking suspicion that was exactly the vibe the ambitious politician was going for. Following the host to the back of the restaurant, Mayor Blair stopped and shook hands with several of the restaurant's patrons, joking and chatting his way through the crowd. Then Morano leaned in and whispered something in Blair's ear, gesturing in the direction of John and Jessica's table. As Blair turned in their direction, his eyes passed briefly over John before landing on Jessica. Cocking his head, he smiled and headed over. John stood up to greet him, as did Jessica. Showtime. "There's my 2 favorite Chicago investors," Morano said in a booming voice, showing his usual flair for subtlety. "Ashley Evers and Dave Rosser, it's my honor to introduce the esteemed mayor of this city, Mr. Patrick Blair." Blair stepped forward to shake Jessica's hand first. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Evers." "The pleasure is all mine, Mayor Blair. And please, call me Ashley." "Ashley it is." He held her gaze for another moment before turning to John. "And Mr. Rosser?" John extended his hand. "Mr. Mayor, it's an honor." They took their seats, with Blair helping himself to the chair across from Jessica. "So, the Windy City," he led in, immediately taking charge of the conversation. Like Morano, he spoke with a relaxed Southern drawl. "I visited there once, 9 years ago. After taking the bar exam, I rented a car and spent 3 weeks driving across the U.S., including 2 days in Chicago. Great city. Hot and humid as hell in August." He winked at Jessica. "It was like being home again." 3 weeks? That must have been some trip, she said. "Where else did you visit?" John asked. Breaking only to order his drink, vodka on the rocks, the mayor spent the next 10 minutes regaling them with tales of his cross-country journey. It was, as with most politicians' stories, partially a canned speech, peppered with prepared jokes and lofty phrases like, "in the great state of Oklahoma," and even contained a few poignant, memoir-worthy anecdotes. It was a good charade, John observed. Blair was charismatic and dynamic, and knew how to draw in his listeners. But having read the files, including the summaries of the conversations Morano had had with Blair while wearing a wire, John knew that lurking behind the charming politician's facade was a conniving, corrupt man who got his rocks off on using his power and influence for personal gain. "Look at me, jabbering away here," Blair said, when the waitress stopped at the table to take their dinner orders. "How's the pork chop today, Charlotte?" "The same as it always is, Mr. Mayor," the waitress shot back. Blair grinned at John and Jessica over his menu. "Charlotte loves to give me crap for always ordering the same thing. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?" He handed the waitress his menu. "And I'll start with the beet salad." After the waitress left, Jessica folded her hands on the table, ready to get down to business. "Let me start by saying, Mr. Mayor, how much Dave and I appreciate you taking the time to meet with us." Blair nodded graciously and gestured to Morano. "Anthony said you were two people I needed to meet, and Anthony is always right about these things. I told the mayor that your firm is considering investing in some projects in Jacksonville," Morano said conversationally. "That's great to hear," Blair said. "I strongly believe that by encouraging and leveraging both public and private investments in this city, we can create exciting new business and job opportunities. That's been one of my top priorities since the day I took office." "I certainly think we bring that to the table," Jessica said. "I'm not sure how much Anthony has told you about Lakeshore Capital Partners, but we're a private equity firm that seeks out investment opportunities in the hospitality industry that fall within the $5 million to $25 million range. Now, obviously, it's all about finding the right opportunities. To do that, we look for concepts and markets that we believe have significant growth potential. And after doing our research, Dave and I believe that the Jacksonville culinary scene has a lot of potential." The mayor leaned forward in his chair. "What is it exactly about Jacksonville that you find so appealing?" Jessica's smile was sly. "You mean other than the fact that it's the closest thing to Greenwich Village you'll find in Florida?" Blair let out a bark of laughter. "You really have done your research." As he took a sip of his drink, his eyes once again lingered on Jessica. Seeing that, John tightened his grip around his own glass. Considering his own struggles with the issue, he could hardly fault Blair for noticing that Jessica was a beautiful woman, especially tonight. With blue, smoky eyes, blonde hair tumbling to her shoulders in loose waves, and wearing heels and a knee-length black dress that seemed tailor-made for her figure, she looked both sophisticated and incredibly sexy. But there was something else in Blair's gaze, something predatory and calculating that seemed to go beyond mere, frank, male appreciation. "From a design perspective," John said, interjecting himself into the conversation, "I can tell you that the restaurant concept Ashley and I have come up with would be a perfect fit for the neighborhood." "I hear you've been looking at properties in Riverside. Charming neighborhood, isn't it? Lots of culture and history, but not pretentious," Blair said. "That's exactly the vibe we're looking for," John said. The mayor nodded, then looked again at Jessica. "So tell me, Ashley, what kind of restaurant do you have in mind?" And so it went. For the next half hour, Jessica did the majority of the talking, running through Ashley and Dave's pitch. Completely convincing in her role as a private equity investor, she described for Blair their pizzeria and wine bar concept and their enthusiasm for the project, and also mentioned their plan to follow up this initial investment with several more restaurant ventures in the city. John did his part too, contributing his ideas as the design guy, but it was clear that Blair responded more receptively to Jessica, even finding a way on several occasions to draw her into a side conversation. The undercover agent in John was pleased with this development. Business was business, and as long as their target seemed to be opening up and trusting them, he didn't give a crap about being sidelined while his partner handled the brunt of the conversation. The man in him, however, was oddly tempted to handle things grunt style if the esteemed mayor of America's 13th largest city didn't stop ogling the V neckline of Jessica's dress. "Have you settled on a location for your restaurant?" Blair asked Jessica, after the waitress cleared away the entrees. "We're trying to." Jessica glanced at John, as if this were a subject they'd discussed significantly. "Actually, we found the perfect property on King Street, just south of Forbes, a former bank building. But there are a few issues with the space we'd need to resolve before we can commit." "What kind of issues?" Blair cocked his head as if this were news to him, despite the fact that Marano had already apprised him of this fact. All part of the dance. Jessica laid out the problem, telling Blair about the zoning and parking problems they faced with the bank building. "Otherwise, it's an ideal location. As a matter of fact, Dave and I just did another walkthrough yesterday, and we locked down a design concept. We're thinking a Tuscan wine cellar feel with lots of arches and oak, although I'm not entirely sold on the idea of sexy red leather on the banquettes." She shot John a look of wry skepticism. Playing off her lead, John flashed her a cocky smile, as if they'd had a lot of debates just like this one. You'll come around by the time we open." Shaking her head in exasperation, funny how art imitated life, Jessica turned back to Blair. "Anyway, we'll obviously apply for the necessary zoning variances and parking permits with the city's land use committee, but, well, you know how these things go. It could take months before anyone even looks at our application, and unfortunately, we need to be able to make a decision faster than that. Our investors are very eager to move forward as soon as possible." Steepling his fingers, Blair considered this. Let me give some thought to your situation. Sometimes the right phone call to the right people is all it takes to smooth over predicaments like this. And in this city, obviously, I have all the right people on speed dial," he added, with no small amount of boastfulness. "Although, as I'm sure you understand, I can't just pick up the phone on behalf of everyone who asks for a favor. I have to choose those causes I feel most motivated about." Bingo. John mentally grabbed the popcorn and sat back to watch as Jessica reeled in their big fish. "Of course, which is why Dave and I appreciate you taking the time just to meet with us," she said. "And as you're giving thought to our situation, if you think of anything we can do to help facilitate getting those zoning variances and parking permits, please let us know." She held the mayor's gaze, suddenly looking quite shrewd and calculating herself. "There certainly is no shortage of motivation on our end to get this resolved as quickly as possible." "I think we understand each other quite well, Ms. Evers," Blair drawled, with a hint of a smile. He tipped his glass to Jessica and took a sip. Shortly thereafter, the waitress stopped by the table to take their dessert orders. As the busboy set espresso cups around the table, Jessica excused herself to go to the restroom. Ever the gentleman, Blair stood up with her, taking the opportunity to put his hand on the small of her back as he told her where the restrooms were located. Then he stared at her ass as she walked off. John looked away, managing a polite tone as he thanked the busboy for the espresso cup. Blair retook his seat and rested his arms on the table. "I've been wondering something, Dave. What exactly is the deal with you and Ashley?" Next to the mayor, Marano suddenly seemed very interested in the alignment of his dessert fork and spoon. Having a feeling he knew exactly where this was headed, John leaned back in the booth and fixed his gaze on Blair. "Meaning? Is this just a professional relationship, or are you two involved personally as well?" Blair asked. Oddly, and in direct opposition to his undercover training, John was tempted to give some vague non-answer to that question, something that dropped just enough of a hint to make the mayor rethink those lingering looks and innocent touches. But, as he knew better than anyone, Jessica was an extremely capable agent. She didn't need his protection in this situation, or his interference, and she'd given him no indication that she wanted to change up their cover story, which meant he would stick to the plan. They'd agreed that Ashley was single, so single she would be. "It's just a professional relationship," John said with an air of easy nonchalance, as if the idea of anything else had never even crossed his mind. "I don't mix business with pleasure." Blair grinned, teeth flashing as the predatory gleam came back into his eyes. "Fortunately for me, I don't suffer from the same scruples." Now there was a fucking surprise. 14. "I think that went well for a first meeting," Jessica said, as John drove the Mercedes out of the restaurant parking lot. They headed to the rendezvous spot, an abandoned warehouse just 3 miles east, where they were meeting Levitt and Todd. Blair seemed to take the bait. Before parting ways at the restaurant, she and Dave had offered to show the mayor the proposed restaurant site so they could more fully explain their plans for the property, and had reiterated their desire to get the zoning issues resolved expeditiously. "We even managed to make it through dinner without any mention of a cherries jubilee from Murano," John grinned. True. Adrenaline running through her, Jessica felt charged after the success of the dinner. This was why she put up with the unpredictability, the travel, and the crappy hours. In these moments, when all her hard work and preparation came together, and she just pulled off a con on a bad guy who was that much closer to getting his comeuppance, the thrill of undercover work was not unlike the high of really great sex, if memory served. "Can you believe how restrained Murano was? Levitt and Todd must have talked to him after we left the office yesterday," she said. "I'm sure they put the fear of God in him that he'll be spending the next 20 years behind bars if he screws up this investigation with his antics." John looked over. "By the way, I think you picked up a new member of your fan club tonight." Jessica made a face at the reminder. Unfortunately, yes, she'd noticed that too. It would have been hard not to notice. "I think Blair spent half the dinner talking to my boobs, which, given the circumstances, isn't entirely a bad thing." With a satisfied grin, she reached into the V neckline of her dress. Given her line of work, she'd had a special modification made to a few of her bras, a small pocket hidden in the lining. From there she pulled out the wireless microphone, a dime-sized metallic disc that looked similar to a camera battery, and tucked it into the case she'd left in the glove compartment. "While you were gone, Blair asked if you and I were a couple." John glanced over, saw she was readjusting the neckline of her dress, and looked back at the road. Did he now? Jessica's mind began running through ways they might possibly use this development to their advantage. "What did you say?" "That I don't mix business with pleasure." John's tone took on an edge that Jessica assumed was one of disgust. "He made it clear he doesn't share the same principles." A few minutes later, they pulled up to the abandoned warehouse. Levitt and Todd were already out of their car, waiting. "Sexy red leather on the banquettes," Levitt joked, as John and Jessica got out of the Mercedes. "Who came up with that?" John grinned, grabbing Levitt's outstretched hand in a congratulatory shake. "Jessica and I added a few details to the script last night. You guys were great." Todd's expression was 2 parts approval and 1 part relief. "When Murano checks in, I wouldn't be shocked if he says Blair's already decided on the amount of money it'll take for him to pick up the phone and call one of his right people." They rehashed the highlights of the dinner, the camaraderie thick among them. While talking, John undid his shirt just above his navel and removed the microphone adhered to the back of the button. Catching a glimpse of his smooth skin, Jessica felt a heated flush rise to her cheeks. My God, woman, get a grip. Looking away, she smiled along as Levitt imitated Blair's comment about choosing those causes he felt most motivated about. So, Jessica, we couldn't help but notice that Blair seemed to be, well, flirting with you. Any thoughts on how you want to handle that situation? Levitt asked. She appreciated that they were looking to her to take the lead on this, although from her perspective, there was really only one way to handle it. Her job required that she play nice with Blair, and if that meant she had to put up with the jerk hitting on her over a couple of dinner meetings, well, unfortunately, she would hardly be the first woman to find herself in that predicament. If stroking Blair's ego and letting him think his charms are working on me moves the ball along in the investigation, I say we just go with it. She turned to John. Don't you think? He paused before answering, then nodded. I agree. Jessica looked back at Levitt and Todd. Sounds like we have a plan. During the 15-minute drive to their hotel, Jessica told herself that she was overthinking things. The meeting with Blair had gone off without a hitch. She was pleased with the way things were moving along. Levitt and Todd were pleased, and everyone anticipated that Ashley and Dave soon would have a follow-up meeting with the mayor. By all accounts, the night had been a success, and now the only thing she should be thinking about was which glass of wine she was going to grab at the hotel bar before heading up to her room for a long, relaxing bath. But instead, she kept dwelling on John's reaction when she'd asked if he agreed with her call on how to handle Blair's flirting. He'd hesitated. Yes, it was momentary, and quite possibly it meant nothing, but she'd never seen John Shepherd hesitate about anything. Ever. As part of his military training, he was assertive, authoritative, and decisive. If anything, his one flaw at the academy had been his tendency to storm into a situation full throttle and ask questions later, after everyone was face down on the ground and in handcuffs. And yet, tonight, when she'd asked for his opinion on the situation with Blair, he'd held back before answering. This did not sit well with her. Even during the height of their rivalry at the academy, as much as it would have pained her to admit it back then, she'd had a lot of respect for John's intelligence and tactical skills. Working side by side with him over the course of the last 36 hours had only increased that respect. She trusted him to have her back, and just as important, she trusted his judgment. So if he had any doubts about the call she'd made, she wanted to know about it. She was still debating whether to say anything as she pulled up to the hotel's main entrance and handed the car over to the valet. On the one hand, her head told her that John, of all people, wouldn't hesitate to tell her if he thought she was wrong about something. Heck, he'd spent most of their time together at the academy doing just that. But her gut nevertheless said that something was up. And in the 6 years she'd been a special agent, her gut instincts hadn't been proven wrong yet. In the lobby, where they normally would part and go their separate ways, she made her decision. Actually, I think I'll follow you to your room if you don't mind. There's something I forgot to ask you about tonight's dinner. John studied her curiously for a moment, then gestured in the direction of the outdoor walkway that led toward the rooms. I'm in the second building. As they followed the walkway along the beach, she glanced over and looked for any sign that something was off, and noticed that he was similarly trying to get a read on her. They made small talk while walking to his building, and then, once inside, he directed her to his room. You're being awfully mysterious. At the door, he pulled the key card out of his pocket. Am I? With a vague, non-committal smile, she was careful not to give anything away. But then he opened the door to his room, and she became momentarily sidetracked by what she saw inside. "You have an oceanfront view?" Her mouth fell open in indignation as she stepped into the room and set her purse on the bed. "How did you manage that on our budget?" "I got a free upgrade at check-in." He flashed her a grin as he tossed the key card onto the desk. "I think the receptionist was flirting with Dave, the value creator." For some reason, the thought rankled Jessica. "Of course she was. Just look at you," she nearly said dryly, and then she thought better of it. After all, she wasn't supposed to notice how John looked, at least not in that way. She was his partner. They were working together undercover, and that meant she needed to continue chugging along with this charade, pretending as though she were somehow oblivious to the things that every other woman saw, like the deep blue of his eyes, or the stubble that was already forming along his angular jaw, or the thick, dark blonde hair that begged to have a woman's fingers running through it, or how, right now, as he stood across from her in that hotel room, with the top button of his white-collared shirt undone in a ruggedly sophisticated look, and his tall, broad-shouldered frame perfectly filling his gray-tailored suit, he was, bar none, the most attractive man she'd ever laid eyes on. She exhaled quietly, steeling herself as she met his gaze. Yes, good thing she hadn't noticed any of that. Watching her, John cocked his head. "What did you want to talk about?" Right. She was there to discuss work. Having decided that a surprise approach was her best chance of catching John off guard, if he was indeed hiding something, she came right out with it. "Why did you hesitate when I asked if you agreed that I should humor Blair's flirting?" There was a flicker in his eyes. It was a momentary change, nearly imperceptible if she hadn't been looking for it, but it was enough to tell her that she was on to something. "I didn't hesitate. I was thinking," he said matter-of-factly. "You asked for my opinion, so I took a moment and then gave it to you." A convincing response, but the tense position of his shoulders told her that something was off. "Why do I have a feeling there's something you're not telling me?" "Maybe because you're being paranoid?" He folded his arms across his chest. "Please tell me I'm not the first person who's ever dared to pause before agreeing with the illustrious Jessica Harlow." The dig was a nice attempt to sidetrack her, but she ignored it and hit him with a question that was even more blunt. "Do you think it's inappropriate for me to encourage Blair's flirtation?" There was a firm rule that agents working undercover were not permitted to have any sexual contact with the target of an investigation, but she hoped it went without saying that she would never come close to crossing that line. In fact, as a woman in a profession dominated by men, she was especially careful not to even be within miles of that line. John's expression softened. "That's what you're worried about?" He took a step closer to her. "Jessica, I think you're handling Blair perfectly. I never once thought that you are being inappropriate. He's the dickhead here." She shifted her weight self-consciously. "You know how it is. You never know how these things will play out in court. Obviously, I can explain when I testify that I couldn't call Blair a pervert and walk out during the middle of an investigation that took 18 months to plan. But what if the jury sees it differently? What if they decide I was honeypotting the guy, and that I unduly influenced him to take the bribe?" "Honeypotting? Really?" John asked, appearing amused. She threw him a look. "It's a thing." "Only in Hollywood." He put his hands on her shoulders reassuringly. "Listen, no one is going to think you did anything wrong. Given the circumstances, you don't have any choice but to play along with Blair's flirting." He squeezed her shoulders. "Okay?" She nodded, giving him a relieved smile. "Okay." She waited a moment, then cocked her head. So, if you don't think I have any choice but to humor Blair's flirting, why did you hesitate earlier? John's smile faded as realization set in. Busted. He let go of her shoulders. God damn it. I can't believe I fell for your damsel in distress trick again. She grinned, pretty damn pleased to have pulled that off. If it makes you feel any better, it is a very impressive trick. He glared at her. Okay, apparently somebody wasn't in the mood for jokes right then. It's your own fault. If you'd just tell me why you hesitated, then I wouldn't have to resort to tricks. Christ, I forgot how you're like a dog with a bone when you've latched on to something, he muttered. Now that ticked her off a little. Hey, all I'm trying to do is figure out why my partner is holding back with me. Having established that he didn't think she was doing anything inappropriate with Blair, which had been her original concern, she couldn't fathom what the problem was. I told you, it's nothing. She threw her hands up in exasperation, clearly missing something. If it's nothing, then just tell me why you hesitated when I asked you about Blair. He whirled on her, his voice raised. Because I don't like the way he looks at you. She blinked in surprise. Oh. John swore under his breath and lowered his voice. I had to sit in that restaurant for 2 hours as he ogled your chest and ass, and I couldn't say a thing about it. So when you asked if I agreed with a plan that would encourage Blair to do more of that, yes, Jessica, it took me a split second not to choke on the damn word before I said yes. She took a moment before responding. You're saying this because we work together, she clarified. You don't like the way Blair looks at me because we're partners. He looked away from her, his tone dry. Yes, Harlow, because we're partners. What else would it be? He put his hand on the door handle, an indication that he considered this conversation over. And if Jessica was smart, she would follow his lead, say goodnight, and never bring up the subject again. He was in a mood, tempers were running hot, and they both had extra adrenaline coursing through them after the undercover job. But nevertheless, something kept her standing there. I mean, I suppose it could be something more, she said, deliberately keeping her tone nonchalant. John went still, and then he let go of the door handle. More, he repeated, as in something more between you and me. He crossed the room toward her, and her heart began to pound. I said I suppose it could be something more. He gestured casually. You were just throwing the idea out there. Exactly. He closed the gap between them. Then why are you blushing? She opened her mouth to deny it, or make some quippy response, but when she saw the unmistakable heat in his eyes, the words fizzled and died on her lips. Walk away, urged the pragmatic voice in her head. Better yet, run. As if having the same internal debate, John stayed where he was for a moment, the air thick between them. Then he reached up and cupped her cheek, stroking his thumb over her skin. She closed her eyes, her breath catching at his touch. Somewhere in the distance, she heard her inner pragmatic voice shouting through a bullhorn, Put your hands in the air, Harlow, and step away from the hottie, telling her that this was crazy, that she'd never so much as flirted with another agent before, and that a mere 36 hours ago, she and this particular co-worker barely had been able to speak 2 civil words to each other. And since that was all indeed true, she reached up and put her hand against John's chest. He shifted closer, his lips now mere inches from hers as he spoke in a low tone. "You should stop me." "I know." She wouldn't have to push him away. All it would take was one word. But then she felt his heart beating hard and fast beneath her palm, the same as hers, and before she knew what she was doing, she curled her fingers around his shirt and pulled his mouth the rest of the way down to hers. Screw it. Her control of the situation lasted all of about 2 seconds. Immediately taking charge, of course he did, John backed her against the wall, trapping her there. With his hands cupping her face, he wound his tongue wickedly around hers as he claimed her mouth. She arched against him, wrapping her arms around his neck. His hands moved to her waist, skimming down the sides of her dress and over the curve of her hips. "John, we have to—" Her voice, a throaty murmur, trailed off as he slid his lips to her neck. God, that felt good. She dug her fingers into his thick hair, so turned on she thought she might melt right there, and impatiently pulled his lips back to hers. Their kiss grew hotter and more intense with every breath, and judging from the sizable erection pressing between her legs, John was every bit as turned on as she was. Acting on instinct, she reached for the lapels of his suit jacket, ready to shove it off, just as she felt one of his hands part the slit of her dress. She moaned softly when his fingers slid up her thigh. There was a low sound deep in his throat as his mouth covered hers again. They began to move with an almost feverish urgency as a phone rang. No. They both froze at the sound as reality quickly set in. "Is that your burner?" Her lips hovered just inches from his. John's eyes closed briefly. "No, it's my cell." Something seemed to pass between them, but then the phone rang again, and the moment just slipped away. Duty called. Jessica slid out from her trapped position against the wall and adjusted the skirt of her dress. "Jessica," John said from behind her. Needing a moment to collect herself, she took a deep breath and then turned to face John. "You should get that," she said calmly, pointing to his phone on the desk. John studied her for a moment. Yes, fine, she was trying to hold her internal freak-out at bay, because kissing the man, acting as her partner, no less, her partner in the first undercover investigation she'd been assigned since transferring to her new office, most definitely had not been on the agenda. While there was no express policy prohibiting FBI agents from hooking up, even while working undercover, she personally had always adhered to the don't shit where you eat school of thought. And in the 6 years she'd spent in the Los Angeles office, she'd never once been tempted to break her own standards. But a mere 36 hours with John Shepherd, and she'd been ready to climb the man like a tree. Internal freakout commencing in 3, 2, 1. OMG. John's phone continued to ring, and he walked over to the desk and grabbed it. He cleared his throat before answering. "Shepherd." He paused, his tone turning more colloquial. "Levitt, what's the word?" He met Jessica's gaze. "Sure. Try patching Jessica in." They both waited while Levitt tried to reach Jessica on her cell phone, which obviously was back in her hotel room, where she was supposed to be right now, drinking her celebratory glass of wine, instead of being here with John, having just kissed the man like the world was about to end. After what felt like an eternity, Levitt finally gave up. "No problem. I can fill her in when I see her," John told him, playing innocent on his end of the conversation. "So what did Morano say when he checked in?" Jessica took a seat on the bed, watching as John listened to the other agent. His shirt gaped open at the chest, having become partially unbuttoned in the fray, and his left cheek bore a red scratch that she suspected was from the Band-Aid on her finger. "We're thinking early to mid-next week for that?" John locked eyes with her. "I don't want to speak definitively for Jessica without talking to her first, but we both understand the need to keep the momentum going on this. I'm sure we can make something work." He paused. "Of course. Will do." He hung up the phone and gave Jessica the update. "Morano says that Blair bought it all. He's already bragging about how he could make our problems go away with one phone call to some buddy of his on the Land Use Committee. Levitt anticipates that Blair will give Morano the go-ahead to set up another meeting sometime in the next couple of days." She nodded. "I heard Levitt ask about early to mid-next week. I can be back in Jacksonville then?" "He also asked that I pass along to you his gratitude for a job well done. But I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to reach you again tonight, just to tell you himself." An awkward silence fell between them. "Don't freak out, Jessica," John finally said. His knowing and slightly amused tone snapped her out of her haze. It was one thing for her to know that she was feeling, perhaps, a teeny-tiny bit caught off guard by their kiss, but as a matter of female pride, she refused to let him see that. She who nearly climbeth the man like a tree must owneth it, or something like that. Whatever. She met his gaze. "I'm not freaking out." He folded his arms across his chest and simply waited. "Are you freaking out?" she asked. "Hell yes. I just fooled around with someone on the public corruption squad. My reputation as a badass might never recover from this." She gave him a look. "Give it time," he grinned cheekily. "The joke's going to seem a lot funnier tomorrow." And despite everything, she caught herself fighting back a smile. "Ah, there we go," he said. "Now all we need is one of your signature saucy comments, and everything will be right as rain." She looked up at the ceiling and shook her head. "I can't believe I kissed you." "Please, I can't believe I kissed you." He walked over to the bed and sat down next to her. For a moment, she found herself thinking that it was kind of sweet how he was deliberately keeping things light to make this less awkward. Then she brushed that aside, realizing that this was hardly the time for sentimental thoughts. First things first, she needed to make sure that their working relationship remained solid. "So," she said, leadingly. "So. All right, fine." She would be the first one to come out and say it. They were both adults here, and professionals. They knew the score. "Well, as unexpectedly hot as that was," she pointed to the place on the wall where they'd kissed, "I think we both know it's best if it doesn't happen again." He cocked his head, looking at her for a moment. "You're probably right." Although his expression remained unchanged, and his tone was casual, something about the way he paused made her, well, pause. Admittedly, there was a physical attraction between them, and if she was being honest with herself, probably some pent-up sexual tension that stemmed from the 21 weeks they'd spent fighting each other at the academy. But obviously that was all it was. She wasn't looking to get romantically involved with another agent. She'd just transferred to the Chicago office a mere 10 days ago, and had no interest in being the target of that kind of gossip. What had happened between her and John had been simply a crazy impulse, brought on by adrenaline and the heat of the moment. And he knew that too, didn't he? Her inner pragmatic voice did a facepalm. "And this is why we don't hook up with other agents. Never dip your pen in the company inkwell. Don't get your nookie where you get your cookies. Don't fish off the company pier. Don't—" Thanks. Yes, she got the point. Moving into damage control mode, she was quick to explain. I just think, with us having to work so closely together undercover, that it would be unwise for us to get involved in any sort of emotional entanglement. Oh shit, please don't let this get awkward. Plus, on a personal level, I just finalized my divorce, and I wasn't looking to dive right away into any sort of serious... With an amused expression, he held up a hand to stop her. I appreciate the "it's not you, it's me" speech, Harlow, truly. But I wasn't exactly about to get down on one knee here. In addition to having just got out of a long-term relationship myself, there's a good chance I'm moving to Virginia next month. Oh, sure. She'd completely forgotten about that. If he made the hostage rescue team, he'd be heading back to Quantico. For good this time. Shoving aside a strange feeling inside her gut, she smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I just thought I saw you hesitate there. I'm a single guy. Generally speaking, we like to review all other options before ever willfully taking the possibility of sex off the table. Gotcha. Of course, that was all it was, and that was good. Great, actually. Okay, so we're on the same page then. She exhaled. For a moment there, she'd started to think, well, obviously, it didn't matter now. We're on the same page. John leaned back on his elbows, stretching out his long, built frame on the bed. Assuming, that is, you don't plan to make another move on me. More revisionist history. That's not exactly how I remember it happening, Shepard. You moved in on me. After you opened the door with that "it could be something more" line. She stood up from the bed. You know, as much as I'd love to do the he said, she said post-game analysis, it's getting late, and we have an early flight tomorrow. I believe that's code for, I know you're right, John, so I'm inventing an excuse to avoid having to admit it. He winked at her. Frustrating man, looking so smug and confident and... Seriously, did he have to be sprawled across the bed like that, with his shirt half unbuttoned, and those stupid, gorgeous blue eyes, and that body? My God, he might as well have a flashing neon sign over him. Awesome sexy times, available here. Refusing to take his bait, she opened the door. Let's meet in the lobby at 6 a.m. That'll give us plenty of time to get to the airport, even if we hit traffic on the way. Good night, Dave, she added sweetly, being careful just in case anyone was passing by in the hallway. Without waiting for a reply, she ever so coolly made her exit. She headed down the hallway that led out of the building, getting halfway to the exit before she realized, damn it. Turning on her heel, she went back and found John standing in the doorway to his room, leaning against the door jamb. He dangled her purse from one finger, whistling nonchalantly. She stopped in front of him, and he handed the purse over. Don't even say it, she warned. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Good night, Ashley. Well, at least he was irritating her again. Given the circumstances, she'd take it. 15. Friday evening after work, John pit-stopped at the loft condo in Bucktown he was renting. A small studio unit with a flyaway kitchen and a tiny bathroom. The place had 0 bells and whistles, but it was clean and had an in-unit washer and dryer. Between the Army and HRT selection, he'd bunked in far worse conditions. After driving around the neighborhood for 20 minutes, he found a parking spot on the street 3 blocks away. Carrying both his briefcase and his suitcase from the Jacksonville trip, he stopped off at his mailbox before heading up to the 2nd floor. Included among the junk mail and bills was a large envelope from Alicia, He tucked it under his arm and carried his stuff up the stairs. After letting himself into the loft and dumping the briefcase on the pull-out couch that doubled as his bed, he shook the envelope from Alicia and heard paper sliding around inside. A week ago, she'd sent an email asking for his address so she could forward him some mail that had been delivered to their old place. Not wanting to encourage further communication, his response to her had been brief. Now, as he opened the envelope, he hoped he wouldn't find some note or another apology that she'd slipped in with the mail. These last few weeks, between his stint at Quantico and the investigation down in Jacksonville, he'd been able to keep his mind off the situation with Alicia and Rob, and he wanted to keep it that way. He got lucky. No note, no apology, not even so much as a post-it note saying, "Here's your mail, A," using her initial as a signature, the way she used to do whenever she left him a note in their apartment. He'd always found that funny, that she bothered to sign them at all, because it wasn't like anyone else would be leaving him a post-it reminding him that she would be home late that evening because she had a dentist appointment, and could he please remind the landlord to fix the burned-out light by the garage door? XOXOA, she'd write, at the end of every single one of those damn notes. Crumpling the envelope into a ball, he tossed it into the garbage and then unpacked his suitcase. After changing into jeans and a short-sleeve Henley that he left untucked to cover his Glock, he grabbed the suits he'd worn in Jacksonville and dropped them off at the dry cleaner around the corner. From there, he hailed a cab and gave the driver the address for Sheridan's Pub, where he was meeting his friend Wes. Located on the north side and managed by his brother, the place had been one of John's standard hangouts for years. The pub had a library-like decor, with dark hardwood, built-in bookshelves, and warm, ambient light. It was crowded that evening, and John looked around before he spotted Wes sitting on the far side of the bar. "Hey, there he is," Wes said, grinning when John walked up. John pointed to the 4 glasses lined up in front of Wes. "Did you save any for the rest of us? Your brother insisted I try this new whiskey flight they just rolled out. Is it any good?" A woman's voice cut into their conversation. "Very good. And I'd say that even if your brother wasn't paying me to." Nadia, the bartender, slid a napkin in front of John. "Welcome back. Nate says you've been to Quantico for some kind of superhero role-playing camp." That brother of his, always a kidder. "Something like that. Is he working tonight?" "He's around," Nadia said. FBI agents weren't supposed to get intoxicated while carrying, so John passed on the whiskey flight and ordered a Koval bourbon instead. "So, how was it?" Wes asked after Nadia walked away to grab them some dinner menus. John cocked his head. "How was what?" "Superhero camp. The hostage and rescue team tryouts." Had it really been that long since he and Wes had hung out? John mentally scrolled back and realized that the last time they'd seen each other had been the day Wes had helped him move his furniture out of his and Alicia's apartment. Not exactly a jubilant occasion, that. "It's just hostage rescue team. No, and they don't make us take the people captive first before rescuing them," John joked. "That's funny. Speaking of funny things, what's with the new look?" Wes nodded at John's shorter hairstyle. "It's for an undercover investigation." "Ah, and judging from the hair product and clean-shaven jaw, I'm guessing you're infiltrating a rogue group of men's cologne models?" And so it went. For the next hour, they joked around and gave each other shit as they caught up over bourbon and meatloaf sandwiches, another new item on the menu that Nate talked them into. John regaled Wes with stories about HRT tryouts, and Wes told him about work and how his girlfriend Claire, wanted them to run a marathon together. John chuckled. You still haven't told her that you hate running? That had been Wes's in when he'd first met Claire at a party, and it hit on her. She'd mentioned she was an avid runner, so he'd feigned an interest and had suggested they go jogging together sometime. A year later, he still hadn't figured out how to extract himself from the white lie. Well, I can't tell her now. I'm in too deep, Wes said. True. On the upside, after running 26 miles, the 10K races she's always signing you up for will seem like a piece of cake, John said. 26 miles? Who the hell thinks that's fun? Wes demanded to know. Apparently you do. Here's the other problem. The marathon training group she wants us to join does their long runs early on Sunday mornings. Wes gestured between him and John. And since we have flag football on Saturdays starting in September, he paused, shifting in his chair. That, means no more sleeping in either weekend day. An uncomfortable pause fell between them. Well, here they were. All evening, John had been hoping to skirt by without any reference to his former friends. Every fall, he, Wes, Rob, Lucas, and Matt played in a touch football league on Saturday mornings in Lincoln Park, and then they'd grab lunch at Sheridan's and watch college football on the pub's big-screen TVs. It was something John looked forward to every year, the good-natured competitiveness, getting sweaty in the crisp autumn air, and the easy camaraderie between old friends. But now that was done. Finito. Poof. His fun football Saturdays had disappeared into thin air, along with his girlfriend, 3 of his closest friends, and his apartment. He took a sip of his bourbon before answering Wes. Just move football to Saturday afternoons. I was the one always pushing to do it in the mornings. His tone turned wry. And I think it goes without saying that I'll be sitting out this football season. Yeah, I figured that, Wes sighed. And both men fell quiet, awkwardly fiddling with their drinks. God, our team's going to suck this season. Despite everything, that got a half smile out of John. Wes shared the smile. I know. I'm terrible at this stuff. The whole situation is such a mess. The 5 of us have been friends for almost 15 years, Shep. It sucks that it's come to this. Yes, it did. And while John appreciated that Wes was doing what friends did, real friends, that is, and trying to commiserate over the shittiness of the situation, he'd been hoping to avoid any maudlin heart-to-hearts tonight. It was awkward, and every time he thought about Rob and Alicia sneaking around behind his back, he felt like a fool. It's the end of an era, he said sarcastically, hoping that would encourage Wes to drop the subject. He didn't get so lucky. What Rob did with Alicia? Wes looked at John. I hope you know, I'm done with him too. I've lost all respect for the guy. But as for Matt and Lucas, this past month, while you've been MIA with your HRT tryouts, I hung out with them a couple of times, and it was weird, because I felt like I was cheating on you or something. He shrugged, with a self-deprecating smile. You know what I mean. John appreciated Wes's sense of loyalty, but he wasn't trying to stick his friend in the middle of all this. I don't expect you to stop hanging out with those guys. This is between them and me. You know they want me to try to talk to you, right? Wes asked. They're hoping that if they give you some space, eventually this'll blow over. John ran a hand over his mouth, debating whether to respond to that. Then he looked at Wes. 2 months ago, the 5 of us met for drinks at that bar in Lincoln Park, the Barrel House Flat. Remember that night? Wes nodded. I remember. We were all hanging out, having a good time, and Rob mentioned that he'd sold a house that day, an expensive one that he'd had on the market for a while. So, to celebrate, I bought him a drink. John leaned forward in his chair, his voice dipping lower, and Matt and Lucas knew. They knew Rob was screwing my girlfriend behind my back, and they still let me buy him a goddamn drink. He paused. Maybe they were caught in the middle at first, but that night they chose a side, and it wasn't mine. Not having anything else to say about that, John turned back to his drink, and now a really uncomfortable silence fell between them. Then a hand rested on John's shoulder. "So, what do we think about the meatloaf sandwiches?" his brother asked, standing behind him. "Good stuff, huh?" Saved by the bell. John turned around, grateful for the interruption. "I'm a fan." Nate moved his hand to the back of John's bar stool, as if planning to hang around for a while. "I've been meaning to ask, what happened with that stuff we talked about for your investigation?" He turned to Wes to explain. "I've been doing some consulting work for the FBI. John fought back a smile, thinking that was overstating things a little. "You looked at one restaurant blueprint. And? Did you go with the sexy red leather on the banquettes, like I told you?" Nate asked. "I did. The people I'm working with loved that part." "Of course they did." Nate looked almost insulted, as if this had never been even a question. Then he turned to Wes. "Speaking of John's new investigation, does the name Jessica Harlow mean anything to you?" "For Christ's sakes." "We're back to this," John growled. Nate gave him a careful once-over. "You get tense and shifty every time her name comes up. I find that curious." "Tense and shifty?" John fought back a laugh as he adjusted his position on the bar stool. He caught his brother watching him and froze. "I'm just stretching out my legs. You try being 6'4" and sitting on one of these damn stools. I'm 6'3" and I sit on them every day. It's a crucial inch," John grunted. "Anyhow," Nate turned back to Wes, "Jessica Harlow is John's new partner, but I feel like I've heard that name before." Wes considered this. "It does sound familiar, although it might just be one of those names that has a ring to it." John threw Nate a satisfied look. "I told you." "A female partner? That's a first for you, isn't it?" Wes asked. "I've worked with special agents who are women before, but yes, this is the first time I've been assigned one as my partner in an undercover op." "So what's with all the shiftiness?" Wes grinned slyly. "Is she hot or something?" Nate slapped the back of John's bar stool. "That's it! Jessica Harlow, the hot trainee from the academy." He turned to John, pointing. "I knew that name sounded familiar." John threw up his hands in disbelief. "How do you remember that? You don't even remember the names of our cousins." Nate waved this off. "Only the second cousins, those random ones in Minnesota." "Missouri." "Whatever." Wes jumped in. "Wait, this is all coming back to me now. Jessica Harlow was the smart one in your class, right? You thought she was flirting with you, so you made some move on her at the firing range." No. I was just trying to fix her stance." John quickly corrected him, having discussed this before 6 years ago. A month and a half into the training program, he and the other trainees had been given the weekend off to go home and see their families. John had spent that Saturday night hanging out at Sheridan's with his friends and his brother, who'd wanted to know all about the academy. Somewhere in there, someone had asked whether there were any cute women in the program, and John had offhandedly mentioned Jessica's name in passing. It was a comment he'd quickly come to regret, seeing how his friends and brother, A, had been all over him with lame-ass comments. "Just how cute is she?" "Very." "Are you tapping that?" "No." "Do you get to practice frisking techniques on her?" "Also no." But this may or may not have been the subject of a lurid classroom daydream he'd had during a snooze fest of a lecture on the behavioral analysis of gang graffiti, and B, had been all over him even more when he'd come home for a second visit 10 weeks later, after he and Jessica had moved into the overtly hostile phase of their relationship, and he'd pissily told his friends and brother to kiss his ass every time they brought up her name. And now here they were again. "So, the two of you are working together undercover. Sounds cozy," Nate said. Wes began to sway in his chair, singing, "Reunited, and it feels so good." John looked up at the ceiling. Shoot him now. For the life of me, I can't remember why I ever avoided talking to you two about this, he said. Nate grinned. All right. We'll try to be more sympathetic to your hot nemesis problem. Is she a nightmare to work with? An image popped into John's head of him kissing Jessica against the hotel room wall in Jacksonville. He could still feel the softness of her skin and hear her breathy moan as he slid his hand underneath her dress. Hardly the stuff of nightmares. It's been interesting. Leaving it at that, he took a sip of his bourbon and deliberately changed the subject. By the way, what's this crap you're telling people that I've been at a superhero role-playing camp? He asked his brother. Somebody has to keep you grounded. With an easy grin, Nate sauntered off in the direction of the hostess stand. After that, the conversation between John and Wes returned to normal, both of them avoiding any mention of Rob, Lucas, and Matt. The evening ended with Wes, who'd had several drinks by that point, declaring that he was heading over to Claire's place to put his foot down about running a marathon. Best of luck with that. Although you might want to save all that hot air for the 26 miles. You're gonna need it, John said, as Wes headed toward the front door. Wes answered that with a middle finger as he walked away. John planned to head out himself as soon as he finished nursing his drink. Alone with his thoughts, he found his mind drifting back to the past 2 nights he'd spent in Jacksonville. I can't believe I kissed you. Well, whether she believed it or not, that kiss had been hot. And if Levitt hadn't called right then, John was pretty sure things between him and Jessica would have gone a hell of a lot further than a kiss. And that was a rather intriguing notion. Objectively, he didn't disagree with her that the safest course of action would be for them to pretend like the whole thing had never happened. Hooking up with a coworker was always risky, and he and Jessica already had an incendiary enough relationship without adding sex to the mix. That said, would he personally have stopped things if Levitt's call hadn't interrupted them? Hell no. That train had left the station, with its firemen gleefully shoveling every last bit of coal into the furnace to make it race down the track even faster. But he'd seen the look of panic on Jessica's face afterward, and she'd made her feelings clear. I think we both know it's best if it doesn't happen again. And since he agreed that things would be simpler if they kept it platonic, going forward, he would keep his mind out of the gutter whenever he was around her. Or at least he'd fake the shit out of it. 16. The following afternoon, Jessica walked up the steps to her parents' house, an arts and crafts prairie-style home located in the Frank Lloyd Wright district of Oak Park, a suburb 10 miles west of Chicago. Forgoing the doorbell, she braced herself as she pushed open the front door. Her parents' security system chimed automatically, and all hell broke loose. 2 golden retrievers came barreling around the corner from the kitchen, with a huge black Newfoundland, her sister's dog, following right behind. Barking excitedly, they bombarded her, a tangle of wagging tails, panting tongues and wiggling, furry bodies. "Did you guys miss me?" Jessica asked, being sure to pet each of them equally as they jumped all over her. Her gray sleeveless top and jeans now covered in fur, she brushed herself off and followed the dogs into the kitchen. Renovated a few years ago, with sleek black granite and cream cabinetry, it was easily the most modern room in the house, the rest of which still maintained much of the original natural wood and art glass from when it had been built in 1906. The dogs darted through the open sliding door that led outside. Hearing several voices out back, Jessica helped herself to a glass of ice water before stepping out into the 85-degree heat. Through the window over the sink, she surveyed the scene in the yard. From the look of things, someone had just turned on her parents' sprinkler, the old rotary one she and her brother and sister used to run through in this same yard when they were kids on hot summer days just like this. Her parents' dogs were going nuts, trying to attack the sprinkler. Finn's two kids were laughing as they ran through the spray. Maya was trying to dodge the water as she picked up the sprinkler and moved it farther away from the house, which presumably explained why the other adults on the patio were shaking off wet bags of potato chips and pretzel rods. Finn was yelling at a now partially soaked Maya to move the sprinkler even farther back, and getting a glare of death in return. And Oliver, Maya's 3-year-old son, sat under a tree in the corner of the yard, letting the Newfoundland lick his popsicle before sticking it back in his own mouth. Ah, she'd missed these guys. Los Angeles had been an experience, no doubt. Professionally speaking, she was proud of the work she'd done with the field office there, and on a personal level, her life certainly had never been more glamorous. She and Alex had lived in a beautiful, classic estate in the Hollywood Hills. She'd gone to film premieres and private screenings, and she had dined with some of the biggest film and TV stars in the business. It had been a fun ride. Well, some of it. And more than a little surreal at times, but she'd never stopped thinking of herself as a Midwestern girl at heart. She headed outside. "Should I grab a hairdryer?" she joked to her mom, who was shaking water off a package of hot dog buns. Her mother looked up, her face shaded by the wide-brimmed hat she wore over her blonde, bobbed hair. "Look who's here," she beamed. Hot dog buns in hand, she walked over and hugged Jessica. Her parents had been on a Mediterranean cruise for the last 2 weeks, so this was the first time she'd seen them since moving from L.A. "Aunt Jess!" the kids shrieked and ran over. Jessica spent the next several minutes saying her hellos, including to Finn's wife Kim and Maya's wife Camilla. "Yikes, did the dogs do that?" Finn teased as he greeted her, pointing to the frayed knees of her boyfriend jeans. Ha ha. She turned next to her dad, who'd left his perennial spot at the grill long enough to pull her in for a bear hug. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" he said, squeezing her tight. Jessica smiled, noticing even more gray mixed in with his light brown hair. She cleared her throat, suddenly feeling really glad that she was back in Chicago. "Thanks, Dad." She spent the afternoon relaxing and catching up with everyone as they ate lunch outdoors under the pergola. Maya and Finn were in such good moods, they managed to only get into 3 heated arguments, one political, one child-rearing related, and one over the best filter to use on Instagram. And no one mentioned a word about Jessica's divorce, her reasons for moving back to Chicago, or anything related to her personal life. At least until after dessert. Her father launched the first salvo, when the 2 of them were alone in the kitchen, rinsing off their ice cream bowls. "How's your new place?" he asked. "I like it. It's fun being in the middle of everything. In Los Angeles, our neighborhood was so secluded. It felt odd, saying the word our in reference to her and Alex, although my neighborhood didn't feel right either. Just because she was divorced from the man didn't mean she was trying to pretend like he'd never existed. Her dad stacked both their bowls inside the dishwasher. "It's a one-bedroom condo, you said?" Jessica leaned against the counter. "Yep." Her father frowned. "Meanwhile, that ex-husband of yours goes on living in his Hollywood mansion." "Well, yes. We had a prenup, and Alex had bought the house before we started dating." "Prenups are just opening offers in a divorce negotiation." Her father was a former civil litigation attorney, not a divorce lawyer, but that was beside the point. I wouldn't have wanted any of Alex's money anyway. Even when they were married, she'd always been aware of, and slightly uncomfortable with, the disparity in their incomes. They'd lived a certain lifestyle because Alex's film career paid for it, and since the perks of that lifestyle, including the Hollywood Hills house, the designer clothes, and the nice cars, were so far from anything she could ever afford on her own, none of it had ever felt like hers to begin with. Obviously, it would have been a different negotiation if they'd had kids, or maybe even if they'd been married longer than 3 years. But since that wasn't the case, she didn't need or want anything else from Alex. She might not have been rolling around in Hollywood producer money, but she made a good income as an FBI agent, and in many ways it had made the transition easier, knowing that she was starting over in Chicago on her own 2 feet. "You could have at least taken his Porsche," her dad grunted. "I'll keep that in mind for my next divorce." She smiled when her father gave her a look. "Kidding, Dad." Hopefully. Later, her sister accosted her when she was in the living room, checking her email to see if there was any update from agents Levitt and Todd about a second meeting with Blair. "Check it out," Maya said in a hushed voice, holding out her own cell phone for Jessica to see. On the screen was a photograph of an attractive, dark-haired man on a treadmill. Now this was getting out of hand. "You took a picture of the guy while he was working out?" Jessica asked. "Give the man a little privacy." Maya dismissed this with a wave. "Do you see this body? And he's a surgeon. If we were back in the days when I still pretended to like boys, this guy totally would have been at the top of my fake crush list." Jessica doubted that, seeing how Maya had stopped pretending to like boys on the day she'd turned 18, and the guy in this photograph looked about 35 years old. But before she could comment, Finn walked into the room. Seeing Maya with her phone in hand, he pointed. "We're doing this now?" He gave his twin a smug look. "Well then, I have a picture too." He pulled something up on his phone, and then showed the image to Jessica and Maya. "It's a car," Jessica said. "It's a Maserati." Finn gestured to the photograph like a model from The Price is Right. "Seriously, Jess, just picture yourself in the passenger seat of this beauty as my guy whisks you off to his Gold Coast condo for an evening of wine tasting from his collection." "Screw wine tasting. My guy snowboards," Maya scoffed. "That'll come in real handy for all those mountains we have in Chicago," Finn shot back. Then he smiled at Jessica. "You're looking for athletic prowess? My guy has a 7.4 golf handicap." When Maya feigned snoring, Jessica thought it was best to intervene. "As much as this is all very informative, don't you think the things you two are highlighting about these men are a little shallow?" The twins both stared at her. "Well, seeing how we're trying to set them up with our little sister, we assumed it went without saying that, as a baseline, they're both really good guys," Maya said wryly. Jessica found herself surprisingly touched. "Aw, that's sweet, you two." "Of course we're looking out for you, Jess." Finn threw his arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Jessica leaned her head against him. soaking in the rare moment of overt sibling affection. "Actually, my guy could be a serial killer for all the hell I asked," Finn said. "But you would look cool in his car." He winked at her, and Jessica smiled. It was good to be home. Later, after everyone had left and her dad was outside cleaning the grill, Jessica sat at the kitchen counter and watched her mom make a pitcher of fresh lemonade. "I heard Maya and Finn giving you the hard sell on their guys," her mom said, as she strained the pulp from the lemon juice. "I think it's mostly just a competition between them at this point," Jessica said. "Well, sure, partially. It is Finn and Maya. Those two were throwing elbows on their way out of the birth canal." Her mom smiled. "But they mean well. They're so used to acting that way with each other, they forget that it can come off a little smothering to someone outside their duo." "More like a lot smothering," Jessica said, half grumbling and half affectionate, because she knew their meddling came from a good place. She was 32 years old, had lived across the country for over half her adult life, and carried a loaded Glock 22 on her hip. But to her brother and sister, she would always be the baby of the family, even if she could take those two clowns out in 3 moves. Just saying. Her mom studied her for a moment. "You know, if you told them you aren't ready to date anyone yet, they'd back off," she said gently. Jessica smiled, appreciating her mom's concern. She'd missed the talks they used to have, often right at this very counter, and not infrequently about boys and men, while she'd been in California. Sure, they'd talked on the phone, and she and her family had visited each other while she'd been in Los Angeles, but it wasn't the same as sitting here, leisurely drinking lemonade on a sunny Saturday afternoon, and knowing that she did not have to get on a plane tomorrow. "I am ready to start dating," she told her mom. "I'm just not feeling an interest in either of these guys, I guess." Kind of odd, that. Successful, good personalities, attractive. Obviously, these were positive qualities in a potential date. But for some reason, every time she'd been about to give in and pick one to meet for coffee, if for no other reason than just to get her brother and sister off her case, she'd found herself holding back. Weird. "I think it's because they're too perfect," she decided. Her mom chuckled. "Is there such a thing? Sure. I haven't dated in 5 years. I don't want to dust off my rusty skills with a guy who could be an actual contender. I think it's like riding a bicycle, sweetie. Tell that to Tara. I floored her when I mentioned that I couldn't be on Tinder because of my undercover work. Apparently that's how all the kids are meeting these days." Her mom gave her a look. "Come on, that wasn't even that sarcastic," Jessica protested. "Speaking of Tara, she's the opposite of Finn and Maya. She thinks I need to stay away from serious relationships and have a fun rebound with a Mr. Wrong instead." Her mom dumped ice into the pitcher. "I think the question is, what do you think?" That, indeed, was the question of the day. Of the last 6 months, really. In hindsight, Jessica realized that she'd been, perhaps, somewhat naive about the impact of her career on her personal life. Not that FBI agents couldn't have happy, long-term relationships. In fact, most of the agents she'd worked with in Los Angeles had been married. But undercover work definitely presented some unique challenges. The investigations were unpredictable. She often had to travel and change plans on short notice, and even when she was around, she was frequently distracted with work. She threw herself 100% into every assignment, because that simply was what the job required. Any agent who phoned in an undercover role was putting her career,